on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk about something many people experience when dealing with narcissists, and that is something called analysis paralysis. Analysis paralysis is what we call it when someone spends so much time and energy trying to evaluate the information in a situation that they can't come to a conclusion or make a decision to take action. This can especially be the case if the information being evaluated is conflicting, confusing, or contradictory. People who are dealing with narcissistic personalities are often struggling with analysis paralysis, and there can be many reasons for that. The most common one, at least initially, is confusion about what exactly is happening. Dealing with narcissists is extremely confusing. When you're dealing with someone who is not what they first appear to be or says that they are, a person whose reactions to even basic situations cannot be reliably predicted, that's very confusing. People can become stuck, for lack of a better word, on trying to figure out what exactly is happening, what's going on. While figuring this out is absolutely necessary in order to understand what has happened so that we can become unstuck, it can very easily evolve into something else. People can become mired in minutia, trying to pin down every single little word or behavior or phrase. They might obsess over trying to pinpoint exactly what specific set of labels applies to exactly which specific set of behaviors or words or people. This type of endless but really needless research can actually be a subconscious behavior that allows people to avoid facing the reality of and ultimately the ending of the relationship. The truth is that once we understand what we're dealing with, which is hurtful behavior that is not stopping, we don't really need to know more than that. In point of fact, we would ideally exit the relationship once we see that toxic and or abusive behavior is being repeated, whether we know what's causing it or not. Recognizing toxic and or abusive behavior is one thing. Staying in the relationship until we figure out what's causing it is something else. One of these things definitely does need to happen before we can take action. The other one definitely does not. We can figure out the why after we get away from this toxic person or this toxic situation. It is not more important than the what. Another thing that contributes to analysis paralysis here is that the situation usually presents too many variables, options, or potential outcomes, and these often differ from each other wildly. People can't understand what's causing the abuse or what could potentially stop it. They can't predict what will happen if they do X, Y, Z when the other person does A, B, C. What if it's because they've been drinking? Could it be because they had a bad childhood? If it is because of those things, would it be right to exit the relationship? If whatever reasons or inciting conditions could be changed, might the abuse stop? And on and on and on and on it can go into hundreds of directions and outcomes and variables. This can be extremely confusing, and it can feel extremely difficult to assess and evaluate the information to try to come to a decision about what to do in this situation. The reality is, though, that the only thing to do is exit if bringing this person's harmful actions to their attention does not result in any meaningful change. The idea that there is some other option here is a fantasy created by conditioning that it's your job to fix and manage other people's problems, or it's a fantasy created by the idea that there's some way to have a relationship with a person who doesn't care if they hurt you. There isn't. The phenomenon of needing to be 100% sure comes into play here too. We hear it all the time. This person fits all these criteria. They check all these boxes and they did this and this and this. And I'm 98% sure that they're a narcissist. If I could just be 100% sure, then I could know, then I could take action, then I could decide. To the people who struggle with this, let's ask a question. If you knew that you had a 98% chance of winning the lottery, would you play? Of course you would. 98% sure is sure enough. But the truth is, too, this way of thinking can actually be a trap because it avoids the reality of the situation. It makes the issue about what this person's potential diagnosis might be or how many boxes they check, not their actual behavior. Their potential diagnosis is not the issue. It's really not. It doesn't matter what their diagnosis might be. What matters is whether or not this person is willing to stop their harmful behavior, and you are already 100% sure about that. The answer is that they're not. This way of looking at it is often created by the idea that a relationship is salvageable as long as the person is not affected by an incurable personality disorder, and that's just nonsense. Any relationship with an active abuser is unsafe, and therefore it is not salvageable. Any relationship with any person who refuses to stop hurting you is not salvageable. You don't need to be 100% sure someone is a narcissist for this to be true. You don't even need to know what a narcissist is for this to be true. It's about this person not stopping hurtful behavior, period. Looking at the situation this way, first of all, is much simpler, it's more realistic, and it also helps cut through the cognitive dissonance that is so prevalent in situations that involve people who are not what they appear to be, or who switch back and forth between extreme presentations of personality. Cognitive dissonance causes issues about what we're experiencing because what we see or want to believe cannot be if this other thing is true. That is why the brain looks for excuses, for lack of a better word. That way the behavior can be explained in a way that does not disrupt the things that are conflicting with it. For example, most people realize that if someone is abusive, they don't truly care about you. But if I don't want to believe that this person doesn't care about me, and or if I feel that there's some kind of evidence or proof that they do care about me, then I need to find a different explanation or reason for their abusive behavior, because both of these things cannot be true at the same time. Maybe this explanation or reason is that they drink too much, or they have a substance abuse problem. Maybe it's that they're mentally ill somehow, or maybe it's that I'm causing this problem, therefore I can stop it from happening. This way of looking at it focuses on figuring out the motive and the cause of the behavior instead of focusing on the fact that the behavior itself is harmful and abusive. It makes the why more important than the what, and it's not. Again, understanding what happened is very important, but it is not more important than addressing the immediate situation of being in an abusive relationship. The why is not more important than the what. Most people do recognize that they're being mistreated in these situations. They might not realize that what's happening could formally be called abuse, but they definitely know it's hurtful, and they definitely know they don't like it. That is why they're trying to stop it. That's why they're trying to stop this behavior from occurring. A problem that is all too common, though, is that people try to do this while remaining in the relationship. Focusing on a specific diagnosis or label for another person can result in analysis paralysis because it's such a subjective thing. It's not like you can look up a file in this person's head and see if they're a narcissist or not, or that you can find a list of factual reasons on a label on the bottom of their foot that will explain why they're behaving this way or saying these things. We can only go by what we see and hear, and what we know for sure that we can see and hear is behavior that doesn't change, even when we tell the person repeatedly that it's hurtful. It is normal and natural to want to find a way to stop the behavior from happening, but it can also be extremely damaging to somehow believe that this is your responsibility or your job. It's not. It is the responsibility and the job of the person engaging in the bad behavior. If they will not do that job, if they won't take that responsibility, you can't make them, and you can't do it for them either. It is what it is. People often don't like to hear that, but if you want the behavior to stop and the person will not stop it, the only option you have is to exit the situation. Let go of the idea that you can force people to do what you want. There's nothing else you can do. Needing to be 100% sure is also related to being afraid of making the wrong choice or the wrong decision. What if I'm wrong? What if it was me? What if it could have been salvaged? What if they're not a narcissist? What if they would have changed? What if? These things can make it feel impossible to make any decision or come to any conclusion because you don't feel like you have enough information. This is why people who have been in these relationships longer sometimes have an easier time walking away, ironically, because through the fullness of time and experience, they have become sure that the situation is not going to change. People who were not in this situation for as many years might worry that they didn't give it enough time or that they could have tried something else. The reality is, though, that in many situations, we cannot be 100% sure. We can't see the future and we can't read people's minds. In any given situation, we can only go by what we know at the time and what we think is best or right based on that information. The reality also is that what you already know about this situation is enough information to act. It really is. Would you buy a house in an area that floods every single year and just hope that for some reason this year it's not going to flood? Of course not. That would be absurd. Just like you definitely would play the lottery if you were 98% sure that you would win, you would not take a risk with such horrible odds as these ones in any other situation. This is no different. We want it to be different because our emotions and our egos and all of our self stuff are very involved here, but it's not. We're confused about the relationship. We're emotional. We're usually traumatized. We've invested a lot of time and energy into this thing. It doesn't feel fair that all these things happened. All these things seem possible. All this energy and time was invested. All this hurt occurred. All these emotions are involved. And even still, even with all of that, all it ever comes down to is, sorry all that happened, but this is never going to work and there's nothing you can do about that. You're never going to get what you want from this. Just exit the situation as soon as you can and move on. That's it. That's all there is to do. People don't want that to be true. It's totally understandable. Many people simply just refuse to believe that. But the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. You've already got enough information and evidence to conclude that the most likely outcome of this will be what has already happened every single time. And further, to decide if you want to take that chance considering the odds. And if you choose to do that, that's up to you. But do it with open eyes. Don't try to convince yourself that you're going to be the one who can make it work out. You won't be, because this doesn't have anything to do with you. The key to surviving this situation is to remember to focus on your actual problem. Focus on the problem you can solve, that you can fix. The rest of this stuff is a distraction from that. For example, if you're dealing with a narcissist, the problem to focus your energy on is not, why is this person behaving this way and doing these things? And it's also not, how can I make them stop behaving this way or doing these things? Because you cannot address that stuff. Since you have no ability to address this, it's not your responsibility to do so. Therefore, those things are not your problem. Your problem is, how are you going to protect yourself from these things? If someone breaks into another person's home, for example, with the intent of harming them, the first thing that person should do is not confront the bad guy to find out why they're doing this and or to try to talk them out of doing it. The first thing a person should do in that situation is get the hell out of there if they possibly can and defend themselves somehow if they really truly cannot. Trying to reason with a bad guy in that situation should be an absolutely last resort and should only ever happen because you could not succeed at neutralizing the situation any other way. Why? Because the chances of that leading to you exiting this situation without being harmed are much smaller. Much smaller. The priority in this situation is your safety, not solving somebody else's problems. The trap of analysis paralysis in these situations is so often that people are focusing on the wrong problem. And the reason that they're doing that is because they have fixed their problem solving on the reasons for the abuser's behavior rather than the behavior itself. Yes, they want the behavior to stop, but the focus has become helping/forcing the narcissist or other abuser to stop the behavior instead of just getting away from the behavior when they won't stop. The focus has turned to preserving the relationship rather than safety. Analysis paralysis shows up in situations where people are legitimately afraid to leave, too. They go back and forth in their minds about what the narcissist might do to them if they leave, and because this can be so unpredictable, if a person can't think of a way to plan for every single eventuality, they freeze and then they become stuck. The reality is you cannot plan for every eventuality, and you cannot control the other person's behavior, even if you could plan for every eventuality. It's just not possible. This particular situation often boils down to just plain being afraid, and that is completely understandable. The thing is, though, it's a false dichotomy because you're actually in danger either way. Staying in the situation does not make you safer. That's false. This is a trick played on your brain because brains identify things that are familiar as safe, or at least that they're safer than the unknown thing. This is not always true, and especially in this situation, it is not true. The reality is that most relationships with narcissists and other antisocial types of personalities involve some kind of domestic or family violence and abuse. It is what it is. Staying in these relationships is not safe. That is false. Leaving is scary, and that's a fact. Leaving is dangerous, and that's also a fact. But so is staying, and at least leaving has some possibility of success and something better. Staying has no possibility of anything except more of the same. If you're going to be unsafe no matter what you choose, why not choose the option that at least holds some possibility of some safety at some point? Finally, analysis paralysis is common in relationships with antisocial personalities like narcissists because there's so much gaslighting and narrative abuse inherent to these relationships that self-doubt and second-guessing become second nature. Not only are people confused about the narcissist and the relationship, they're unsure of their own feelings, of their own thoughts, of themselves in general. It is impossible to assess or evaluate anything when you are so busy trying to figure out if you're even perceiving things correctly or not, let alone trying to come to some kind of conclusion about stuff or make a decision. People just become frozen, unsure what to believe, what to think, what to do. Add to this the fact that you're just trying to survive each day, navigating a landscape created by an insane 2-year-old in the dark, and you've got about as much chance of being able to think clearly as a dog has of growing wings. Just not a thing. People get overwhelmed in these situations, and that is totally normal. Take a deep breath. Take a step back. Think. Look at what your actual issue is. Not the issue of the whole relationship, not the narcissist issue, your actual issue. Is it that this person is delusional and lying and abusive and cheating and all these things? No, that's their issue. Why is that their issue? Because they're the only ones who can solve that issue. If they don't agree with that, or if they don't think that's true, or they don't understand, it doesn't matter. That's the reality. Your issue is that you've got to be able to get through this without being driven crazy or hurt even worse. You've already tried to solve the relationship issues, and it didn't work because you're only 50% of the equation, and the person responsible for the other 50% will not do their part. You've already tried to solve the narcissist issue, and that didn't work because it's not within your ability to fix, and they will not do it. Now you need to look at your issue, and your issue is that you are not safe in this situation. Whatever solution you choose, make sure that is the problem that you're trying to solve, because that is your actual problem. Why you are unsafe doesn't matter right now. It might matter later, but it doesn't matter right now. Focusing on things like that is the privilege of people who are safe. And if you're not safe, then safety is the top priority, period. Analysis paralysis can be tricky because it can be sneaky. The key to getting beyond it is to make sure you're focusing on the actual problem and that you're looking at that actual problem realistically and reasonably. You can't know everything. You cannot control everything. You can't create the perfect circumstances a lot of the time. What you can do is what is in service of your own safety and your own well-being. If you don't, you will not be given a pass on the consequences, and these can be very serious. It starts with taking a deep breath, taking a step back, and taking a moment to really think. If you can do that, and you can, the answer will reveal itself. Problems can be complicated, but solutions are usually pretty simple. They're not easy, but they're usually simple. You know what you need to do, or you will once you stop and think. You just need to do it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online over the phone via Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the littleshaman.com, which is a vanity URL for YouTube. If you type that in, it'll take you right to the YouTube channel. We are brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the littleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something many people are familiar with when dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, and that is the silent treatment. The silent treatment is what it's called when a person ignores another person completely. The silent treatment goes beyond refusing to answer questions or relate information. It is not the same as someone legitimately having nothing to say at this moment in time or being overwhelmed and unable to talk right now. The silent treatment is a punitive, meaning punishing, action where someone is ignoring another person completely as if they do not exist. It is used to punish other people and as an attempt to control the situation and or the relationship. Humans need interaction with other humans. Our social needs as individuals might vary, but in general, humans need interaction with other human beings. We need to feel seen and heard, to know that we matter, that we're important, at the very least, that we exist. The silent treatment takes these needs and weaponizes them, withholding fulfillment of them as a way to hurt and punish other people. This is the basis of the silent treatment. I am going to refuse to acknowledge your existence pointedly and in front of you repeatedly because I'm upset with you because you did something wrong to me. The silent treatment is very cruel, but as you may have already realized, it's also very childish. Children use the silent treatment, ostracizing, shunning, and other similar tactics to hurt and punish because they're not yet mature enough to handle their emotions or emotional situations any other way. They're not mature enough, for example, to talk it out or to say to the other person, hey, I don't like that you did that, or that hurt my feelings. They retaliate instead in a passive-aggressive manner, such as with the silent treatment. Because they're not mature enough to have fully developed empathy, they're trying to hurt or affect the other person because of how this is going to make them feel. The impact of this behavior on the other person, how it will actually impact them beyond perhaps a cognitive awareness of this will upset them or they're going to be bothered or they won't like that, is not something that they're focused on at all and are generally not even aware of in any real sense. That's how children are able to be so vicious and cruel to each other. This is exactly what we often see with adult narcissists. Their focus in all situations is how things will impact them, how things will make them feel. Giving the silent treatment, for example, makes them feel powerful. We discussed in the episode of the show called Stop Trying to Outsmart Narcissists how this dynamic is similar to a child holding a toy over a smaller child's head just out of their reach and teasing them by refusing to give it to them. Children will do that until the smaller child starts crying, and then they will laugh at that child for crying. Why? Because empathy is a function of emotional maturity. They are not emotionally mature yet, so all they're focused on is how they feel. There's no consideration for anyone else's feelings at all. This kind of cruel behavior is extremely common among children and among many people who are not emotionally mature enough to have properly functioning empathy, such as pathologically narcissistic personalities. They are focused on how they feel only. I feel mad, so I want to hurt you. I feel weak, so I want to control you. I want to subjugate you. I want to dominate you. I feel controlled, so I want to control you. I feel hurt, so I want to punish you. These are completely self-serving ways of thinking. There is no understanding at all of how these things will impact the other person, and no concern or even acknowledgement that they actually will impact anybody else at all. The other person is simply a frustrating object, a target of the negative emotions, and or a tool to utilize as a way to soothe those negative emotions. The impact any of this has on that person is not understood or recognized. Therefore, it's immaterial. People sometimes have difficulty understanding this. They might say something like, yeah, but if narcissists are enjoying my pain and my suffering, doesn't that prove that they understand the impact on me? No. Your pain and suffering and everything else about you is immaterial. To put it very, very simply, they are enjoying their own feelings, not yours. They are focusing on their own feelings, not yours. This is hard for people with empathy to understand, but that's absolutely all that matters to pathologically narcissistic personalities. The level of disconnect here is extreme. As an analogy to demonstrate, it's somewhat similar to when most of us sit down to a steak or a chicken dinner. We think about how good it tastes and how the spices complement it and how well the sides pair with it, how delicious it looks and it smells. We're not thinking that actually what we are eating was at one point a living, breathing animal that someone literally killed and cut up into pieces so that we could eat it. There is generally a pretty high level of disconnect there for most people. Now, some of that is because in modern culture, people are pretty much completely disconnected from their food and where it comes from. But a large part of it is because we're only focused on our own feelings and our own experiences in that situation. We're not thinking about the experiences or the feelings of whatever the animal that's on our plate. We're only thinking about what we are doing and how we are feeling. We're only thinking about eating. Now, you might think that this happens because the people who are eating the animal didn't participate in or even witness the killing of the animal, the journey of the animal that they're eating from living creature to the plate. But even when people are involved in the slaughter and processing of the animals that they're eating, some level of that disconnect still persists. This is because we're still only focused on our own feelings, experiences, and perspective in the situation. This is similar to how it appears to work with narcissists. Yes, they're causing the pain, and yes, they are aware of that, but only in an academic sense. This is not their focus. It's not their concern. They're focused only on what they are getting out of it. The rest of it is just a means to get there. When they're giving you the silent treatment, for example, they're not focused on how you're feeling. They're focused on how they feel. They feel powerful and in control. Most of their behavior seems to have that goal to a greater or lesser degree because this is very, very important to them. That's why they say things like, well, you're just mad because you lost, or you're just upset because you can't control me and you can't control everything. This is a projection in the sense that they think you feel that way because they feel that way, and so they think everybody's like them. But it's not just a projection of that. It's also a projection in the sense that they feel powerful and in control, so you must be upset because you don't. In other words, those are the only feelings that there can be here. That's all there is. The idea that you have individual and unique experiences or feelings here that are not exact mirrors of the ones that they are personally having generally does not occur to this personality. And why would it? You yourself, as a person, do not exist to a narcissistic person. Anything attributed to others by a narcissist was also created by them, like a child assigning motives and behaviors and a personality and whatever else to a baby doll. Therefore, if they feel some type of way, you also feel that way, either in agreement or opposition. If they are focused on something or they feel like that's the most important thing, you also feel that way, either in agreement or opposition. The idea that you might be focused on or concerned with or be feeling something completely different and unrelated to what they are focused on, concerned with, or feeling, that you have all of your own everything that has absolutely nothing to do with theirs, does not occur to them at all. If you try to assert this reality, they might call you a liar, might accuse you of trying to confuse them, or just simply be unable to understand what you're saying in any real way. The idea of other people as individuals with all of their own completely separate and independent feelings, needs, concerns, beliefs, wants, and everything else appears to be beyond the extremely limited comprehension of this extremely limited personality. It literally does not compute. The silent treatment is actually a perfect example of that. It is a painful, cruel thing to do. And it makes sense that narcissists would use this as a tool for punishment and control, because being ignored and treated like you don't exist is about the worst thing that could ever happen to them. Again, this is a projection of their own feelings. They assume that everyone feels the same way that they do. Sometimes people feel that this might imply empathy of some kind or an understanding of the other person's feelings, but again, the reality of this impact on others is completely lost on narcissists. They know you don't like it because they don't like it, but there's no understanding of how this is impacting you, how it is actually hurting you, or conversely, how you might be glad that they're leaving you alone for a while. They know how they feel, but that does not translate into any actual understanding that others also feel the same way if you do the same thing to them. Their own feelings are the only ones that are actually real, therefore these are the only ones that this person can see, and consequently they're the only ones that matter. Many narcissists even say things to this effect. They accuse other people of faking their pain, of faking their tears, of putting on an act, of exaggerating their pain for sympathy or to make the narcissist look bad or to make them feel guilty for some reason. They might even tell other people that the other people have no feelings. Therefore, it is impossible to hurt or mistreat them. They might say that they themselves feel things more deeply or have some other special quality or ability. Therefore, it's more wrong to hurt them. They do many, many things that demonstrate very clearly that not only do they not care about the emotions and experiences of other people at all, they are unable to even recognize the reality of these in any way. Which makes sense, of course, because that's why they don't care. And that makes sense too. You probably don't care about purple unicorns, for example, or the man in the moon. Why? Because what is there to care about? They're not real. This is one of the situations where people often start to suspect that someone has an empathy deficit. Even people who are mean and cruel and spiteful generally don't accuse other people of faking their pain or of pretending to have feelings when they really don't. First of all, most people just don't assume something like that anyway, because they actually realize that pretty much everybody does have feelings. This kind of thing is typically only offered by people who don't know that. But beyond that, a lack of empathy often makes expression of emotions look fake to narcissists, if they even recognize it at all. There's no internal emotional connection or reaction for them to what's happening, so they just see behavior that looks phony to them. And since their only perspective is self-referential, the behavior must be targeting them somehow. Therefore, you're only pretending to cry so that you can make me do what you want. This kind of thing. Even if your feelings are recognized in an academic sense, as in, yes, I understand other people have feelings, just like I understand that they have arms and legs, they don't have any importance to a narcissist, just like your arms and legs don't. Those are your arms and legs. What do they have to do with the narcissist? Just like if someone slams your hand in the car door, they can't feel that pain physically. Therefore, the only way they can hurt along with you and consequently feel bad for having done that is emotionally and mentally. If they don't have the capability of doing that, then your pain has no impact on them at all because they can't understand the impact of it on you. Arguably, the most damaging situation regarding the silent treatment is when a parent uses it to punish a child. For an adult to treat another adult as if they don't exist can be very painful. For an important caregiver to do this to a child is devastating. This may be among the absolute cruelest things a parent or a caregiver can do to their children, and it is unfortunately not as uncommon as some people might think it is. It's not only indicative of a complete lack of empathy and a desire to punish that goes far beyond anything even remotely healthy or okay, it is indicative of an unsafe adult who cannot handle their emotions in any way, who has passed this burden on to a child who can neither understand it nor carry it. That's what the silent treatment really is in the end, the action of a person who cannot handle or address their emotions at all and is instead attempting to punish or hurt other people because of how they feel. As with so many other things we discuss here, any relationship that includes this kind of childish, passive-aggressive, intentionally punitive behavior should be reevaluated, and the maturity level of the person engaging in it should be seriously considered, as it seems clear that they're not mature enough for a relationship with another adult. The reality is that adults who attempt to punish other adults in this way are not demonstrating emotional maturity. Relationships between adults are predicated on equality and open communication. Feeling justified in punishing other adults for perceived wrongdoing in the relationship creates a dynamic in which one person is trying to exert power over the other person or the people in the relationship. This can lead to a completely toxic dynamic where each person feels justified in harmful behavior toward the other person. Whether it's actually justified or not doesn't even really matter in the end, because regardless, this creates a cycle of punishment and justification of harmful behavior that destroys any possibility for a relationship of any kind. It destroys the possibility of even coexistence eventually. This becomes a situation of resentment, scorekeeping, and retaliation. Now, sometimes people are a little bit confused about this and they'll say, well, so what do I do then to hold them accountable for their behavior? It's important to understand punishing other adults in the context of a voluntary, consensual relationship is not holding them accountable. It isn't anybody's job to teach other adults by trying to discipline them when they do something wrong. And this is not a healthy relationship dynamic in any way. It's also, for example, not setting boundaries. It's punishment. Punishment is intended to hurt other people or control them. A boundary is for you. It's not to hurt other people or do anything at all to the other person. For example, you wouldn't say, I'm going to give you the silent treatment and refuse to acknowledge your existence until you have learned your lesson because you upset me, and then I'll acknowledge your existence again. That's how I enforce my boundaries. That's not a boundary. That's a punishment, especially because most of the time people who are being given the silent treatment are not even given any explanation at all whatsoever. That's part of the punishment. Holding a boundary would be saying to the person who upset you, I really don't like what you said or what you did. I need to take a step back from this relationship, and when I'm ready to talk, then I'll reach out. Or, I really am not okay with what you said or what you did, and that's going to be a deal breaker for me. I am not interested in continuing a relationship with you. Retaliation is not the answer either, regardless of how justified somebody's feelings may be. If you're at a place where you're like, I cannot let this person get away with this, I have to make them sorry, or I'll show them they can't mess with me, then the relationship needs to end. That is how we hold people accountable in relationships. Now, of course, if someone does something that they should be arrested for or prosecuted, something like that, that's one thing. But for other stuff, nominating ourselves as the arbitrator of punishment and retaliation is not the answer. It doesn't teach anybody anything. It doesn't improve the relationship in any way. It's an ego story that just degrades our self-respect in the end. Leave that for the folks who don't have any other capability. People sometimes get upset when they hear stuff like that. They feel that they're entirely justified and their actions are justified and it's different for them. And that's fine if that's how you feel, but just remember, if you're dealing with a narcissist, then even if it's delusional, the person that you're dealing with feels exactly the same way. So if those are the dynamics, that's the relationship you're going to have. It is what it is. The truth is, if you're in a relationship with someone who's trying to punish you, you're in a relationship with someone who's trying to control you. You're in a relationship with someone who is trying to exert power over you, trying to dominate you. You're not being treated as an equal. This is not healthy. The best thing to do, instead of getting caught up in all these dynamics, is just exit the relationship as soon as you possibly can. If you're dealing with the silent treatment, remember what this really is. It isn't a reflection of you or your worth. It is the behavior of a person who cannot handle their own emotions and is attempting to make them your problem. But you don't have to take them. You can choose to look at this person's inability as what it really is, a reflection of them. It's hurtful, it's cruel, it's painful, but it doesn't happen because you deserve this kind of treatment. It happens because this is the kind of person that this person is. This is extremely important. Let go of the idea that other people's behavior is being caused by you or is a reflection of you. It's not. People's behavior is a reflection of them only. The sooner we can understand this fundamental truth, the sooner we can defeat gaslighting and stop internalizing things about ourselves that are not true. The sooner we can stop blaming ourselves and trying to control everything when the reality is we can't control it. That is how we fight back and protect ourselves in these situations. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Zoom, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, classes, seminars, and clinics. So if you're interested in seeing what we're offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that doesn't get enough attention in the conversation about narcissists, and that is how boring narcissists can be. For all that we hear about how enigmatic and magnetic and chaotic that pathologically narcissistic people can be, it's often left out of the conversation how boring they can be. The reality is, dealing with narcissistic personalities on a regular basis can often be extremely boring, almost mind-numbingly boring and empty, devoid of any true content. When you first meet them, narcissistic personalities can seem very engaging. They might have lots of stories and anecdotes or jokes and lines of patter. Maybe they have theories or points. The problem is, once you've heard all of these a few times, you start to realize that that's all there really is. It's like they have a Rolodex of intelligent things to say or interesting points to make, and once those are all used up, that's it. There are no more. Anything starts to get tiresome after you've heard it 50 times. And this is particularly true with narcissistic personalities because since so much of what they offer is just mimicry, memorization, and repetition anyway, there's not really any possibility for deeper conversation about anything they say. Even if they do actually know about what they're talking about or understand it in more than a surface way, they often take any attempts to probe deeper or asking questions as invasive and threatening, perhaps as an implication that they're wrong or they don't really know what they're talking about. And of course, many times they actually don't. So this fear is warranted, even though the people who are asking the questions usually don't know that. The narcissist wants to make sure they don't find out, so questions are often ignored in some way, answered in a circular fashion, treated as hostile, and responded to in the same fashion, hostilely, deflected somehow, or otherwise just not answered. If asking questions or trying to gain a deeper understanding of something is not permitted, conversation can't survive. Couple this with the fact that narcissists tend to respond with hostility to questions and to interest in general because they find it threatening, and conversation not only can't survive, but it often goes horribly wrong. The truth is, the emotional chaos of narcissists is easily the most quote-unquote interesting thing about them, and even that can become boring. How many times can you watch the same fireworks display or the same building being blown up before it's just not exciting or captivating anymore? This includes the seemingly positive emotional chaos like what we see in love bombing and idealization. Once people realize that the strong, intense emotions that they are reading from this person have nothing to actually do with them, but are literally only for and about the narcissist, they realize how empty this all really is. Some narcissists may seem enigmatic and magnetic at first because they're hard to read. Because they don't have a strong, cohesive sense of self, and because much of what they're putting out is an act, they don't seem to make sense to people's radar, which can trigger a desire to sort of like, quote, solve the mystery or figure them out. It is a bitter disappointment for many to find out that there is no big mystery. There's really nothing to figure out at all. Narcissists can also seem magnetic because they are emotionally unavailable in the extreme, and this can trigger people's wounds around not being seen and heard, which causes them to keep trying to make the narcissist see them and hear them and care about them. It's a subconscious attempt to address these wounds by trying to achieve a different outcome in a similar situation. That is sometimes known as repetition compulsion. For example, if someone felt unseen and unheard by an important caregiver in their life, when someone in their adult life is also emotionally unavailable, this can trigger a very strong desire to address that by getting this person to see them and hear them and validate them and care about them and choose them. There is often the idea that once this can be achieved, then the narcissist's deep well of emotional treasures will be unlocked and shared with the person. This is a fantasy from childhood, and it's often coupled with a cognitive distortion called heaven's reward, which is where people believe that the harder they work or the more they suffer, the bigger the reward is going to be at the end. But there is no treasure trove here. There is no reward with a narcissist. What you've already seen is basically all there is to this person. A not so great act that is covering up complete emotional chaos and arrested development. An emotional toddler who walks around pretending to be an adult and many times doesn't even do that very well. Nothing exciting or mysterious here at all. Many people find it too difficult to accept or to believe that that's all there is. They feel that there must be more to this person and they can waste years trying to find it. The reality is that what you see is what there is, and that is basically nothing. That's the biggest way that narcissists are boring. There's just not a whole lot there. And once you've seen this sort of main act a few times, there's really nothing else of interest to see. They don't have much to talk about. They're not really curious about things the way that other people are. They aren't usually that great at conversation with other people in general. They're not interested in other people. They actually don't seem to have very many interests or to be interested in very much at all outside of themselves. It's just the same complaints or hard luck stories or bragging or heroic tales or superficial chatter over and over and over again, all starring the narcissist. People in relationships with pathologically narcissistic personalities often find themselves literally bored silly. This could sound trite or even unimportant compared to the suffering that these personalities are capable of inflicting, but when you add it to the amount of gaslighting and abuse already happening, it becomes much more damaging. People need stimulation. They need connection. They need to bond. They need interaction. But when you're dealing with narcissistic personalities, you may very well find these things very hard to come by, especially as the relationship goes on through time. Far from the intense love bombing and whirlwind chaos narcissists are notorious for, many narcissists are not interested in interacting with the people around them at all after a while. They choose instead to stare at their devices, to play games that are just designed for one person, to stay physically separated from those around them, and just generally to not interact. This can be very damaging for young children of narcissists, for example, who need their parents' attention, as well as for spouses and other people who have been isolated from others at the narcissist's instigation and have no real or meaningful interaction with anybody else. Bids for interaction or connection with the narcissist are often met with hostility and aggression because narcissists typically find even basic interactions with other people very stressful, and because they tend to resent any encroachment on their time and space by other people. Anything you ask them for is too much, and people are often viciously attacked and shamed just for doing that, just for asking the narcissist to spend time with them, or just for trying to initiate a conversation and have some interaction. After this happens enough times, people stop trying to interact with the narcissist, and many have long since stopped interacting with other people because it's not worth the problems. Shame can also have a lot to do with people isolating themselves from others as well. However it happens, people can find themselves left alone with a narcissist as their main or even only source of meaningful human interaction. Even in the best of times, the positive interaction with this type of person is often very limited. They just don't have much interest in other people. Talking to a narcissist is like talking to a person on TV who cannot see you or hear you. No matter what you say, they just continue on with their performance and saying their little lines and acting out their little role. It's the most frustrating, uninteresting thing in the entire world. Even if narcissists are interested in interacting, and even if they are inclined to behave appropriately during the interaction, it's still often very superficial, very one-sided, and can turn ugly very fast, making it impossible to ever enjoy it or to even relax. There's no trust here whatsoever, not even basic trust that this person will remain the same character or persona from one moment to the next. Nor should there be any trust in this regard, honestly, because there's absolutely no guarantee that that will happen. Any positive interaction with a narcissist is generally spoiled by that. More often, though, the general interaction with narcissists vacillates between vicious arguing and fighting or being completely ignored, especially as the relationship goes on. You can sit with a narcissist for hours, and if you don't talk, there may literally be not one word uttered. Even when you're ostensibly doing things together, interaction is often limited or non-existent. Unless you're arguing, of course, and even then, even the arguing may fade away to something that only happens occasionally, leaving people in situations where they are completely ignored, as if they're a piece of furniture. People sometimes say this is because narcissists are not worried about trying to impress people after they've already secured the relationship, and there is truth to that. But it's also because of what we've been saying here. They just don't have very much to offer. They're very, very limited. There's nothing really there for people who are not completely, totally brand new to the relationship or the situation. People who are not brand new to the relationship or to the situation have already seen all the razzle-dazzle. They've heard the sizzle. They've smelled the steak. Those things brought them into the restaurant. They sat down. They were told that the steak was available. They ordered it, and their order was accepted. Now they want to eat it. The problem is they can't eat it. They can't eat it because it doesn't exist. There is no steak. The sizzle and the smell that drew you in are the closest you are going to get. And when people start wanting to eat the steak, when they start wanting a real relationship from the narcissist, this is where everything falls apart. They can't give you the steak that they offered because there actually isn't one. So they either try to keep you around by promising that it's coming eventually, or they shame and attack you for wanting to eat it. Either way, you don't get it because it doesn't exist and it never did. They have nothing to give you. People sometimes interpret this sizzle and the smell to mean that there had to be a steak. There had to be a steak. I heard it. I smelled it. There has to be one, which means that the narcissist has the ability to produce, but they're just refusing. This is where the belief in the treasure trove and the attempts to convince the narcissist to share their emotional riches that we were just talking about earlier, that's where that comes from. This is false. The implied or perceived appearance of something does not translate into a reality of the thing. A mirage in the desert looks like water, but you can walk until you drop, and that water will never get any closer because it's not really there. It's a combination of factors creating an illusion that there is water, and this is enhanced by our own thirst. We believe, and often continue to believe, that there is a steak, in large part because we're hungry and we want there to be a steak, not because there's any real evidence that there ever was one. Narcissists are aware in their own way that they don't have anything to offer other people. Most of them don't seem to realize how limited they actually are, but they do seem to be aware that a real relationship is not going to work for them. Which doesn't matter anyway because they don't seem to really want one. They find actual intimacy threatening and scary, and the idea of reciprocity is not just frightening to narcissists, but it makes them angry. The idea that they should have to give anything in order to get something triggers an infantile entitlement, probably based in the fact that they don't actually have anything to give and they know that. If people are required to give in order to receive, then narcissists are essentially cut right out of that equation from the jump, which means they can't get anything. They tend to feel that this is unfair somehow, and it makes them angry to be required to do anything. They do, however, need other people in order to function, hence our metaphor about the sizzle and the smell of the steak. They need others to come around and stay around, at least for a little while, and the promise of the steak is how they achieve that. We can see this in the way that they will almost never actually admit that there is no steak, even though they very clearly know that. Instead, they pretend it's coming soon, as soon as you do this and wait for that and jump through this hoop and hop over that hurdle and climb this mountain and swim that river. Or they attack and shame and berate you for wanting to eat it, while at the same time insisting that they really were going to give it to you. At no time do they ever just give you the steak, and at no time do they ever just say there isn't one. They continue this fatal balancing act of pretending it exists and it's attainable, just either not right now or not for you personally. It's the same worn out magic trick over and over and over again. It doesn't take very long at all for this to get really old, and that's why it isn't nearly as effective on people who are not new to the situation. Narcissistic personalities are aware of that to a degree. They can see that it's not as effective any longer. That's why they stopped bothering. There was never anything to give you in the first place, and you are no longer satisfied with just promises that the aroma and the sound are going to lead you somewhere, so why waste any effort on you when you have already learned that you're never going to get to eat? If you're dealing with a boring narcissist who suddenly becomes the life of the party or the kindest person in the world or the most helpful elf in the room around other people, try to look past your initial emotional reaction to this and see what there really is to see. You've already heard all of these stories. You've already seen the depth of their, quote, kindness. You already know what strings are attached to their, quote, help. You've seen what this person really has to offer, and the truth is, it's not very much at all. The people they're currently performing for don't know that yet, but you do. Don't let it bother you. It's not worth it because in the end, it's always the same. The traveling circus eventually folds up its tents and moves on, and this sad one-dimensional clown is left behind, waiting for another circus so they can suit up and begin their act again. Same paint, same act, same result every single time. Don't take their failure to try to perform for you anymore as meaning anything about you. It doesn't. It means their worn-out bag of tricks has been exhausted and they can't adapt to that, so they just try to ignore it. Take it as evidence of their inability to actually engage with anybody on even a basic, genuine level, because that's what it is. At the bottom of it, narcissists are all sizzle and no steak. If you're in the situation where this person has become your main or only means of interacting with other humans, there's no other way to say it. This needs to be changed immediately. Humans do not do well in this kind of environment at all. It can cause extreme stress reactions in people. This kind of boredom is oppressive and even dangerous. Find things you can do that interest you, people to talk to. Even just small talk and surface banter can help. Find a therapist, a group, an online community. Go to the park. Reconnect with family members or friends if you can do that. Do something. Don't let this person shrink your world down to just them because you will be in it alone. Their world doesn't include you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via Messenger, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars multiple times throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication. You can find them on Amazon and littleshaman.org if you would like to get a copy. And if you would like to join our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about trying to be the, quote, good guy in relationships with narcissists. This is something most people deal with when interacting with narcissists, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the most damaging, hurtful things about dealing with narcissists is the constant casting of you into the role of the villain. Whether you're evil or wrong or stupid or inept or some other negative attribute, when dealing with narcissists, everyone is eventually cast into the villain position in the narcissist story. This happens for a few reasons. Chief among these is that due to the deficits and issues with arrested development that underpin the pathologically narcissistic personality, narcissists tend to operate along basic, simple, and binary narratives. Good guy, bad guy is about the simplest, most basic, and most binary narrative that there is. It's one of the oldest stories around. Good versus bad, light versus dark, righteous versus evil, this kind of thing. Like kids playing cops and robbers, this is very easy to understand and it's very easy to execute. It's literally just, I'm good and you're bad. Narcissists have extreme difficulty with nuance and understanding shades of gray. They tend to see things as very black and white. So, internalizing the reality of more complex dynamics and understanding these is often beyond their capabilities. It really is. Indeed, they may even become frustrated or angry with attempts to inject nuance and complexity into dynamics and understanding, claiming that to do that is to make things complicated and confusing. For them, it probably does. Like very young children, adult narcissists have serious issues with whole object relations, meaning they have immense difficulty with combining contradictory characteristics into a cohesive, integrated image of one object. In other words, they can't really understand that a person has both positive and negative qualities or attributes. For narcissists, if you're good, you're all good. And if you're bad, you're all bad. This is why their negative images and characterizations of other people are more like children's cartoon villain caricatures than they are like real people. And this appears to be very sincere. These extreme polarizations are how they understand human beings, including themselves, which is why generally they must always be the good guy. Their conception of a bad guy is very, very bad indeed, and there's no in between. You cannot be both bad and good. You're one or the other. Their definition of good is angelically good. Their definition of bad is very, very bad. Absurdly, delusionally bad. Like Snidely Whiplash tying a helpless maiden to the railroad tracks, bad. Who would want to be that guy? Another reason narcissists cast virtually everyone into the villain role eventually is that because narcissists see things in such binary terms, there has to be a good guy and a bad guy. This isn't just a simple, convenient narrative, it's legitimately how they see things. As we just discussed, the bad guy cannot be the narcissist. That just can't be. That is intolerable. So it has to be you or whoever else is around enough to be able to be blamed. If you've not been the villain yet, guaranteed somebody else is, and if that person disappears or ends up in a position where they have less influence or presence in the narcissist's life and you have more, you will very likely become the villain instead. As an example, let's say you met the narcissist in your life while they were going through a divorce. Their ex partner is the big bad boogeyman. They are the villain, evil, manipulative, scheming, a cheater, a thief. They would probably kill the narcissist if they could get away with it. That is how bad they are. For your part, you are a de facto good guy here. Not the good guy. The narcissist is the good guy, but you are a good guy because you are solidly on the narcissist's side. However, as time goes on and the ex has become less and less of a factor in the narcissist's life, the villain role will begin to shift. Why? Because it has to. The lack of a clear bad guy to blame and project onto, to compare themselves with, creates a vacuum in the narcissist's life, and that cannot be tolerated. Remember, narcissists exist only in the reflections from other people, only in contrast or by comparison to others. And remember further that they must project and blame their own insecurities, failures, and shortcomings onto other people. Therefore, there has to be a bad guy, and it has to be somebody who has a large enough presence in the narcissist's life to matter. How can you blame everything on someone who isn't even there to do anything? A big part of the role that other people play in a narcissist's life is as the person to blame things on. A good guy isn't a good guy unless and until he is compared to a bad guy. Due to the pervasive lack of a stable, cohesive self-image or identity, in order for the narcissist to consistently see and experience themselves as a good and worthy, valid person, they need a bad guy. The one who spoils everything, the one who sabotages and destroys all the stuff the narcissist is trying to do, the one who forced the narcissist to do any of the negative or, quote, bad things they might have to admit that they did, the one they can compare themselves to and see that they are good and worthy and better. A villain, essentially. This is a large part of how it works out that narcissists so often mistreat the people closest to them. By necessity, the villain generally has to be a person who is very close to the narcissist because, again, how can you blame a person for everything if they're not there? How can you develop a self-image so that you can consistently experience yourself as real through constant comparisons to another person if that person is not around literally all the time? Narcissists who cannot do this face a legitimate crisis as they don't have a stable identity, and without a stable identity, a personality can't really function. That's why the result of taking these constant reflections away from narcissists is collapse. The personality essentially collapses in on itself because there's no foundation, no identity there to hold it up. This is what narcissistic supply does, what it's actually supplying. It supplies the narcissist with a self-image and an identity that they can experience as real. They need this because they don't actually have one that exists independently. Just as the phrase narcissistic abuse refers to the type of abuse being perpetrated, not the type of perpetrator, narcissistic supply refers to what is being supplied, not who is receiving. Narcissistic abuse is abuse that targets a person's ego directly, their literal sense of self. Narcissistic supply is the same. It involves the person's ego, their sense of self, directly. The word narcissistic in this context is not referring to the actor directly, but the mechanism targeted or otherwise involved, which is the sense of self. This is why trying to be the, quote, good guy in these situations is pointless. If we look at the situation through the reality of these lenses, we realize how pointless it really is. This person's need for you to be the bad guy or the villain or the liar or the saboteur or whatever other negative thing goes beyond this interaction or this entanglement, and even you as a person, far beyond. In fact, you yourself are not really part of the equation in any real way because you yourself are not really real in the equation. There is an Aesop's fable called The Wolf and the Lamb. And in this fable, the wolf wants to eat the lamb, so he tries to come up with things that the lamb has done wrong in order to justify killing the lamb. The lamb is able to prove that these things couldn't be possible, and so in the end, the wolf simply states that he's sure the lamb is culpable of something somehow and eats the lamb anyway. The moral of the story is that a tyrant will always find a pretext for his tyranny. Therefore, it's useless for the innocent to try to reason with a tyrant because they are intent on being unjust. In this fable and in others like it, this sound and just reasoning offered by the accused is rejected by the oppressor because it doesn't really matter. The oppressor is going to do what they're going to do anyway. The justifications that they are creating through accusing the victim of quote unquote crimes that they deserve to be punished for is really just a game the oppressor is playing with themselves, or perhaps playing for the benefit of some audience somewhere, because nothing the victim can do or say will change what's going to happen. Doesn't matter. As the Russian saying distilled from these kinds of fables states, my need of food is guilt enough of yours. In other words, the fact that they need this to happen is all the reason that's necessary. For narcissists, their need to maintain a positive self-image requires them to cast you as the bad guy because this is the only way they can be the good guy. How can they be a good guy winner if there's no bad guy loser? These binaries can only exist in direct comparison to each other. Otherwise, you're just a guy, and that's not an identity. Their motivation is not about truth or fairness or facts or logic. It's about needing you to be something because through this identification of you, through your now identity, then they can be something too. You can't reason your way out of this, and your actual innocence or guilt don't matter in this situation at all. They need you to be bad, so you are. And however we get there, just semantics. But there's another reason to stop trying to be a good guy here. Not only is it pointless, it's dangerous. Due to the narcissist binary thinking, when you're saying that you're not a bad guy, you are saying that the narcissist is a bad guy. Remember, there has to be a bad guy and a good guy, and narcissists only exist in comparison and contrast to others, which means that if you're not the bad guy, they are. Even if you're not saying that, it doesn't matter. This is where the narcissist's distorted thinking and lack of nuance becomes especially problematic. Your attempts to explain, clarify, or advocate for yourself are inevitably interpreted as attacks, which then justify the narcissist's retaliatory actions in their own mind. It's a vicious, self-reinforcing cycle that you simply cannot win, and you're not going to be able to get out of it. Your reasonable, logical attempts to defend yourself are taken as acts of aggression against the narcissist, which are used as justification for any retaliation that they choose. In a Persian telling of the theme that we've been exploring called The Hawk and the Partridge, the hawk accuses the partridge of taking up all the shade so that the hawk has to sit in the sun. When the partridge points out that it's actually nighttime and therefore they have done nothing wrong, the hawk kills the partridge for contradicting him. The partridge understandably attempts to reason with the hawk, providing context and advocating for itself. The hawk immediately perceives this as an attack and responds with violence, killing the partridge. Once again, the end result was inescapable, it's inevitable. Nothing the partridge did or said was going to change that. You deserve to be punished for this crime, so I'm going to kill you for that. Oh, you didn't commit the crime? How dare you tell me I'm wrong? I'm going to kill you for that. This fable perfectly encapsulates the dynamic that we're discussing here. The narcissist's inability to tolerate any questioning or contradicting of their self-assigned, quote, good guy status. The victim's efforts to explain or clarify are inevitably seen as acts of aggression, trapping them in an inescapable cycle of accusation and retaliation. The more you try to defend yourself or provide context or explain what happens, the more it appears to the narcissist that you're trying to convince them that they're the bad guy. It doesn't matter that this is illogical and ridiculous. It doesn't matter that this is absurd and crazy. It doesn't matter that it's delusional and unreasonable. It doesn't matter. My need of food is guilt enough of yours. That is what matters. In a practical sense, trying to be the good guy in these situations actually plays right into a narcissist's hands. A large part of the manipulation in these situations is centered around the narcissist claiming that the victim is a bad person or not good enough somehow, causing the victim to try ever harder to be a good person who is good enough. The reality is they already are. Most people already know that. They want the narcissist to see this too and agree with it to validate it, right? Who doesn't want that? The way the narcissist presents things, it seems like it would be possible to prove that to them. The constant criticism and character attacks from the narcissist often boil down to the same thing over and over again. Be better. And people do try. However, as we've been discussing, this is not possible. You can't raise your own estimation in the eyes of a narcissist because this will automatically lower their own estimation of themselves by default. Again, yes, this is illogical and ridiculous. It doesn't matter. That's how it is. It's a zero-sum game where any advancement or rising up of one party results in the automatic, immediate setback and lowering of the position of the other. Because of this, the narcissist's constant harangue that the victim needs to do better and be a better person is a red herring because the victim cannot actually be allowed to do that and because it's not based in reality anyway. It's just them trying to make themselves feel and look better. It's a no-win situation, the same one presented to the poor partridge in the fable that we were talking about earlier. If people don't defend themselves, they'll be labeled as bad and punished. But if people do defend themselves, they will also be labeled as bad and punished. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So since you can't change the narcissist's mind, and you cannot, then you have to change the way that you look at it. Stop trying to be the good guy. Stop trying to do things to prove to this person that you are who you say you are. Stop investing so much in their image of you. It's not real. And the very fact that it is so wrong proves that you can't correct it. Because if reality meant anything to this person at all, if facts meant anything to this person at all, it wouldn't be so wrong. This needs to be understood because it's really, really important. The very fact that the narcissist has such a wrong image of you at all is evidence that this wrong image cannot be corrected by proof or reality. If it could, the narcissist would not have such a wrong image of you in the first place because it's not based on proof or evidence or reality in any way. Investing in this false image of yourself, even to try to correct it, is succumbing to the narcissist's manipulations. It's validating this. It's operating along their lines. They define themselves through defining you. If you interact with this false image, even to try to correct it, you are validating it and thereby automatically validating the narcissist's false image of themselves too. Not even just for them, by the way, but for you too. You're investing importance in it that it does not deserve. You're making it matter when it doesn't. You're giving life to a ghost, in other words. It's literally a made-up fantasy. Allowing that to dominate your thoughts, to define you for yourself, to define this other person, in spite of all the evidence that you see of how they really are, allowing this to direct your choices and your behavior is a completely understandable but ultimately very large mistake. When you invest in these false images, particularly the one of yourself, when you allow the narcissist fantasy to have power over you, when you let it influence or even dictate your behavior and your choices because you are so determined to be seen as the good guy that you know you are, the person you are actually destroying your own ability to advocate for or defend yourself in any way. Because this requires you to take all of their quote unquote feedback as truth, as honest, and attempt to modify yourself in order to fit into that. The end result of this is that you allow the narcissist to control every single thing about the interaction, about the relationship, including how you see yourself. This is a massive, massive mistake. This person does not see you as you actually are. Their perceptions often have zero connection to the truth or to reality at all. They are based on the narcissist's needs, projections, and emotions. These things may have absolutely nothing to do with you or anything that you are doing or not doing, which means that you can't address them by addressing your behavior or by walking on eggshells, trying to prevent the narcissist from being hurt, insulted, offended, or otherwise reacting negatively because they're not actually reacting to what's objectively happening. They just think they are. It works like this. You say or do something, whatever it is, doesn't matter. The narcissistic personality interprets the thing that you said or you did to mean something it may or may not mean and has an emotional reaction to how that interpretation makes them feel. They react to their emotional response with behavior such as doing or saying something or not doing or not saying something. They believe that how they feel about what they think happened is an accurate reflection of objective reality. For example, I was offended because you're being offensive. I was hurt because you're being hurtful. You're trying to hurt me, etc., etc. Because of that, they blame the entire thing on you, and they believe the problem is what or how or when or whatever that you are doing and saying things. The fact that the narcissist's interpretation and subsequent emotional reaction to that interpretation could be wrong or is being influenced by other things does not occur to them, and it makes no sense at all to them if it's pointed out. As they see it, what you said made them have the reactions that they had, therefore, that's the problem. Therefore, you are the problem. Period. That's the narrative. You're the problem. And it isn't enough for those people around the narcissist to conform to this narrative, their alternate interpretations of reality. The people around them also have to believe it. They have to be it. If they don't, then the narcissist can't become what they're trying to become by comparison and experience as real through the reflections of themselves from the other person. In other words, it's not enough for the victim to just accept that the narcissist sees them as the bad guy. The victim has to believe themselves to be the bad guy too. That's the only way the narcissist can truly see themselves as the good guy in the equation. Remember, they can only see and experience themselves through the eyes of other people, which means that essentially they only exist in these reflections from other people. It's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. This is why just conforming to the narrative is not enough, as you have probably noticed. A performance of bad acting doesn't convince anybody. It has to be real to be real. It's very similar to a child with a doll. The child may be very attached to the doll, but the doll is only whatever the child makes it. It does, says, thinks, feels, whatever that the child dictates. For example, the child can believe that she's a mommy when playing with her doll because the dolly is the baby, and it's only capable of embodying whatever understanding the child has of mommies and babies. It's a perfect reflection to the child of their fantasy image of themselves. If the doll behaved in a way that did not conform to the child's understanding of this, for example, if the doll jumped up and started smoking cigarettes and talking about how it wants to go to the club, the image would be completely ruined. It would be totally spoiled. The doll then is not viewed as just a prop, even though it absolutely is one. It is the mirror that provides the proper reflection of the child's fantasy image back to them. It's a vessel that reflects the child's own internal understanding, fantasies, and self-image. I'm the mommy because I'm taking care of the baby. The child does not see the doll as a mere object, but as an extension of their own psychological and emotional needs. The doll becomes the medium through which the child can project and realize, meaning to make real, their desires, fears, and understandings about the world. It is not a superficial interaction with an object, in other words, but a deeply meaningful one in which the doll takes on strong symbolic significance. The doll is not just a plaything, but a reflection of the child's innermost self and therefore an integral part of the interaction, even though the doll is not understood as an entity that is separate from the child. Similarly, narcissists do not view the people around them as independent, autonomous individuals, but as psychological mirrors, as reflections that validate the narcissist's own distorted self-image via either comparison or contrast. The victim becomes a mirror, a vessel that exists to ultimately validate and affirm the narcissist's unstable sense of self back to them. Others are absolutely an integral part of the interaction, but not because they are seen as autonomous and independent individuals. It's because of the emotional and psychological weight that the narcissist places on these interactions. The people are props, yes, but not just props at all. Rather, they are vessels for realizing deeply personal, highly charged projections and fantasies about the narcissist. This further highlights the lack of empathy that characterizes a narcissist's interactions with other people. Just as a child cannot fully recognize the doll as a separate entity, a narcissist is incapable of truly seeing the other people around them as independent and separate individuals. This is why they don't understand the victim's suffering. The same way that a child will claim that they love a doll, but also leave the doll laying out in the mud for days. There's no understanding of a separate entity here at all. That is why what happens in relationships with narcissists happens. They're not so much trying to usurp or undermine your identity as much as they are essentially unaware in any real way that you actually have one. Just as it is with a child and a doll, the other people around narcissists are seen as extensions of the narcissists themselves. Dolls are idealized and in many ways stereotypical representations of human beings. Children play with dolls as a way of trying to make sense out of the world and the people around them in a way that's within their capacity. A doll is a blank canvas onto which the child can project their own fantasies, desires, interpretations, understanding of human behavior and relationships. In this exact same way, the narcissist views the people in their life as extensions of themselves, vessels to be filled with whatever roles or identities that the narcissist requires. In the same way that a child assigns specific personalities, emotions, and motivations to their dolls, the narcissist assigns these same things to the people around them based on their own needs, their own understanding, their own perceptions. The victim becomes a character in the narcissist's psychological drama, expected to play the part that the narcissist has chosen for them rather than being recognized as a distinct, autonomous individual. There's no escaping this role. For this and all the other reasons that we've discussed here today, there's simply no way for you to overcome this dynamic. There isn't really a way for the narcissist to overcome it either. Regardless of your intentions, of your actions, it plays out the same. This is the level of their capability. Ultimately, you will become caught in a catch-22 from which there's no escape. If you agree and accept the narcissist's characterizations of you and your actions, you're punished because you're admitting that you're a bad guy. If you do not agree with it, if you defend against it, you are also punished because you're denying that you're a bad guy and you're saying the narcissist is a bad guy. There's no room for the possibility that you might not actually be a bad guy. And this is because there's no room for the possibility that the narcissist is not the good guy. The mommy can't be the mommy if the baby's not the baby. Therefore, you are the bad guy whether you agree with that or not. And whether it's even true or not, doesn't matter. I want to be the mommy, therefore you're the baby, period. Allowing these delusional characterizations of yourself to carry any weight with you only makes it so that you can't defend yourself, because defending yourself automatically makes you the bad guy. So does not defending yourself, by the way, but at least defending yourself allows you to say, at least to yourself, that you reject these false images and characterizations of who you are as a person. The worst thing for a victim in this situation is to allow these delusional characterizations to get any foothold in your mind. Your relationship with the narcissist is not going to change either way. It will be just as abusive and one-sided as it ever was, but your relationship with yourself will be very damaged, perhaps irreparably. And that relationship is much more important than the one that you fantasize you're having with any narcissist, because the fantasy is all it is. So in conclusion, stop trying to convince people that you're a good guy in these situations. It doesn't work in a lot of cases, but even more importantly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you try to conform to a narcissist's standards or influence their opinion of you. It doesn't matter if other people don't understand why you've ended the relationship or why you go no contact. It doesn't matter if they have opinions of you that you don't agree with. It doesn't matter. These things are not more important than your well-being. Even just saying that out loud sounds crazy. So we're going to say it again. Other people's opinion of you are not more important than your own well-being. And allowing them to interfere with your choices regarding your well-being is really, really unhealthy and toxic. If someone is willing to sacrifice their well-being just so that other people don't think they're the bad guy, or if their well-being is tied to or even dependent upon needing other people to see them a certain way, that needs to be explored, because this mindset is extremely unhealthy and it generally causes serious, serious issues and hurt for people. There's no reason to judge yourself for this. If that sounds familiar to you, it's a big club and there are a lot of people in it. It's also unfair and counterproductive. Healing is about learning what works and what doesn't work for you, then using that knowledge to implement strategies so that more things can work. Understanding why we make the choices that we make and what we're actually trying to get out of any given situation is a great place to start. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you'd like to see what we're offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have a few books out for publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely common to hear when talking about narcissists and the dynamics of narcissistic relationships, and that is that narcissists can read other people, that they can read other people's emotional states. We hear this all the time. It is often cited as the reason that narcissists can be so successful at manipulation, for example. The idea is that narcissists are able to accurately read and interpret the emotions of other people, that they can understand these and therefore use them against others for their own gain. It's understandable that people believe this is the case. At first glance, narcissists appear to be able to home in on people's weaknesses with almost supernatural precision. However, it's also true that narcissists generally have a pretty severe empathy deficit, and that causes some issues with the idea that they can read or understand the emotions of other people. Empathy is the understanding of the reality of other people's emotions and the ability to understand how these emotions impact other people, how they make others feel. If narcissists have no empathy, then by definition, they cannot read, understand, or interpret the emotional states of other people accurately. That's what empathy is. If they don't have it, then they can't do that. Some people have floated the concept of cold empathy as pertaining to narcissists, which is the logical understanding and interpretation of emotional states minus the emotional warmth, but that doesn't necessarily ring true either, considering the enormous amount of projection that narcissists are engaging in all the time. Empathy, either warm or cold, is the opposite of projection. When we are engaging in empathy, we see how the other person feels. When we are engaging in projection, we see how we feel. The fact that pathologically narcissistic people are so wrong so often about what they claim other people are feeling speaks more to projection than anything else, as does the fact that the emotions they believe they are, quote, reading or, quote, feeling from other people are almost always negative and almost always about them. People sometimes cite the times that the narcissist was quote-unquote right about their feelings as proof that narcissists can read other people, but this very often seems to fall into the category of even a broken clock is right twice a day. That means that sometimes it's just a coincidence. If you constantly expect a thing to happen, eventually it will happen and then you will be quote-unquote right. If every time a car comes onto the street you say, it's red, then eventually you're going to be right. This isn't proof that you knew the color of the car. It's just proof that if you guess the same thing over and over again, once in a while you're going to be correct. If the narcissist in your life constantly accuses you of being angry at them or feeling negatively toward them, just based on the law of averages, sometimes that's going to be true, especially if they're constantly provoking you and accusing you. This doesn't mean that they were reading you accurately. They are generally wrong much more often. A broken clock is right twice a day, yes, but it's wrong every other time. It's kind of like with a phony psychic. People want to believe in the psychic so much that they only remember or place any importance on the things that sounded right, and they dismiss or forget about all the other stuff that was actually incorrect. What appears to actually be happening is that rather than reading and understanding other people's emotional states, narcissists are observing people's reactions and projecting meaning onto them that lines up with what the narcissist is expecting, what they're afraid of, or what they already perceive to be true. It is completely self-referential and has nothing to do with the other person at all. This is perhaps where the idea of cold empathy came from in this context because, yes, narcissists are very much studying your reactions. Since they lack empathy, they have no other way to gauge what any of the things that you're saying or doing mean. In fact, they can focus so much on trying to interpret nonverbal cues that they actually miss what's being said. That happens all the time. The problem with the concept of cold empathy here is that narcissists generally cannot read or interpret these reactions very well at all. And due to the level of projection that they're engaging in, they appear to only interpret things through the lens of what they themselves are thinking and feeling anyway, without consideration for any other factor at all. Engaging with empathy, even cold empathy, would result in more accurate readings. The reality is, anyone who has engaged with narcissists will tell you that many of them are wrong about how they perceive others to be feeling an overwhelming majority of the time. They cannot read facial expressions accurately, they cannot read body language accurately, they cannot read tone accurately, they simply cannot read other people. They watch reactions and they interpret these through their own emotional and self-referential lenses, and they tend to believe that they are far more accurate regarding this than they really are, resulting in what can be almost constant misunderstandings or misinterpretations and extreme resistance on the narcissist's part to being corrected about that. It is much, much more common for them to assume the other person is lying about or doesn't know their own feelings and motivations than it is for them to even consider the possibility that they themselves could be wrong. Not surprisingly, this leads to continuous conflict, and it also results in reinforcing gaslighting because people believe the narcissist can read them, so they assume there's something wrong with the way that they are presenting or expressing themselves. They change their tone, their expression, their timing, their words, and everything else they can because they're taking the narcissist's feedback seriously. The truth is, though, that even if the feedback from narcissists were sincere, which is a rather large assumption on its own, a narcissist cannot really read other people accurately at all, and their interpretation of things is based on projection of their own emotions, fears, and insecurities. Very little, if anything, else. Their perspective lens is entirely self-referential, entirely. So how do they become so versed in manipulation if they can't actually read or understand other people's emotions accurately? Practice, for one. Mimicry, for another. The fact that the type of manipulation narcissists engage in most often is the very basic emotional manipulation that even little kids know how to engage in. But more than any of these things is the fact that you don't need to understand how something works to do it. People prove that every day when they drive cars. Narcissists don't need to understand people's emotions to use them. Children can be very manipulative in the same kinds of ways, and they don't understand how it works either. Not only are children actual children with a child's limited experience and understanding of things, but empathy is a function of emotional maturity. That is why adults often look back on their behavior even in high school and feel bad for the way that they treated other people. The full impact of their actions often does not become clear to them until years later when they're more emotionally mature. We assume that narcissists understand what we understand because they're adults, but this actually appears to be largely projection on our part. There really is no evidence that implies any understanding on their part at all, other than our assumption that there must be some. We forget that their brains have attempted to compensate for these deficits in ways that mimic normal functioning as much as possible, such as observing reactions in place of empathy and enmeshment in place of bonding. We forget, or we're not aware, of how much they engage in mimicry and in imitation, often without ever understanding why they are doing the things that they're doing, because their only real goal is to give the right response and keep up the charade that they're not having the enormous amount of difficulty that they're actually having, that they're the same as everybody else. It's kind of like toddlers imitating their parents. They pretend to sweep the floor with their little broom, or they cook and wash the dishes with their little play kitchen and stuff like that. They don't understand what they're doing or why. They're simply doing what they have seen grown-ups do with those things. This is very similar to how narcissists engage with the world, especially regarding emotional situations. They do what they have seen other people do in similar situations, or what they have learned works. This is why their responses are often offbeat or inappropriate. They don't appear able to truly read and understand emotional states to innately respond the way that people with empathy do. So as a result of that, they often miss the mark or get it wrong. To understand this better, think about how you process things when you're talking to somebody just in a regular conversation. Odds are you're not spending all of your time frantically trying to read their expressions and interpret their body language to look for cues, or racking your brain for what the right response is to whatever they're saying so that you can seem like you understand and you're just like everybody else. You're just talking. And because you have empathy, all of that is happening automatically for you and transmitting information to your brain without you even realizing it. You are able to rely on your perceptions in this area to the point that you don't even need to pay any conscious attention to them. It's just happening for you automatically. For people who don't have empathy, this does not happen. They have to often consciously and intentionally attempt to translate what they're hearing and seeing into some kind of understanding of what's being said and how the other person feels. For people with empathy deficits who are also narcissists in particular, they struggle enormously with what's called mentalization, which is the understanding of the mental states of the self and other people, a process that helps us understand the motivations behind the behavior of ourselves and others. For example, if your child is being unusually quiet at the dinner table, and this is a behavior that is different, you might think about what mental or emotional states could be behind this behavior and what factors might have caused that. For example, you might consider if they had a bad day at school and they feel sad about that, or if they were up too late the night before and now they're tired. You might consider that they're mad at you because you said that they couldn't go to the sleepover on Friday. You can use the skill of mentalization plus your empathy to try to understand your child's behavior. And then whenever you talk to them and ask them what's wrong, if they decide to tell you, you can use the skill of mentalization and your empathy to have that conversation and really be able to understand what they're telling you and where they're coming from. Narcissists cannot do these things. They instead try to consciously translate what they're seeing and hearing and are projecting onto and reading into these things as well, which means that not only are they attempting to translate and interpret something that they really have no understanding of at all in the first place, they are superimposing their own fears, traits, feelings, insecurities, and whatever else on top of that. And because their perspective is almost entirely self-referential, they assume by default that everything is about them. This means their chances of legitimately reading another person accurately are actually almost zero. That's important because it really brings home the futility of trying to communicate with a narcissist. They just really cannot understand you or how you feel. In some ways, you're like an alien to them, same as they are to you. It seems hard to believe for many people because anybody who's ever spent time with a pathologically narcissistic person will tell you narcissists have feelings. They have emotions. How is it then that they do not understand the reality of the emotions of other people? But that's how lack of empathy works. That's what lack of empathy is. Many people think lack of empathy is caused by a lack of emotions, but narcissists and many other people with empathy deficits have their own emotions. The thing is, having emotions does not equate to understanding emotions. Narcissists generally don't understand or connect with their own emotions either. Asking them questions about their emotions or attempting to try to talk about these things often just goes nowhere. They may react with distress, hostility, indifference, or confusion. If you do get a response, it's often one that doesn't really answer the question at all, amounting to some version of, I don't know. Conversely, if asked how they feel, they may respond with what they did, what they thought, or they might report a physical reaction such as, my stomach was hurting, or I got a headache, or my chest tightened up. In other words, again, no answer. They cannot answer about emotions. Very, very often this happens all the time. Narcissists often struggle with even admitting to feeling emotions as well, especially those that are perceived to be negative, like anger. They might deny that they're feeling an emotion outright, despite it being very obvious, or they may project these things onto other people. I'm not angry, you are. And you're like, then why are you screaming? There is every possibility that many narcissists are not really able to recognize, connect with, or even name their own emotions. This is very much like a child. Even those who may seem able to superficially discuss or engage with their own emotions often flounder when it comes to any real discussion about them. It makes sense then that this person would not be able to recognize or connect with the emotions of other people or understand the emotional experiences of people around them. We take a lot for granted when dealing with other adults. We assume that they're like us, that they feel like us, that they know what we know, that they can do what we can do. The reality is, it's just not always true at all. And even if someone appears to have the same capabilities or know the same things or whatever, we still should not automatically assume that that's true or ever disregard evidence to the contrary because we don't understand it or we find it hard to believe. It may be hard to believe that pathologically narcissistic people cannot understand or connect with emotions in themselves or in other people, for example, especially considering that manipulating people's emotions is their stock and trade. But through dealing with them, the evidence of this just becomes too overwhelming to deny. It's just one more paradoxical component of this entire paradoxical situation. To illustrate how it can be that a person can use something without knowing how it works, we can use an analogy that we've used before on this channel, the remote control. When you use a remote control, you probably don't know how it works. You know that pushing this button causes this action or that reaction to happen in the device that the remote is paired with, but how or why pushing that button causes that action or reaction is probably something that you don't know. And you actually don't need to know how it works to use it. You just need to know which button to push. That is how so many narcissists use emotional manipulations. They can engage in emotional manipulation without understanding or even recognizing the underlying emotions or other mechanics involved. They've learned which buttons to push based on observation and experience. This allows them to achieve desired outcomes without any real emotional insight or understanding at all. Again, it's just knowing which buttons to push. They're following a learned pattern. We can see evidence of this in the way that they can't seem to make any significant adaptations to their manipulative structure or pattern based on the situation or people involved. With remarkably few variations, they essentially try the same thing on everybody, and if it doesn't work, they either try harder or they move on. They don't, for example, try something different. If they really had any understanding of emotions and how these manipulations work, they would be able to do that. They would be able to adapt and tailor these things to specific people or to situations, but they don't do that. They just do the same thing over and over again until it works on somebody. Their assumed roles or personas are generally pretty consistent too. Narcissists who manipulate by presenting themselves as a victim, for example, don't usually deviate from this too much, regardless of who they're dealing with or what the situation is. This is what results in these absurd situations where someone who has very obviously harmed other people tries to swap the narrative over to how they are the actual victim, how they have been so wronged and mistreated. We see abusers and murderers, for example, do this all the time. It is blatant evidence of a lack of empathy. Someone with even basic empathy, understanding of emotions, and the ability to read other people would realize that trying to advance this narrative in this situation is not only inappropriate and harmful to other people, but it would make them look bad. Narcissists don't see that because they cannot read other people. Even in situations where narcissists appear to be switching roles based on who they're dealing with, what we often find is that these are just stereotypical generic offshoots of the master role, and they all lead back to the same basic learned pattern of behavior. There seems to be no real ability to adapt this basic pattern and very few variations to it. The hero is always the hero. The victim is always the victim. The martyr is always the martyr. If someone does not buy into these manipulations, the narcissist generally does not try to do something different, something that would resonate with that particular person or in that particular situation more. They just try the same thing on a different person or in a different situation. Even when they appear to be changing manipulation tactics, we find that these are just variations on a theme, and the underlying premise always remains the same. We can see this clearly in aging narcissists who are no longer able to utilize the same manipulative patterns that they used when they were young, but they're unable to adapt to their new reality with more appropriate or relevant manipulations. The 80-year-old tough guy is still trying to intimidate people even though he's frail and in ill health and is not intimidating. The 70-year-old beauty queen is still trying to seduce people even though she's not even a shadow of her former self. These things no longer work, but they are still used because this is all this person knows how to do. And again, this is an example of narcissists being unable to read people or to adapt, because if they could, they would realize by people's reactions that these things come across as desperate or even grotesque and do something different, something more appropriate to their current circumstances. But they don't, because they're acting according to learned behaviors and patterns, not any innate ability to read and interpret other people or to even understand the reality of the situation or other people or themselves. For them to just keep on with the same old things that don't work anymore, or perhaps never worked as well as the narcissist thought they did, is proof of how disconnected this person is from just literally everything: reality, themselves, the situation, the other people. This is important because, as we touched on earlier, the idea that narcissists are somehow accurately reading other people and offering sincere feedback actually reinforces gaslighting. It sets the narcissist up as a reasonable voice in the discourse, as a source of rational feedback that should be taken seriously, whose words should be given weight and importance, and this is dangerous. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are what can be referred to as unreliable narrators. In literature, an unreliable narrator is what is called when the person telling the story cannot be relied upon as factual. We usually see this in stories that are told from the first-person point of view, and in these situations, the narrator's interpretations and recitations of events are colored by their own emotions or beliefs, leading the reader to doubt whether the narrator is perceiving and relating events accurately. A good example of this in literature is American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellis. The reader is never sure whether the graphic violence described in the book is real or not, or whether any of the events are happening in the way that the narrator is actually relating them. Some examples of this phenomenon in film are The Usual Suspects with Kevin Spacey and Fallen with Denzel Washington. Some other examples are Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro and Forrest Gump with Tom Hanks, Fight Club. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe features an unreliable narrator as well. In each of these stories, the person telling the story is not trustworthy for some reason or has had their credibility compromised somehow, and therefore they cannot be completely relied upon regarding the narration of events. This is the same with pathologically narcissistic people, except that they are unreliable narrators in real life. Their perception is clouded and self-referential. Their motives are self-serving and often hidden. They do not see reality. They do not see you. They cannot read you. Worse, this person's whole goal is to create and uphold their own narrative. That's it. Everything they do and say is toward that end, whether intentionally or otherwise, whether it hurts other people or not. It's not to get along better or improve relationships. It's not to offer honest feedback in order to help you. It's not to resolve anything or to understand things better. It is for that one reason and that reason only. For these reasons, the feedback and criticisms of narcissists cannot be accepted at face value if it's accepted at all. These things are poison. Poison is something that is capable of causing illness and even death if it's ingested or absorbed. To give these things any weight or importance at all is to allow somebody to poison your own mind against you. Don't do it. Leave the nonsense where it belongs. It's difficult to do that when we care about somebody, but the hard truth is that if you cannot deal with this person without understanding that their perception of you, themselves, just basic reality is totally compromised and should essentially be completely ignored, if you are going to take what they say about you seriously and allow it to get into your head, trying to have a relationship with a narcissist or even just being around one could destroy you. You will be swallowed up in their single-minded pursuit of identity and importance. It is a common theme that narcissists can read and interpret other people so masterfully. Many narcissists claim this themselves, in fact, which might very well be where that narrative came from. They certainly do try, but again, they tend to believe they are much better at this than they actually are, which we can see not only from our own experiences with them, but also from the results of studies that consistently demonstrate the same thing over and over again. People with high levels of narcissism cannot read or interpret the emotions, facial expressions, or body language of other people accurately. This leads to massive misinterpretations and misunderstandings on their part. This is made worse by the fact that many narcissists not only engage in projection along with this, but they mistake projection for empathy, believing themselves to be seeing and feeling the emotions of other people when in fact these things belong to them and are just reflections of their own emotions, fears, traits, insecurities. Because they are sure that they are feeling other people's feelings, they cannot be convinced that they're wrong. They can feel it, therefore it's true. People often ask how narcissists are so good at love bombing or hurting other people if they can't read people, if they can't read their emotions. But if you've been educating yourself on pathological narcissism, then you should know that they all say and do mostly the same things, regardless of the people they're interacting with, the type of relationship it is, or any specific circumstances. Why? Because good or bad, these are all things that will impact and affect just about everybody on some level. Humans have near universal vulnerabilities and insecurities, and narcissists target those. There's no reading of individuals or emotional insight required at all. It's just targeting the ego's need for validation and to feel special. Every person is vulnerable to that. Now, this can be hurtful for people to hear that they were not special or unique in the way that they might have thought they were, that in fact they were susceptible to the same things that everybody else is, and that there was no personalized reading or understanding of them involved at all because it's not even necessary, but that's okay. These are the things that make us all able to understand each other, to be able to connect on the level that we are connecting on now. It also speaks volumes regarding how limited the narcissist's understanding of being human really and truly is. The reality is, it's just not possible that someone with this much of an empathy deficit who engages in this much projection and is this disconnected from reality is somehow reading the emotional experiences and reactions of other people accurately in any way. They're just not. And if we take a step back to disengage from our own narratives and our own projections, we can actually see that plain as day. They cannot read you. They do not see you. They do not know you. They're not looking. They're not listening. They are acting out a movie in their heads, and they are reading the script from that movie, not you. It's like some improv acting class where people are supposed to be interacting with each other while one of them is Jack from Titanic and the other one is waiting for a bus to Mars. Two completely different realities that simply cannot coexist. You're on totally different planets here. You are trying to have a relationship and they are trying to enact some grand story in their mind about who they are and what they're doing. They interpret your actions and reactions according to that, not according to actuality. The sooner we can actually see that, the better off we will be, and the better able to protect ourselves we will be. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide, also on Zoom. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon. I would like to thank everybody who donated to our hurricane disaster recovery. Thank you so very much. We now have power and water, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Please consider donating to some sort of disaster relief. There are a lot of people who were really severely impacted by Hurricane Helene, and they're going to be impacted for a long time to come. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in attending that or seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that many people might not realize, and that is that for all of their reputation for being confrontational and aggressive, narcissists are often better described as cowards. The definition of coward as a noun is a person who lacks the courage to do or endure dangerous or unpleasant things. As an adjective, the definition is excessively afraid of danger or pain. Narcissists, perhaps more than the majority of people, definitely lack the courage to endure unpleasant things, and to say that they're excessively afraid of danger or pain is an almost laughable understatement. It is beyond excessive, venturing in many cases into paranoid or even delusional. In many ways, these are some of the most terrified people on the planet. Virtually everything narcissists do is an attempt to avoid danger or pain. Now, this is not so different from everybody else in the sense that everybody attempts to avoid these things to some degree. It's a huge part of how the human brain functions. It's basic programming. Your brain is designed to keep you safe. That's why if you put your hand on a hot burner, your brain sends a pain signal to let you know that you need to move your hand. But like so many other things, this normal human programming becomes twisted and distorted and exaggerated beyond all recognition in the pathologically narcissistic personality. How they react to these emotions can vary, but even if the observed reaction seems small, the emotion itself is usually enormous. Where others are annoyed, narcissists are red DEFCON 9 raging. Where others are mildly upset, narcissists are totally hysterical. Where others feel somewhat let down, narcissists are betrayed on an unimaginable level. Where others are cautious, narcissists are utterly terrified. Because they are so afraid of confronting danger or pain, then, they see these things, or the potential for these things, everywhere. The reality is that most of a narcissist's behavior is fear-driven, and this is why. Their very orientation to the world appears to be fear-based. Many people believe it's power and control based, and it is to a degree, but this is largely because they fear not having power and control. The force that drives the seeking of power and control in narcissists is fear. Fear is a big motivator in human behavior. When people are afraid, they often act impulsively or without consideration for other people. For example, we have all heard awful stories of people being trampled and crushed when something happens that scares a large group of people. Humans will stampede like any other group of mammals that becomes frightened. When people are afraid, our brains are focused on survival, to the total exclusion of other considerations. This is what we see at work in the narcissistic personality structure. Their excessive fear and lack of coping abilities translates into survival-oriented behavior. An expression of this is the consuming preoccupation with seeking power and seeking control that we see in narcissists. Fear of not having enough of something, what is often called a scarcity mindset, causes people to try to get as much as they can, of anything, maybe even of everything. Some people have a scarcity mindset regarding food, for example, or money, or both. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled The Narcissistic Harem, a study in pathological resource management, narcissists have a scarcity mindset about a lot of things, but perhaps most important is power and control. Why? Fearing they don't have enough, which means other people can therefore control them. Pathologically narcissistic people are dependent personalities. They legitimately need other people to survive, and this causes them to be dependent whether they want to be or not. Because they're dependent, because they require the participation of other people in various ways in order to function, and because they have no real ability to control themselves, narcissists often feel controlled by external forces and by other people. They made me do that. They made me feel that way. They made me react like that. They made me think those things. They made me say those things. This lack of power over their own selves creates even more unreasonable fear because narcissists are very afraid of being tricked, manipulated, or otherwise taken advantage of in some way by other people. Deeply afraid, in fact, probably because they also fear that they will not be able to see this trickery coming, therefore they won't be prepared for it and they won't be able to protect themselves from it. This creates a lot of anxiety in the narcissist's inner world because there doesn't seem to ever be a question of if the betrayal or harm is going to come from the other person or the other people, only when. And waiting on that is very difficult. It's very stressful. This is partly what's behind the provocative types of behaviors that you see in many narcissists. They're trying to rid themselves of that anxiety, of that fear, by forcing the situation to happen. Sometimes this will be expressed as immediately jumping to ending the relationship or the situation when you attempt to confront them about something, even something that's small. For narcissists, any wrinkle or flaw is intolerable, and they assume that everybody operates the same way. They know, they are sure that you are going to betray and abandon and reject them anyway, so they're trying to beat you to it. That way it can't surprise them, and they're not going to be caught off guard by it. They can be prepared, which seems to be something else that they fear excessively, being caught off guard and things taking them by surprise. For a narcissist, not to know something feels very dangerous. It means that you're not in control. People can take advantage of you or have one up on you somehow because they know things that you don't. It's one of the reasons so many of them have so much trouble admitting that they don't know something. Narcissists are also afraid that if they don't control other people or situations, they're not going to get what they need from either one of these things. They have very limited, finite resources, and because of that, they're afraid to invest these in things that are not going to pay off. Due to that, they attempt to control all situations that they are involved in to a greater or lesser degree, usually a greater one if they can get away with it. Narcissists generally fear other people to a pretty severe degree. They fear that other people are going to control them, to harm them, to change them, to convince them, to brainwash them. They appear to view the world as an inherently scary and unsafe place where every single person in it is out to use them or do them dirty or harm them somehow. They trust no one, drop their guard for no one. If you think about it, this is one of the major struggles in any relationship with any narcissist. They simply do not trust you, and they never will. That word is not in their dictionary. It's just not a thing. We can see proof of this in the way that they look at things like honesty, respect, repairing relationships, and so much more. A very good example is how they tend to view manipulating other people. If narcissists are honest, and sometimes they are, many of them will admit to perceiving themselves to be smarter than other people. They often believe that they see things that other people don't see, that they know, quote, the truth about how people really are, this kind of stuff. The truth is, they are usually just seeing their own immorality, paranoia, and distrust reflected back to them by other people. But when it comes to manipulating others, they tend to think that stupid people get what they deserve. If that person could not see through the BS, that's their problem, and they get what they get. However, the reality is that manipulating people has nothing to do with intelligence. It requires no intelligence whatsoever on the part of the manipulator, and the level of intelligence on the part of the person being manipulated doesn't matter at all because intelligence has nothing to do with it. The reality is what narcissists have done in this situation is betrayed that person's trust. Intelligence has nothing to do with that. But this way of looking at it is not going to occur to narcissists because trust as a reality or even as a concept doesn't occur to them. They just look at the situation and think that the other person is an idiot for believing them. Beyond the obvious but unconscious self-loathing that's evident in that mindset, right? Because people are fools for trusting the narcissist or for not seeing that the narcissist is a bad person, etc. That's self-loathing. We can also see that the concept of trust is just not something this person considers or even understands in any way. Because narcissists cannot trust, they cannot relax. They therefore cannot have real relationships with other people. Because if you can't trust somebody, there is no relationship. Probably the biggest thing narcissists are afraid of, though, is themselves. Narcissists fear who they really are, how they really feel, how things really are, how others really see them, how others really feel about them, just the entire actuality of themselves and their lives. This fear, in many ways, drives everything. It's why they create a false self. It's why they lie. It's why they perform. It's why they gaslight. It's why they are at literal war with reality in general. As we discussed in the episode of the show that has the same name, narcissists are at war with reality. Reality itself is an aggression to narcissists. They find it offensive, upsetting, triggering, hurtful. It angers them, it demeans them, it exposes them, not just to other people, but to themselves, and that is worst of all. The real audience for the act that narcissists are putting on is not other people. Other people are the props that narcissists use to make the act more believable to the real audience, the only audience that actually matters, themselves. It is a performance of one, for one, by one. Everything narcissists do is an exercise in trying to make sure that they avoid confrontation with reality. That's what all of it is about. The lying, the manipulation, the gaslighting, everything. And that is perhaps evidence of the biggest cowardice of all. This person is so afraid of who and what they really are and in such denial of it and so unable to deal with it that they have created an entire different reality to exist in instead and spend literally all of their time trying to ensure that there is no collision with any actuality because they can't tolerate that and they don't know how to deal with it. For all of their reputation for being so confrontational and aggressive, for their very deserved reputation for attacking other people, narcissists very often fear direct confrontation. They try to avoid it as much as possible, even while they are attacking others. It sounds ridiculous, but think about it. They refuse to listen. They don't respond in any real way to anything they do happen to hear. They deflect every single thing that's being said or twist it into something that they actually can deal with better. They won't acknowledge anything at all, even during confrontational situations. Everything is just non-stop denial and avoidance. That is why nothing can ever get resolved. Not only can you never explain what really happened or whatever because they refuse to listen to you, but even if you try to give them what they want, they will often refuse to take it. This is not just an attempt on their part to keep what they think is the power position, it's an expression of fear. Narcissists are that afraid to listen to you or to accept your conciliatory measure because they're afraid that if they give even an inch, this means that you are somehow controlling or tricking them. Think about the things that they say in these situations and you will see that very clearly. Even if they wanted to believe in the things that you're saying, they're too rigid and, more importantly, too afraid. The only reason they're attacking most of the time is because they believe you did something to them anyway, even though you might not know that, and even though you might not know what it is that they're upset about or why they're so upset. It's still the only reason. So the way they see it, you force them into the confrontation in the first place. They didn't attack you, they're defending themselves. Remember, reality itself is an aggression to this person. This means that simply acknowledging reality is a literal attack against them. It's an aggression. It's an act of war. And so, war it shall be. This is why no contact is so strongly recommended in these situations. Narcissists are cowards, and cowards are dangerous. A coward fears exposure more than anything, even death. Narcissists are more afraid of themselves and of reality, of actuality, than they will ever be of you or of anything else. And because of that, they will do just about anything to prevent exposure of themselves to themselves. This makes them dangerous, both purposely and simply as a matter of function. What does that mean? It means that whether a narcissist is actively and intentionally trying to hurt other people or not, and they often are, just being around them and being gaslit relentlessly, forced continually into an alternate reality is very harmful to people. There doesn't even have to be any malicious or purposeful action or intent, although there often is, because just being around them, the way that they operate and how they function, is dangerous in and of itself. That's very important to understand because it underscores why this cannot ever work. You live in reality and they don't, period. They not only don't live there, they find it threatening and dangerous. They will do anything to avoid it, including attempt to control or even destroy everyone else's perception of it. That's it. You will terrorize and terrify and threaten and hurt and injure and attack them hundreds of times a day without even realizing it because you live in reality and they don't. You report reality as a result of your very existence, and they cannot deal with that. Now you have betrayed them. This cannot be overstated, and most people don't realize how deep this really goes. This is not a benign and harmless fantasy that someone's indulging in. This is almost literally life or death to the pathologically narcissistic personality structure. Collapse of the alternate tolerable reality leads to collapse of the personality structure itself. It's that important, it's that simple, and it's that impossible to avoid. And this is not a harmless, benign person that you're dealing with here either. This is an emotional terrorist who demands, requires that everyone around them perform according to their narration of reality and punishes people viciously when they do not. This is a person who is so irrationally terrified of reality that people who live in it are considered enemy aggressors. This is a delusional toddler who is willing to make war over comments such as, "Hey, can you pick up your shoes, please?" Remember, though, being a coward does not make somebody less dangerous. In some ways, narcissists in particular are actually more dangerous because of that, for the reasons that we've laid out here today. Even more dangerous still is the fact that often they might not even be aware of their fear and cowardice or completely refuse to acknowledge it at all. This can result in the expressions of rage we often see anytime fear is felt by narcissists because it makes them feel vulnerable and weak, which narcissists both despise and fear deeply. Yes, narcissists fear fear. If you're weak, then people can take advantage of you. So because of that, they have to react to any fear they feel in such a way that dispels the feelings of weakness and fear. Unfortunately, many times the only way they can do that is by behaving abusively toward other people in some way. This is one of the dynamics we usually see at play in domestic and family violence, for example. The abuser is using violence as a way to assert power and control so that they can get rid of that weak feeling and combat the fear that they're feeling. In the most extreme cases of domestic and family violence, the abuser cannot tolerate the fear and the weakness inspired in them by the loss of control over the victim or the situation, so they go to extreme lengths to deal with that. People are confused by this sometimes because if the abuser doesn't want to lose the victim, why kill them? They've still lost them, and now they've lost them permanently because now they're gone forever. But this happens because it's not about losing the victim as a person. It's about losing control over the victim and the situation and what that says to the abuser about themselves. This is absolutely intolerable for them. A very simple way to understand the sort of messaging here is, "Oh, you thought you were going to do this, or that you were just going to say that, or you just going to go here, or you just going to leave me? Yeah, no, you're not. I'm in control. I have the power. I'm not afraid of anything because I don't need to be afraid if I'm in control. I'm not weak or vulnerable here. You are. You don't run me. I'm not afraid of you. You need to be afraid of me. You don't take advantage of me. I'm the boss. I have the power. This is how I feel the safest." That is the mindset of pathologically narcissistic personalities in a nutshell. It's the way they operate boiled down as much as it can possibly be. They are cowards who cannot deal with life or reality or anything in any real way. It makes them predictable in some ways, unpredictable in others, and extremely dangerous either way. If you are dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, calling them out on their cowardice, probably not a good idea. To this person, being a coward means that you are weak and afraid, the two things they despise and fear most of all, probably because it's such a huge part of who and what they really are. But you can know it, and if you didn't before, now you do. It helps to keep the reality of narcissists in perspective to remember that this is a person so limited and just terrified that the only way they can deal with life at all is to play pretend and imagine that they're somebody other than who they actually are. It's like a kid. The assertion that they are anything else, anything more than that, is just buying into the act. Don't. Be careful, be cautious, be smart. Know the reality of the danger here, but make sure you see this for what it really is. And what it really is not very much at all. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Zoom, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, classes, courses, and clinics throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication that you can find on Amazon and LittleShaman.org. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and ShamanSpiritCenter.com, as well as LittleShaman.org, and that's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that actually happens a lot when dealing with narcissists, and that is people attempting to outmaneuver, outwit, or otherwise outsmart narcissists. There's a lot of information about this topic out there. It's something a lot of people are interested in, and that's totally understandable. Not only do people want to find a way to make dealing with this person easier or more successful somehow because it's often so horrible and so difficult, not only do people desperately want to feel like there's some way to control the situation and or the narcissist, but in many situations, the very ineptitude, irrationality, or basic just lack of intelligence that many narcissists seem to exhibit makes trying to outwit or outsmart them a very tempting strategy. There are many situations where people might try to outsmart or outmaneuver narcissists. They might be trying to stop or at least manage abusive behavior. It's probably the most common situation. They might be trying to get something from the narcissist, like money that they're owed or some type of advantage in a very important court proceeding. They might be hoping to do some kind of like negotiation or a tapering off to end the relationship and avoid an ugly outcome. They might be trying to make the narcissist in their lives pay for harming them. They might just be trying to navigate any required interactions with this person more successfully. Trying to outsmart narcissists is also sometimes a way that people attempt to address the feeling of being tricked or fooled by them. It makes sense that people would want to believe that they can outwit or somehow, quote, beat narcissists at their own game and come out the winner, or at least less impacted somehow in the situation, whatever that might be. The problem is, attempts to outsmart narcissists very often don't work very well because intelligence really has nothing to do with this situation on either side. It might be difficult for some people to understand that, but the reality is that neither the victim nor the narcissist's intelligence really come into play here at all. Though people may feel stupid or foolish in these situations, the truth is that their intelligence is not really involved in what's going on the way that people might think it is. If it were, victims in those situations would actually be facing a much more even playing field. The narcissist's greatest weapon is not skill or strategy or intellect. If it were, intelligent, rational people would have much better odds against them. But it's not. It's manipulation and weaponizing people's emotions against them, which actually has nothing to do with intelligence at all. And it involves much more than just tricking people or convincing them of things that aren't true. Emotional manipulation actually overwhelms intelligence and intellectual capability. It can short-circuit these things. The victim's greatest vulnerability is not intellectual either. It's emotional, which again has nothing to do with intelligence. Many highly intelligent, educated people have become entangled with pathologically narcissistic personalities and found it very, very difficult to escape the situation. To see the truth of this, we can look to the fact that even narcissists with just basic average intelligence and limited skill sets are often very successful manipulators. Similarly, very intelligent and competent people are not immune to manipulation. They can become victims of narcissists. This is because, despite what many people might think, these things are actually not related. This is why so many people find that understanding and even seeing very clearly what's going on in this situation can make no real difference, especially if they're being exposed to it regularly. This is a situation of raw emotion and nerve endings and reactions. It's a situation of power and control. It's not about who's smarter or more strategic. And as we've discussed in other episodes of the show, educating yourself is not enough to protect you if you're in a situation with one of these personalities. Your intelligence not only will not protect you, in some ways it can actually work against you. You see, you are bound by the rules of the game. You use logic. You want to be fair. You use reason. You are trying to understand. You are honest. You are tethered to and therefore bound by reality. You operate based on objective truth. You use facts. You cite proof. You give evidence. Because of all of this, you therefore likely assume that at a certain point, a person must accept reality if there's enough evidence. You likely assume that people can or will eventually be forced into acknowledging facts and proof based just on the reality of their existence. You assume that at some point people have no real choice in this. You assume that up is up and down is down, and everybody in the world operates according to these basic tenets. That everybody in the world has to operate according to these basic tenets because that's how it is. The problem is, you're incorrect. A narcissist does not do or care about any of those things. Those things mean absolutely nothing to narcissists. They are not tethered to reality. They do not operate based in objective truth, and they are therefore not bound by either of these things. They will lie, cheat, steal, manipulate, gaslight, emotionally blackmail and extort, fabricate, frame, bully, attack, assault, and anything else that it takes to win. They also don't possess a linear memory, are very susceptible to false memory creation, and live in a fantasy world besides all of that. This is not a fair fight in any way, and the fact that you really can only play by the rules only hurts you in this situation. Breaking the rules will also only hurt you too, by the way. There is no ability to successfully engage here. You can't win or even score any points. It's like trying to game a slot machine. It's random. This is the fantasy of people who want to believe that there can be a way to secure a jackpot. There isn't. To step onto the playing field with a narcissist is to lose, period. They are not bound by any of the rules of logic, reality, or objective truth that you are bound by, and you are at a distinct disadvantage in this situation because of that. And to be very clear, it's not even a matter of being willing to, like, quote unquote, play dirty or stoop to their level. This person is operating on a totally different plane than you are, and you will not be able to match them at that. It's just not a thing. It's not a matter of skill or effort or who is smarter or who can create the most clever trap or the best strategy. You are playing by a fundamentally different set of rules than a narcissist is playing by, and despite your best efforts, you are not going to be able to change that. It would be akin to changing your entire psychological makeup. Attempting to adopt the same tactics as the narcissist does not somehow make the narcissist's foreign, even alien psychology attainable for you. And it does not close the gap of their advantage over you in this because of that. It is what it is. This is why trying to outsmart narcissists is a futile endeavor. Not only is intelligence not even really a relevant factor here, you can only use the tools that you can use based on the brain that you have. And these tools are not effective for the job that you're trying to do. They don't work. This is not a situation that operates on logic and reason and maneuvering or strategy. Therefore, using your innate tools of logic and reason and maneuvering and strategy to try to counter that is not going to work. Anyone who has ever tried it can tell you. This can seem confusing to some people. Aren't narcissists doing maneuvering of their own? Aren't narcissists intentionally manipulating and choosing strategies? To a point, perhaps, yes, but it's very important to understand that the responses of narcissists are actually reflexive to a pretty large degree. Narcissists are choosing actions, whether they believe their actions are a choice or not, many do not, based on their reactions to reflexive emotional responses they are having to what's going on. For example, A perceived threat to their control provokes immediate fear and then rage. A perceived rejection provokes immediate shame. This is the driver behind their actions. This surface level appearance of strategizing or plotting doesn't really matter. Anyone who has dealt with a narcissist for any period of time knows that their reactions to their own disproportionately intense emotions are the basis for everything. Because of that, logic and reason are not really a part of this equation, no matter how it looks. Therefore, logic and reason are not effective antidotes here. In point of fact, they do nothing. They accomplish nothing. These things are useless in this situation because narcissists do not recognize them as having any inherent meaning or value. Just as narcissists are not bound by the truth or the reality, logic and reason and facts are just more information for a narcissist to twist and leverage or to use to trap victims into validating and defending against crazy conclusions and false interpretations. This is a big part of why trying to outthink or outwit narcissists is understandable, but it's misguided. It's not going to work. You are using logic and reason, and they're not. You are bound by the truth and by reality, and they're not. It's also due in large part to the instability of their affect, identity, and overall personality. You can't pin narcissists down. And if they can't be reliably predicted or understood, they can't really be outsmarted in any meaningful way. You may be able to succeed at times, but the reality is that these personalities are generally so irrational and so unstable, it's not possible to consistently outwit them. You can't outsmart crazy. It's like trying to catch smoke. There's just nothing to grab. Because of this, narcissists are essentially, quote unquote, immune to being outsmarted in most ways that people try to outsmart them. You can't follow their way of thinking to any logical conclusion. You can't create any reliable formula to try to anticipate how they're going to react, what they're going to think, or what they're going to do. You can't reliably trick them or convince them of things in the hopes of getting a more fair or favorable outcome for yourself. You can't reliably make counteroffers or bargains because what appeals to them can change so quickly and completely without reason. You can't reliably out-manipulate them because they're paranoid and because they don't live in the same reality that you do. You can't reliably count on their conclusions or reactions to align with reality or to match the situation in any way. You can't reliably count on their reactions or responses to things to remain consistent in any way. For example, what works one day won't work the next day and that kind of thing. You can't reliably bribe them because they can't be counted on to always do what would benefit them. Sometimes they don't. And you can't reliably or safely threaten them because their reactions to threats are unpredictable. It's a waste of time and very risky, honestly, to try to engage in this way with narcissists because of these things. It can even be actively harmful to people engaging with them because, again, narcissists don't operate within the same framework of objective truth, consistency, and rational deliberation that you are operating from and trying to appeal to or trying to take advantage of. For a narcissist, these are just more things to be distorted and manipulated to perpetuate their own fantasy narrative. As we've discussed in other episodes of the show, this is the most important thing to them. Their survival depends on it. Engaging with them on this level just results in more gaslighting, more distortion, more confusion, more invalidation, more manipulation, more abuse, more harm being done to the victim. It is testimony to how narcissistic pathology works. Literally any situation can be leveraged into perpetuating their fantasy narrative. Narcissists exist in these competitive adversarial binaries because, as a result of their unstable identity, they really can only see and experience themselves in comparison to other people. And because of that, they are required to cast others into opposite roles from what they need to see themselves as. You bad equals me good. You mean equals me nice. You dumb equals me smart. You villain equals me hero. You victimizer equals me victim. It's important to understand, too, that narcissists are not just the opposite in relation to you, they are the opposite because of you. In other words, it isn't just that you are bad and I am good by comparison, it's if you are bad, then I am good by comparison. This also means that if you're good, then they're bad, which is why there's such huge pushback against that and why they tend to villainize other people so consistently. They really have nothing else with which to define themselves except through these comparisons. In a very real way, they exist only in the reflections of other people, like a person trapped in a mirror. To that end, they simply make reality up as they go, interpreting everything to fit their needs and their narrative. A large part of this, as we've been discussing, are the images they create and perpetuate of other people. Because of the adversarial comparisons that they are required to make of themselves to others, these images of others can be just egregiously incorrect and unfair and horrible. People understandably feel a strong desire to defend against that and assert who they actually are. Unfortunately, this plays directly into the toxic dynamics here. Through the adoption of definitive binaries that they position as rigidly adversarial, narcissists don't just build an automatic system through which they can see and experience themselves. In doing this, they also automatically weaponize a person's natural desire to stand up for and defend themselves, because the more you argue this positioning, the stronger their position becomes in their mind. Paradoxically, the more you deny the role you've been given, the more sure they become that you fit it. To them, if you're denying it, it must be true. The fact that this makes no sense at all doesn't matter. Remember, you are bound by logic, reason, and reality grounded in objective truth. These people are not. They really, really are not. And engaging with them on any level is not just a waste of time, but it's often actively harmful. This is why, even though it feels counterintuitive or at the very least unfair, as we've stated many times in other episodes of the show, defending yourself to narcissists is exactly the wrong response. Not only is it just completely and totally pointless, it validates and then cements these adversarial binaries even more deeply, because the narcissist has to defend and argue for them, which just convinces them more. But even worse, participating at all perpetuates the basic manipulation inherent to this dynamic. Feeling like you have to defend, to explain, to prove, to convince, all of these things keep you engaged in this dynamic. It validates the narcissist's crazy conclusions and their delusional accusations. It positions you as the one in the hot seat. It takes the focus off of them. But perhaps most importantly, it gives narcissists power. You now want something from them, something that they can refuse to give you, not just once, but over and over and over. It's like a child holding a toy over a smaller child's head where they just can't quite get it. The power is perceived in the withholding. They need you to continue to want the thing so they can continue to refuse to give it to you. Of course, this is just an illusion. This mean little game is over as soon as the smaller child decides that they don't want the toy anymore. And in the same way, when you decide that you don't want anything from the narcissist, their perceived power over you disappears as well. Whether they're consciously aware of this fact or not, they are definitely actively trying to prevent that from happening. This is why they will often insist that you need to defend yourself or prove them wrong. It's why they continue to insist that they're going to give you the thing you want just as soon as you do X and Y and Z and 1 and 2 and 3. If they don't have anything you want, they don't have any power. If they have no power, they have no control. If they have no control, they are weak, they're vulnerable. And if that happens, it's all over. The fear comes, the shame comes, maybe collapse comes. This has to be prevented. By refusing to see you as you are, to consider proof, to be convinced, to be reasonable, to entertain your perspective, to provide resolution or validation, or even to just listen to the actual words that you are saying. Narcissists perceive themselves to be retaining the power position in the situation. And that's all these dynamics are really about. There are other reasons that these things happen as well, but this is a very big one. Narcissists face a life-threatening crisis when they are threatened with a loss of power and control, even one that appears to be small. This is why when threatened with an even greater loss of power and control, such as losing the relationship completely, many narcissists can stop this withholding behavior for a little while, because then a sense of power comes from resecuring the relationship. They don't feel the need to engage in the usual, perhaps comparably more petty withholding, because the relief at resecuring the relationship is more powerful. Once the relationship is totally resecured, they will return to this withholding behavior out of necessity to combat the fear of being powerless and vulnerable. They need to make sure everyone knows that they have power, most especially themselves. This is why the behavior may shift, but the motive never does. It's always the same thing. This is the goal of blame shifting, shame dumping, motive assignment, and other similar behaviors. These things force you into a defensive position, which take the pressure and focus off of the narcissist, and it puts them into what they perceive as the power position. This alleviates their ever-present terror that they have no power or control and are therefore vulnerable. Whenever we feel the desire to defend ourselves in these situations, it's worth remembering that this is exactly the position narcissists are trying to push other people into, and there's a reason for that. A lot of people don't like to hear this kind of thing. They want to believe that there is a way to get what they want from this person or this situation. They want to believe that there's a way to control things. They want to believe that there is a way to reason and fool and trick and convince or force or otherwise maneuver this person into doing what they want. They either don't realize or don't believe that in order for that to happen, it would be in diametric opposition to a narcissist's basic goal. Pathologically narcissistic personalities cannot even be made to acknowledge that they bought the wrong size hat when they and everybody else can clearly see that it does not fit. They will not even acknowledge that they overcooked the hamburgers when people can't even chew them because they're like hockey pucks. Do you really think that they can be tricked into giving up any amount of power and control? Do you really think that they can be outwitted into being fair? That they could somehow be persuaded into doing what you want, regardless of what that is? It doesn't work. The idea that these rigid, egocentric, and contrarian individuals can somehow be outmaneuvered or coerced into behaving in a way that conflicts with their own interest is understandable in theory. But when we look at it through the lens of the reality of narcissistic personalities, it becomes almost irrational, even absurd to think. Narcissists are hyper vigilant regarding anything that somehow slights them or interferes with their goals. Trying to somehow slide these things past them is just not going to work. If it does work, it will not work for long. If you're dealing with a narcissist and you're feeling like there has to be a way to beat them at this, that there has to be a way to somehow stack the odds in your favor or gain the upper hand while still interacting with this person on their terms, on their playing field, think about your interactions with them thus far. How many times has that ever actually happened? You are an intelligent human being. How many times have you ever gained the upper hand with this person in any way that actually meant something? Any? The problem here is so fundamental that many people miss it. You're trying to use an Apple app with an Android system. It's a fundamental incompatibility. The way this person functions is in some ways completely different from you. It's not about just learning their patterns and their tricks. This is trying to assimilate an entirely different worldview that you cannot really understand because in many ways it's completely opposite from yours. You will not be able to beat them on this playing field and you cannot force them onto one that you are familiar with. It's theirs or nothing, which means it should be nothing. Because the reality is, there is no real way to outsmart or outmaneuver narcissists in the long run, not at their own game. They will beat you with experience every single time. Regardless of how inept, unstable, dysfunctional, foolish, gullible, or even stupid the narcissist you are dealing with may appear to be, all narcissists are formidable adversaries in this arena, and a person dismisses or disregards that to their own detriment. Regardless of how intelligent they are or are not, and regardless of how intelligent you are or are not, they have practiced these things for a lifetime, and their very survival is predicated on them being better at it than you. If you really want to outsmart narcissists, the key is to understand that the entire interaction is based on the dynamics of power and control. Anything you do within the framework of any interaction with a narcissist will be interpreted to support this somehow, even if you think that you're resisting, challenging, defending, manipulating, tricking, bargaining, winning, or anything else. The fact that you are trying to outsmart or argue or defend or anything else does not matter. You are spending energy and time focused on the narcissist, which is exactly the point. They have the power. They have the control. They are the central focus. They are the important one. Even if your intent is to neutralize or even to harm them, this is still true. To participate is to validate, period. Reality is irrelevant. It has no effect on this situation. It is what it is. The dynamic is very insidious. To believe that you are in control, that you are educated enough to deal with this safely and remain unaffected, that you are emotionally removed enough for that to happen, that you can somehow get what you want from this person or this situation, that you can negotiate a win-win, that you can just be friends, that you can taper off the relationship without them realizing it or noticing, that you can bargain, that you can get a win somehow without them noticing, that you can somehow make them pay, make them be fair, make them feel your pain, make them sorry. Whatever it is, these are all things that require participation in the toxic dynamic. And given everything that we have discussed here today, the fact that someone would even consider doing that voluntarily means that this dynamic still has a hold of them somehow. It indicates that there is a continuing belief that interacting with the narcissist could still somehow lead to a positive outcome of some kind for them. This is false. There is no way to interact with this dynamic casually either. It's like walking into a spider web. You just get stuck, regardless of how careful you try to be. If you're in a situation where you are forced to deal with a narcissist, it is what it is. You just have to do what you can do. Just remember what you're dealing with here and don't allow yourself to be fooled into thinking that this is something other than what it is. Many people involved in these situations believed that they were in control, only to find out that they were not and that they never had been. It always ends up the same. What does this tell us? It tells us that participating in the dynamic at all means you lose. The entire thing is rigged against you from the very start and works on you in ways that you don't even realize until it's too late. To underestimate other people is a dangerous form of overconfidence, even if it's unconscious. Despite what our egos or our intelligence or anything else may try to tell us, the only real way to outsmart narcissists is to show them that you are wise to their game by refusing to play it at all. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, courses, classes, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication. If you're interested in grabbing a copy, you can get that at LittleShaman.org or on Amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Before we get started, I wanted to let everybody know that my new book, The Understanding Narcissist, Volume 1 of the series of On Narcissists that I am creating, is available on Amazon and on my website. There is a link in the information section of this video. So if you want to pick up your copy of that today, please use that link to do so. Today I wanted to talk about something that is unfortunately very important to understand when dealing with narcissists, and that is gaslighting. Gaslighting as a thing is everywhere now. Most people have at least somewhat of an idea about what it is, and it's much better understood than it used to be, so we won't go into a long definition of what it is. Suffice it to say that gaslighting is strictly defined as the intentional denial of another person's reality with the intent of confusing them or making them feel or appear crazy. This definitely is something that happens in real life, but strictly speaking, most intentional gaslighting does not fall into this category. Most intentional gaslighting doesn't have this much complexity or intentionality behind it. It's really just a very primitive form of lying where someone is not even able to come up with some kind of convincing story or whatever, so they simply deny things outright because they don't want to face consequences for whatever it is that they've done or to take responsibility for whatever it is that they've said, etc. It's definitely intentional, but the goal isn't as thought out or malevolent as the definition of gaslighting generally requires. Gaslighting can occur in any situation with any kind of person, but it's extremely common with narcissists. When dealing with narcissistic personalities specifically, there is also a phenomenon that we could call unintentional gaslighting. This is where the narcissist is denying, reframing, or misconstruing things because that's what they really believe happened. We call it unintentional because it's not necessarily being done on purpose, but it's still gaslighting in the sense that the effect on the victim is still the same. Narcissists don't live in the same reality that everybody else lives in. They really don't. Their perception is legitimately affected and distorted, often extremely affected and distorted. They generally don't see things or people the way that they actually are, including themselves. They generally don't experience things the way they actually happen. They're not listening. They don't pay attention. They can't understand what other people are saying, nor can they see beyond their own feelings and conclusions to understand anything else. This is a person who truly does not see things the way that you do. And this is much, much more than just a difference of perspective or looking at the same things differently. They genuinely do not see what other people see. They genuinely do not experience what other people experience. They genuinely don't think what other people think. They don't come to the conclusions that other people come to. Because of this, gaslighting from narcissists is different. It's a lot more than just intentional lying and denying. It is a completely immersive experience where someone is consistently and relentlessly inundated with information that does not match their lived experience. This is not just someone lying and denying or making up things that drive you crazy. As horrible as that is, and as much as that may actually be going on at the same time too, when you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, you're dealing with someone who is not having the same lived experience that you are having, even when you're both existing in the same place together. This means there is never a break from the effects of gaslighting because this person genuinely believes things are happening differently than you do and is asserting this different reality into the situation nonstop. It is not something that only happens sometimes. It's not something that even has an angle or a motive behind it all the time. It just is. And it never stops because it is their actual lived experience as they're perceiving it. The damage and confusion that this ever-present assault on reality can inflict on people really cannot be overstated. It probably can't even be adequately explained in a way that people who have not experienced it can really understand. The effects of this constant conflict with someone's lived experience with their reality can be devastating, especially for children. It can leave people completely confused and unsure about what is actually happening. Even strong people who are very grounded in reality can be affected eventually. It's extremely damaging to have someone continuously and consistently reframing, rewriting, and reimagining every single thing that happens in life, particularly when it's all being reframed, reimagined, and rewritten into the narrative that they are the bad guy or the idiot or the abuser or whatever the negative thing is. This is something that differentiates narcissistic abuse from other kinds of abuse. It differentiates narcissistic gaslighting from gaslighting from other people. Narcissistic abuse isn't just whatever kind of abuse that happens to be perpetuated by narcissists. Narcissistic abuse refers to the type of abuse being perpetuated, not who it's being perpetuated by. And it means that the victim's ego, their literal sense of self, is being attacked and abused. Victims of narcissistic abuse are consistently, relentlessly told that they are someone other than who they actually are. They are interacted with and reacted to as if they are someone other than themselves, as if they are somebody that they're not. They are constantly told that they think, feel, believe, do, and say things that they don't. No amount of denial, explaining, or proof changes that. Whether positive or negative, victims are never seen for who they are at any time. And the reality that the narcissist is continually asserting about the victim does not match objective actuality or lived experience in any way. This is the type of gaslighting that victims of narcissistic abuse are subjected to. It is a relentless assault on their reality, personhood, and sense of self that literally never stops because they're dealing with someone who has a flexible relationship with the truth, to put it lightly, and who, even when they're not consciously lying, cannot seem to perceive things accurately anyway. It's just not a sustainable situation in any way. It really isn't. This person is simply not living in the same reality that you are, and this does not change, which means it never stops. When we say it never stops, that's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. It is the literal reality. Dealing with a narcissist is dealing with someone who is perceiving and understanding virtually everything that happens completely differently than you are, to the degree that they may even believe things happened when they did not. They are delusional in this sense, and you cannot have any kind of relationship or even a conversation with someone who's in a different reality than you are. That is the biggest reason these relationships can't work, and many people don't understand how serious this situation really is. Even if the narcissistic personality were not constantly trying to punish others, to control others, and to force their own negative feelings onto those in their environment, which they are, the situation is still not sustainable because this person cannot see or understand things and people as they really are, and this is not something that can be overcome or worked around somehow. Reality has to mean something. Otherwise, it's like living in a cartoon where normal laws of reason, logic, and physics just don't apply. But beyond that, even, it is dehumanizing to never be seen for who you are, to never matter in any way, for someone to refuse to allow you to have your own thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, for someone to continuously force words into your mouth, for someone to tell you who you are, what you think, what you feel, what you said, what you meant, what you believe, and then to be called a liar, laughed at, scorned, dismissed, ignored, attacked, and whatever else the narcissist does every single time you try to assert these things for yourself. Even if a narcissist never succeeds in convincing the victim that they in fact are a bad person, the pain and stress of constantly trying to be seen and heard, of constantly trying to defend yourself against utter nonsense for no reason beyond some idea in somebody's head, of constantly trying to anticipate how and by what this person will get hurt or insulted or offended, all of these things get to anybody eventually, and it doesn't usually take very long in most situations due to the intensity and the continuous nature of the gaslighting here. Even if someone is never convinced that they're a bad person, they eventually get exhausted by the situation and they become tired of being treated this way. A considerate, decent person cannot stand up against this anyway because by default, they will make serious attempts to understand where the narcissist is coming from, as if the narcissist's delusional criticisms or accusations are valid somehow. They will consider the narcissist's point of view. They will attach importance to the narcissist's words and perceptions. They will, in short, attempt to deal with the narcissist the way they would deal with any other rational adult. The problem is, the narcissist is not a rational adult. The things they are saying in these situations legitimately don't deserve any consideration at all. What is not just complete and utter bullshit being senselessly spewed out by a person who has more feelings than sense is the truly misbegotten, misconstrued, misunderstood perceptions and conclusions of a person with a severe, untreated mental health problem. There's no reason to give these things any weight, consideration, or importance whatsoever, unless, of course, they're threats. Many narcissists will even say things to that effect afterward. They may completely dismiss the things that they've said or done as venting or as just things that happened because they were upset. And this is, of course, more gaslighting. Existing in such a conflicted, conflated, delusional world is extremely difficult for people. It's extremely damaging, and again, it's likely impossible to convey the seriousness, the consuming nature of this to people who haven't experienced it. Gaslighting, when dealing with narcissists, hits differently. It is much, much more than just lying or denying or making things up. It is the actual state of the relationship and of someone's reality when they interact with a narcissist. Up is down, good is bad, black is white, left is right. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing is logical, nothing is rational. You are swimming in a toxic soup all the time, and it's all you can do to keep your head above water just so that you don't drown in it. What's even worse, and if anyone hasn't ever dealt with this, they're probably thinking, how could it get worse than this? But it does. Is that the entire time this is happening, many narcissists will claim that you are gaslighting them. Part of this is because gaslighting is a very in vogue term right now, and narcissists often glom on to fads and things like that. But part of it is that due to their extremely affected perception, they may in fact believe that this is true. After all, what is gaslighting? It's intentionally and maliciously telling someone that their version of reality is false or incorrect so that you can manipulate or otherwise gain the upper hand in the situation somehow. And isn't that exactly what they believe they are experiencing according to their perception? Isn't that exactly what so many of them believe is happening to them? Isn't that the entire reason you can't just correct them over small things and everybody just move on with their lives? You bet it is. And complicating the issue even more is that so many of the quote gaslighting phrases out there include things that people say to narcissists because they're actually true. Like, you're overreacting. That never happened. That's all in your head. I was just kidding. That isn't what I meant. I never said that. The problem is that this information is just put out with no context or anything else, and the result is that people now believe that anytime these phrases are used, it's automatically gaslighting. That's false. For it to be gaslighting, these things have to be, at the very least, false. They have to be not true. If they're not, it's not gaslighting. For example, it isn't gaslighting to tell someone that you never said something if you really did not. It isn't gaslighting to tell someone you were just kidding if you really were. Narcissists seeing these things are able to use them to further gaslight victims into believing that they are the bad guy, they are the abuser, they are the crazy one. It is especially damaging when accusations of gaslighting are used to gaslight victims in this way. Now try wrapping your brain around that. It happens a lot with covert narcissists, but the claim of being constantly offended or constantly having hurt feelings can occur with any kind of narcissist or toxic personality. When someone constantly claims to be hurt, offended, insulted, or otherwise harmed, even by things that are innocent or even kind, that have been twisted out of proportion into something bad, it is absolutely within the realm of possibility that they might be told, you're being too sensitive or you're overreacting, because they are. They are being too sensitive. They are overreacting. When the toxic personality can then turn around and say that they've now been doubly harmed because the victim used a certain phrase, and this automatically proves that the toxic personality is being horribly abused, this effectively destroys the victim's ability to defend themselves, and perhaps even more damaging, it shuts down their ability to reality test, because if they look it up, they will see that these are considered abusive things to say. Victims are left with nothing they can say or do to assert reality at all, because any assertion of reality can be called gaslighting, and anything outside of asserting reality can be taken as agreeing with the narcissist that the victim is the problem, which is an even worse option. Narcissists can be gullible, and they are often afflicted by a sort of like a tunnel vision, so seeing these phrases repeatedly listed as, quote, abusive with little to no context whatsoever only reinforces to them that anyone saying these things is mistreating them, and now they have proof, so God help you. People in relationships with narcissists are offered what is in effect a Hobson's choice. This is a scenario in which multiple choices appear to be being offered, but there really is only a single thing being given. Such as the situation we just described, where if you agree with me, you're bad, but if you don't agree with me, you're also bad. And in a broader context, narcissists appear to offer multiple things that they can be or do, but it's an illusion. As Father Marin said in The Exorcist, there is only one. The bad side comes with the good side. The crazy side comes with the reasonable side. The light comes with the dark. The abusive side comes with the loving side. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. There's no separation of this possible, regardless how much this person may try to tell you that there is. Whether that's through blaming you or blaming somebody else or drugs and alcohol or claiming that it's just not who they really are or anything else. However they try to distance themselves from this, it doesn't matter. Whenever you deal with pathologically narcissistic personalities, they're selling you the same thing over and over again. No matter how it appears and no matter what they say, you are being sold an unstable person with no real ability to create or sustain healthy reactions to things, no real identity to speak of, who has enormous difficulty perceiving things, people, situations, just reality in general, correctly. And it is an act of salesmanship, often more specifically what is known as a bait and switch. This is where people are baited into buying something that is not what they actually end up getting. It's usually something that's not as good of quality as the thing that they were lured in with, or something that is of commensurate quality but is actually more expensive than what they were originally told. For example, when something expensive seems to be available for a very low price, but whenever you get it, it's a low quality copy of the thing that it claims to be. That's a bait and switch. This is what narcissistic gaslighting attempts to obfuscate from both the narcissist and from everybody around them. Like in The Wizard of Oz, where the awe-inspiring, terrifying wizard was revealed to be just some little old guy pushing levers and using sound effects. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. You're not supposed to know you ended up with something that isn't what you thought it was until after it's too late to stop the transaction, and now you're stuck with it. The good thing is, it's never too late. You can at any time decide that you have had enough and you don't want to interact with this person anymore. Even if somehow you are required to do so, such as, for example, there's a court order in place, you can limit this as much as possible and you do not have to invest your emotional energy into it at all. That is how you protect yourself. The way to defeat gaslighting is not to force the gaslighter to admit they're lying or to convince them that your perception is more valid than theirs or anything like that. The way to defeat gaslighting is to know that it's happening. The bulk of the power that things like gaslighting have over other people comes from the fact that people are not educated about what's going on and therefore they just don't know. Once they do know, the bulk of the power of something like gaslighting disappears. Once people learn to take a step back and evaluate the situation and really look at it, they can usually see what's going on pretty clearly. This is the key. Narcissists and other toxic personalities attempt to control others by using their own emotional reactions against them. They provoke and attack and dismiss and ignore and do all the things they do in order to get people to react to them. Whether they know why they're doing it or how it works or not, and many of them don't, it doesn't matter because they know that doing this creates a situation where they can somehow take the upper hand, or at the very least, they're not the only ones who are upset, which probably feels like things are then a little more equal since they're now not the only bad ones. Once others are upset or once others can be attacked somehow, the others are now more worried about defending themselves. The subject has been shifted away from the narcissist and or whatever it is that they didn't want to address or to face. That's what gaslighting is at its core. It's a misdirection. It's an obfuscation. Gaslighting from narcissists is ever present, which means that interactions are literally nothing but relentless misdirection, relentless obfuscation. And it's much more than just words. Everything this person does is gaslighting because all of their thoughts, feelings, beliefs, responses, actions, and reactions are based on their lived experience of a reality that does not match actuality. Everything that doesn't go along with that is dismissed, attacked, denied, or deflected. For other people, it's like being in a movie that they didn't know they were in and cannot exit. They can't get out of it. There are scripts, roles, a plot, even a history here that people were and may still largely be completely unaware of, but have to try to navigate and live within every day, all without ever being told what these things even are. This is so damaging to people, not just because it's gaslighting with all the harm and the confusion that this entails just all by itself, but also because it's impossible. People legitimately cannot navigate a landscape that they don't understand, especially when the reason that they don't understand it is because it does not align with any version of reality or with their own lived experience in any way that they can see. For narcissists, reality itself is threatening. It's an aggression. It is the enemy. In order to fight that enemy, they have to create a reality they can tolerate. In order to preserve this created tolerable reality, they have to disregard, dismiss, deflect, or dismantle actuality, which means they have to essentially neutralize the reality of those around them when it doesn't agree with theirs, and it very often doesn't, because the narcissist's tolerable reality isn't reality at all. It's a childish fantasy in which they and everyone around them become something other than what they truly are. For most people, when they engage in a fantasy, it's harmless. When reality intrudes on that fantasy and exposes it as a fantasy, this is disappointing or it's sad, but it's usually not that big of a deal. For narcissists, it's life-threatening. When faced with the reality of who and what they really are, what everything really is, narcissists cannot tolerate that. They rage against it. They attempt to avoid it, deny it, or even destroy it in order to keep from having to face and accept it. Gaslighting in narcissistic relationships is one of the ways they attempt to prevent that from happening. You didn't see what you think you saw. You didn't hear what you think you heard. That can't be allowed to be true, because if it is, then the tolerable reality is false. And if the tolerable reality is false, the only option left is an intolerable, aggressive, threatening, humiliating, shameful existence where not only are they not special and amazing and superior and exempt and whatever else, they're actually not that good of a person at all. Many narcissists have done some really terrible things, and if they lose their fantasy, if they lose that tolerable reality, they lose their ability to avoid, deny, or justify that behavior. This cannot be allowed to happen. Unlike non-narcissistic people who would be able to adjust to this, narcissists cannot. The result? Assimilation by force into the narcissist's tolerable reality where, more often than not, you are a villain somehow. When the narcissist remains a victim, for example, they remain blameless, they remain justified, and they cannot be held accountable for anything. Facing reality would force them to accept that that's false, that they are responsible for things, that they are to blame for things, that their behavior is not justified, and that they are accountable for their actions. You can see why this is not just unappealing, but actually extremely threatening to many, many pathologically narcissistic personalities. It doesn't matter if you agree with their reality or not either, because if you're dealing with them, if you're around them, you will be forcefully assimilated into it, whether you want to be assimilated or not. They will behave as if their reality is actuality, no matter how much conflicts with others that this creates, and generally it creates a lot. Just remember that their conflict isn't really with you or with any other person. Not really. It's with reality. Narcissists are at war with reality. You have taken reality's side over theirs. Now you are the enemy too. Even if you only injected reality into the situation by accident, which you will do repeatedly because you don't live in their reality. It doesn't even matter if it's an accident or not. You did it, and now it's been done. It isn't enough either just to hold space for their distorted perception or just to try to understand that or to say that you get why they believe this, etc., etc. You must agree that their perception is not just the true perception, but the only perception. It must become your lived experience. Anything less is a betrayal of the worst kind on the deepest level imaginable. You see, the narcissist fantasy doesn't work without the cooperation of literally everybody around them. And when other people won't willingly offer their cooperation, they will be tricked, threatened, manipulated, or otherwise forced into providing that. This is where gaslighting comes in, both intentional and unintentional. As you can see, gaslighting from narcissists is much, much more than using words to deny things or confuse other people or make things up. It is the entire environment around these personalities. It's the entire foundation of the relationship, and it does not stop until you are away from them. And while you can defeat much of the power of gaslighting by knowing that it's happening and being cognizant of your reality, your reactions, and just your stuff in general, this doesn't prevent it from affecting you in some ways. It's like being in a room with poison gas. Knowing there's poison gas in the room is imperative. It's very important to understand what's going on and how it's affecting you. However, knowing it's there does not protect you if you continue to be exposed to it. It can still hurt you even knowing that it's there. You have to get out of the room and away from the gas. It's the same with this. There is no successful or even safe way to deal with someone who lives in a completely different reality than you do. If you think about your interactions with the narcissist that you've known, their interactions with other people, the way that they perceive things, their reactions, their mindsets, you will see that this is true. They legitimately don't have the same lived experience that you are having in the same situations. It's just not a thing. Therefore, there is no way to create a shared reality or to even communicate with this person successfully. It's like trying to describe the color blue to a person who's been blind their entire life. It can't be done. The only thing that can be done is to realize what this is and move on in whatever way is feasible for you. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. Transrelational Healing is out and available on Amazon and LittleShaman.org, so you can get your copy of that today. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content and weekly support meetings plus more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and Transrelational Healing, as well as LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Before we get started, I wanted to let you know that the 2-day virtual narcissistic abuse recovery clinic is being held June 29th and 30th. So if you are interested in attending, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. We'll be covering things such as how to create boundaries, how to recognize and address trauma bonds, getting to know yourself after abuse, regaining your sense of agency, and much more. So hope to see you there. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that lots of people might not realize because it can seem contrary to how so many narcissists present themselves. It's probably actually one of the biggest sources of your conflicts with narcissists, and you might not even know it because it can be hard to see, especially at first. Narcissists are fragile. By fragile in this context, we mean easily hurt, damaged, or broken. The definition flimsy and insubstantial also applies to narcissists in the sense of their identity. Anyone who has dealt with a narcissist can attest to how fragile they are, regardless of how they react, whether it's with cold silence or a white-hot explosion or anything else in between. You can see it if you look. Everything hurts their feelings. Everything triggers them. Everything insults them. Everything offends them. Though they commonly weaponize their constantly offended or constantly hurt feelings in order to manipulate, harm, and bully other people, the hurt and offended feelings themselves do seem to be genuine in many situations, in the sense that they actually do seem to be real. How these are expressed, or even if they are acknowledged, might vary, but the feelings themselves seem legit. This is a big part of why narcissists are so defensive. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Narcissists Are Cowards, narcissistic personalities harbor deep and ever-present fear. A large amount of that ever-present fear has to do with this core fragility. Imagine if you had a very delicate blown glass sculpture sitting on an end table in your living room. You would be hyper-aware of any threat or even any movement near that sculpture for fear that it's going to get damaged or that it will be broken somehow. Now imagine that that sculpture was something that your life and your well-being depended upon. You would be extremely hypervigilant about anything happening even roughly, approximately in the same area as the sculpture, let alone anything that actually touched it. That sculpture is the narcissist's ego. It's their feelings, their identity, their sense of reality, their narrative. Everything about them is very fragile, and they are almost delusionally defensive in order to make sure that nothing causes any damage to any of these things, because that legitimately is a catastrophe for them. It can be hard for a person who has basic stability in these areas to understand, but for narcissists, damage to these things feels like an apocalypse of the self, right? We can see that in their reactions to either real or perceived threats to these things, and in their paranoia that there will be threats or damage to these things. Because these fragile approximations are all narcissists really have in terms of identity, defenses, reality, narrative, or anything else, damage to these weak approximations doesn't just feel like an apocalypse of the self. In some ways, we could say that it actually is one. And because of that, along with their extremely immature, arrested emotional regulation abilities, they can't handle their reactions to that. They have no way to defend against this because these things are their defenses. Therefore, what we most often see is just a panicked attempt to reestablish them. What else is there to do? This is a person with the emotional maturity and regulation ability of a toddler. And it appears that whether they acknowledge the feelings or not, every feeling they have is very large, perhaps even disproportionate to the situation, the way that it is with small children. As we've discussed in other episodes of the show, there is every possibility that you are offending and hurting and insulting and upsetting and triggering narcissists in your life almost constantly without ever even realizing that. If you are around them long term, you can even start to feel when this happens, although a lot of times they won't admit it. Every minor annoyance is a catastrophe. Every small problem is the end of the world. Every perceived slight is an enormous and intentional insult. Every perceived offense is a terrible and purposeful crime against them. This level of emotional and psychological fragility makes dealing with narcissists extremely difficult. It's what results in people walking on eggshells or becoming afraid to ask questions or to even say anything to narcissists, because it can be impossible to know what will upset them or what will anger them. And because they are so fragile and so raw emotionally, there's no such thing as minor upset or mild anger when it comes to narcissists. Even those that seem outwardly as if they don't care about anything have this going on the inside. It's one of the core features of this personality. And even narcissists themselves often cannot explain why they are so upset or what has upset them. And many times they don't really seem to care. Because they're so ill-equipped to deal with emotions or discomfort in any way, they just want it to stop. And to that end, they insist that it's the other person's responsibility to do something about that. This is, again, very much like a small child. They don't know why they're upset or why they are so upset. They just know that they are, and you need to make that stop. That's one of the most clear indications of their fragility. Not just how easily they are damaged and wounded and affected by normal, basic, and small things, but how little ability they even have to acknowledge that that's happening. Whether they react to these feelings and emotions in a hot way, with tantrums and explosions and hysterics, or in a cold way with silences and avoidance and ghosting, or by pretending they don't care at all, it's all the same. This person is so fragile, so easily wounded, and so unable to deal that they cannot tolerate taking any responsibility for anything, even their own feelings. But it's also more than that. The pathologically narcissistic personality is, in many ways, not a complete person. They have an unstable, fragmented identity. Different parts of their personality try to work together, but because the foundation for their personality is unstable, they generally cannot resolve themselves into a cooperative, cohesive, whole being. This is a huge part of what results in the Jekyll and Hyde presentation or expression of personality for which they are notorious. The parts of their personality are split off from each other to a degree, and they don't work together in a normal or successful way, similar to what we see in dissociative identity disorder, what we used to call multiple personality disorder. Some statistics suggest that more than 75% of the people who would qualify for a cluster B personality disorder diagnosis also qualify for a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. That gives us indication of how unstable the personality structure and organization of pathologically narcissistic people really is. Because of this instability and the narcissist's complete lack of coping skills, they are often extremely fragile. As we've discussed in other episodes of the show, narcissists are generally pretty fearful people underneath everything. One of the things that they fear the most is reality, and their excessive fragility is one of the biggest reasons for that. Narcissists are so fragile that they're not able to confront the reality of who they are, how they are, what they are. Anything to do with the truth of themselves and their life in general is intolerable. And it's not just because they don't like it or they wish it wasn't true. They literally cannot deal with it. They can't cope with it. Because of the toxic shame that is at the core of the narcissistic personality organization, the idea or even the suggestion that they might not be something special or amazing or important or whatever the thing causes a tidal wave of shame that they have no way to combat or address because it impacts all of their defenses. Their lack of coping ability, coupled with the disproportionate size of the toxic shame, creates a situation that is extremely threatening to this personality. Life-threatening, to be exact. An apocalypse of the self, as we stated earlier. They simply cannot allow this to happen. So they create their own reality and they manipulate, bully, or discard the people around them in an attempt to make that narrative a reality. If other people believe in it and behave as if it's true, then it is true. It becomes something that the narcissist can believe in as a narrative, as an identity, as a reality. The problem is, it's not. It's not reality. It's not real. But it's so important to their survival that even a slight brush with actuality can bring an extreme reaction as they scramble to hold their fractured fantasy and therefore their fractured identity together. The identity is dependent on the fantasy to a large degree because there really just isn't that much else there. If the fantasy is destroyed or it's exposed as false, the identity risks extreme damage, and so does everything else. Remember the blown glass sculpture from our earlier example. If this becomes damaged, the others become damaged as well. It's like a domino effect. The personality then, which is the expression of the identity, becomes severely unstable because the fantasy narrative is sort of the first and really the only defense that narcissists have. Once that fantasy narrative is damaged, the narcissist defenses become ineffective because most, if not all, of those are based on that narrative. This leads to what we sometimes call narcissistic collapse. And it's a very, very dangerous situation for narcissistic personalities that can result in decompensation, psychosis, even death. It's very serious. Without that fantasy, the narcissistic personality structure has no ability to regulate itself at all. As you can probably guess, this is something this person feels like they need to prevent at all costs. They might not understand the mechanics of how this works. It's probably safe to assume most of them don't, but they can feel the feelings associated with all of this, and that's enough for them to know that they need to stop that at all costs. However, they have no reliable ability to do that and no real way to do it at all except for avoidance and denial. That is what the fantasy reality and false self and all their other maladaptive coping mechanisms are really about. Denial. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Narcissists and Denial, a Masterclass, it's all they really have, and it doesn't work very well for them in the long run because things are what they are, regardless of what anybody ever tries to pretend. Denial has no effect on reality whatsoever, for anybody. This extreme level of denial is evidence of how fragile a narcissist's emotional and psychological makeup really are. They cannot even use a more sophisticated coping mechanism because that would require at least acknowledging the reality of the thing, and they can't do that. They simply pretend that things are not true because they can't tolerate even the suggestion that they might be. Even just doing that is too threatening. The pathologically narcissistic personality is so fragile that anything outside of what they can tolerate knowing and dealing with, reality itself, in other words, is perceived as an aggression toward them, as threatening and damaging and aggressive, as dangerous. Fragility of this level makes interacting with this kind of person too hard. When someone is this easily offended, this easily hurt, this easily insulted, this easily triggered, this easily upset, it's not possible to reliably predict in any way how they're going to react to things or what will upset them, which means that these things can't be avoided, which means that communication and interaction are going to be spectacularly unsuccessful. This is especially true because not only are narcissists extremely fragile, but due to their fragility, they're paranoid, delusional, and they tend to have a gigantic negativity bias on top of their enormous perceptual blind spots. This means that things that seem safe and benign or even kind to say can be taken totally differently than they're intended, even in ways that make no sense. Narcissists have an impaired ability to reality test, which means they may very well believe that they see proof of their delusional conclusions, and anyone attempting to tell them that it makes no sense is perceived as lying or trying to trick them somehow. Another part of the problem dealing with narcissists too is that they will project their fragility and massive feelings onto other people, especially when these things are perceived by the narcissist as negative. Projection is another form of denial and another example of their fragility in this case. They cannot handle the negative inner experiences, so they project them onto other people, stating that you are the one who's upset, or you are the one who's angry, or you are the one who is constantly bothered by everything that they do, even in situations where it's very, very clear that this is the opposite of what's happening. And you're sitting there like, okay, but I was literally just sitting here watching TV. You came in and started yelling at me. I don't even know why. I never even said one word to you. Why are you saying that I am the one who's angry? Why are you saying that I'm the one who's upset? For narcissists, to experience negative emotions seems to be seen as proof that something is wrong with them. In their way of looking at it, good people are always happy people. This is where the now debunked quote-unquote fact in the medical and academic communities came from, that narcissists are happier than other people. Narcissists were asked if they were happy, and they reported yes more often than people who are not narcissists. We now know that you cannot rely on narcissists to self-report, as not only will they lie, but because they might not even really understand what's being asked, especially when it's about feelings or emotions, and especially when it's about their own feelings and emotions. Through other ways of measuring emotional reactions, we've now found that narcissists are not legitimately happier than other people. In fact, studies show that narcissists feel higher levels of stress and feel them more acutely than people who are not narcissists. That's not a surprise to anybody who has been around them. Most do indeed seem to be miserable people who cope with that by spreading the misery around. And that makes sense. If someone is this obviously fragile and this obviously afraid, how could they possibly be happy? How could they even know what happy is? Perhaps more important than that, though, more than the fact that they can't be relied on to self-report, is the fact that regardless of the reality of things, narcissists very often will choose whatever the quote-unquote right answer seems to be in any given situation. This means the answer that makes them seem normal, good, not bad, not wrong, this kind of thing. In other words, the answer that they think will support the image they're trying to project onto the situation. If someone asks you if you are happy, and your life has been spent trying to make sure that you are seen as a good, worthwhile, valuable, not bad, not wrong person, it's not that hard to figure out what the quote-unquote right answer should be. It would be yes, because yes, I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be? Ain't nothing wrong with me. Must be something wrong with you. I'm a good person. I have no bad feelings. Because of this, narcissists will very often not admit to any negative feelings at all. They don't seem able to tolerate even acknowledging that these feelings exist for them, let alone admitting that they're actually happening to them. It isn't just their own negative feelings that narcissists have issues with either. They can also become extremely triggered by either real or perceived negative emotions and affects in other people. These seem to upset, terrify, even enrage narcissists. They can become ridiculously triggered by things like very minor annoyance or vague disappointment in other people, making enormous problems out of things that are small problems or maybe not even problems at all. Narcissists also have extreme difficulty reading emotional states in other people. Studies have repeatedly shown that they cannot accurately read the facial expressions or body language of other people, and that they routinely read hostility, anger, and other negative emotions into facial expressions when it is not there. This causes them to feel attacked and is another example of the extreme fragility that you're dealing with here. As an aside, people sometimes believe that narcissists can read other people's feelings because of their ability to manipulate. But the reality is, when we really look at the situation, what we more often see is that narcissists often, quote unquote, read negative emotions, and odds being what they are, they just happen to be right sometimes. Like even a stopped clock is right twice a day. If you constantly accuse somebody of having negative emotions, sometimes you're going to be right. That accounts for some of it, but the rest seems to be that narcissists are not actually picking up on people's emotional states at all a lot of the time. What they appear to be doing instead is watching people's reactions. This is why they often get it wrong, and it's also why not having any reactions that are observable generally frustrates and angers them. Without that to go off of, they don't know what to do. If they could truly read people's emotional states, that would not happen. This is a sad situation to many. For someone to be this frightened and fragile is a shame. However, it's pretty difficult to maintain sympathy for people who are so abusive and horrible because of that. Conversely, there are people who find it impossible to believe that any adult person could be this fragile, and they view it all as manipulation and trickery on the narcissist's part. The reality, as is with most things, seems to be a little bit of both. Yes, narcissists are extremely fragile. They're very easily hurt, upset, insulted, offended, triggered, and angered. That's not really debatable. It's really not. However, they are also totally willing to use those feelings to guilt, trap, trick, or otherwise manipulate other people for any number of reasons. They're willing to perform emotions both real and totally dramatized for sympathy or to appear as victims as well. This is not debatable either. There can be other factors involved here as well, such as the masochistic streak that many narcissists have and the eagerness with which many of them jump at being offended, upset, insulted because of the physical and emotional arousal it creates in them, even though it feels bad. This unfortunately tends to feed into and reinforce the size and the extremity of their emotional reactions. A quote, drama addiction is a real thing. It's thought to be caused by emotional neglect of some kind. When humans are babies, if no one responds to their distress, they will legitimately die. Adults with overreactive or what we think of as drama-seeking behavior, attention-seeking behavior, seem to be sort of stuck in that mode of being for whatever reason, and this is part of why their emotions are so extreme and provoke such extreme reactions. They seem to still be having that infantile stress reaction of, if I'm not acknowledged, I will die. There are also adults who were conditioned into this behavior when they were very young by caregivers who routinely did not respond adequately to the distress unless or until it was very extreme. For example, if their caregiver was also a narcissist who would say things like, "Don't bother me unless you're bleeding." Well, that tells the child that their distress has to be enormous before anybody's going to care. And people get stuck in that way of being. Many narcissists appear to fit into these categories. There's also the reality here that many narcissists use their legitimate pain and trauma as weapons against other people in order to justify punishing and hurting them. For example, the accusations and paranoid conclusions used to justify mistreating other people, such as in the horrific case of Sheila LaBar, who accused the vulnerable and in some cases disabled men that she had romantic relationships with of being pedophiles, of hurting her animals, of destroying her property, and many other things. When they would agree because they were either too afraid to deny it because she was extremely violent, or because they were too developmentally challenged to really understand what was going on or defend themselves, she used this as justification to beat, torture, and kill them. Sheila was fixated on pedophiles due to her own trauma and would come to these delusional conclusions that she absolutely could not be swayed from. She could not be talked out of them. Such as she insisted to one boyfriend that his mother must have done something to him when he was a child because the mother hugged him whenever they visited her. Sheila insisted that the hugging stop or they're never coming back. She even forced this man to confront his mother over her delusional belief that his mother had been inappropriate with him somehow as a child. After she convinced him of his own trauma, she then became convinced that he was a pedophile too, and that he was hurting her animals. She forced him to write a letter admitting all of these things. Her horrific physical and psychological abuse of him was witnessed multiple times by people who worked on the farm who were also afraid of her. One day this man disappeared. He has never been found, although others have. This is a perfect example of how fragile narcissists can be and why this is so dangerous. That wasn't the sole reason for Sheila's behavior. Of course, this is clearly a violent, evil person, but it's definitely one of them. Sheila LaBar weaponized her own trauma as a way to punish those who she forced into the role of quote-unquote bad guy, then reacted to her own fragility by becoming the one who held all the power. This made her no longer vulnerable in her perception. She's now the punisher, and this quiets the shame and the fear that being so fragile creates in this kind of personality. Unfortunately, this is something we see in many, many narcissistic adults. The constant restaging or recreation of situations where they felt victimized in an attempt to retroactively punish the victimizer or to otherwise create an outcome that enables them to feel less vulnerable and less victimized. Freud called this phenomenon repetition compulsion. And it doesn't just happen in narcissists, of course, but with narcissists, it is often very extreme and very, very toxic. For example, Sheila LaBarre perceives herself as an avenging angel saved from suicide to kill pedophiles. She has writings and journals and things going back years that substantiate that belief that she really does think that. This is grandiose and self-aggrandizing to the extreme. In reality, she is just a sick, narcissistic who wants to hurt people because it makes her feel better since she feels that she was hurt, something that is unfortunately very typical of these personalities. Her attorney pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, by the way, and when she was found to be sane, she collapsed in her attorney's arms, sobbing in relief that the jury did not believe that she was crazy. She does not think there's anything wrong with her at all. She perceives her thinking, her decision-making, her behavior, her reasoning, all of it to be totally normal and rational. Not all narcissists go to the extremes that someone like Sheila LaBarre went to, of course, but if you've been dealing with very narcissistic people, it's likely that you recognize at least some of the behavior she's engaged in that was mentioned here. The fragility of narcissists is dangerous, largely due to their desire to combat that fragility by putting themselves in the power position, which all too often means position of the aggressor, of the attacker, of the abuser. Remember, being so fragile means feeling attacked and threatened essentially all the time. The only way to stop that feeling or to combat it is to become the constant aggressor yourself. They are standing in front of that blown glass sculpture, ready to swing on and fight to the death anybody who even looks at it. The sculpture is unfortunately sitting in a high traffic area, which means the narcissist has to fight everybody all the time because the sculpture is so gigantic and taking up so much space, people can't help but notice it. And then here we go, now it's on. If you're dealing with narcissists in any capacity, understand that this level of fragility makes any kind of relationship virtually impossible. It's like trying to play soccer with a glass orb, just not made for that. Their inherent dysfunction is able to keep them alive after a fashion, and not much else. In some situations, it doesn't even do that very well. They're really legitimately not capable of much of anything outside of basic survival. Their brains are tasked with keeping them alive and getting what they need, not making them happy, not trusting anybody else, not making sure they can give or receive love, not considering other people, nothing. Now, everybody's brain works this way to a degree, but for pathologically narcissistic people, not only is it so much more dire and so much more extreme, there's often not much ability or even desire to do anything more. And how could there be when so much of their energy goes into just existing? They literally have to try to create all of their own stuff from nothing, convince other people that it's real so that they themselves can buy into it, then spend a huge amount of their energy and time protecting it so that it doesn't get damaged because it's just too hard to keep rebuilding it all the time. It's important to understand, too, that we should not mistake fragility for any kind of healthy vulnerability because these things are not the same. For narcissists, the word vulnerable translates to weak. Narcissists despise weakness and they absolutely fear and denounce it in themselves. For others, vulnerable in relationships usually means the ability to be open and honest, even if it's uncomfortable, to be trusting, even if it's scary. That is not what fragility is or how fragility works, especially in narcissists. Narcissists are not the only people who can be fragile, of course, but in them, it's extreme. Fragility in narcissists creates a defensive reaction, a closing up and a battening down, which is the opposite of our definition of vulnerable in adult relationships. We don't want to make the mistake of believing that someone who is so fragile is vulnerable in the sense that they could be willing to be open and trusting, because that is absolutely not the case here, and people can spend years and years waiting for this to happen. And it won't, because part of why narcissists are so fragile is that they cannot be vulnerable in this way. They spend so much energy hiding things and closing doors and keeping secrets from other people and from themselves, and denying things, that if anyone happens to see or even suspect any of these secret hidden things, it's agonizing for the narcissist. It is a direct hit on that blown glass sculpture. Vulnerability, you ask? Yeah, no thanks. No thank you. As far as narcissists are concerned, the way to combat weakness is not with more weakness, and that's all they see here. To narcissists, intentional vulnerability of any kind is stupidity of the highest caliber. You might as well hang a sign around your neck that says easy target. Open, trusting, have you lost your mind? This is why if you ever do catch them in a truly vulnerable moment, because it does happen, there's usually a punishment coming to you for seeing that. They have to make sure that you understand they're not weak so that you don't think that you can take advantage of them. They also feel deep shame about that, and they cannot hold shame or process it in any way, so it has to go somewhere. That means it gets dumped on you. The pathologically narcissistic person's entire being is a very fragile structure predicated upon constant fantasy and the systematic denial, deflection, or destruction of anything that threatens to confront or expose said fantasy. To truly and fully understand that is to truly and fully understand why interaction with narcissists is not really possible in any way. You are not even on the same planet as this person, and you never will be. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via Messenger, via Skype, and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to book an appointment. I teach workshops, clinics, seminars, courses, and classes. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, as I stated earlier, the Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Clinic is running this month. You can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication. If you are interested in getting a copy, you can find those on Amazon or on LittleShaman.org. There are also links to all of these things in the information section of this video. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and Transrelational Healing, as well as LittleShaman.org, and that's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Just wanted to remind everybody that Transrelational Healing is available on Amazon and on LittleShaman.org, so you can get your copy today. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is unfortunately very common when dealing with narcissists, and that is the toxic hope that people hang on to that the relationship or the situation will somehow get better. We call it toxic hope because it isn't really hope at all. It has crossed the threshold into a refusal to accept the situation as it is. It has crossed the threshold into denial. Humans need hope, but there does come a point where having hope just makes no sense. There comes a point where having hope is not only painful and damaging, it's just not even reasonable. It's not realistic. It's hard to believe that there are people who don't change or grow. It's hard to believe that there are people who don't care. They just really do not care. It's hard to believe that people can create all of these problems and issues in other people's lives, even in their own lives, and not just refuse to do anything about them. They don't even see it. It's hard to accept that someone can say they care about you and even seem to care about you at times, but still not do anything to try to change behavior or mindsets that have destroyed relationships and caused you and others and even themselves so much harm and so much pain. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how hard these things are to believe or to understand because sometimes they're true. That means we have to believe them and we have to understand the reality of them, because if we don't, then at a point we're only going to be hurting ourselves. This is the case with pathologically narcissistic personalities. Yes, narcissists can be very good at presenting themselves as something they're not, especially at first and for short periods of time. But at a point, we know what they are. At the very least, we know what they're not, that they're not what they claim to be. It's true that accepting how and what they really are is not easy. But if we can't do that, we're going to keep expecting things from them that they are not willing or perhaps even capable of giving and doing. The hard truth is that there is no hope with narcissists. There's no hope that things are going to improve. There's no hope that things are going to change. They don't see a problem with how they are. They don't see any connection between their behavior or mindsets and the problems that follow them everywhere for their entire lives, and they don't think they should have to do anything. That's the disorder, period, point blank. Even when narcissists admit and acknowledge that they have problems or that they're causing problems, because despite what people constantly claim to the contrary, some narcissists will actually do that sometimes, particularly vulnerable, covert narcissists. It's one of the reasons they're so dangerous. But even when this happens, they still don't think this is something that they need to address in any way. They don't think they need to do anything about anything. Everything is still just everybody else's fault and everybody else's problem to deal with. The reality is that you can threaten them with no contact and ending the relationship or losing their job or whatever, some other adverse consequence. You can drag them to family or marriage counseling. You can convince them to take medication. You can force them into one-on-one therapy. You can send them to jail. You can do whatever you can do, and still none of it will matter if they refuse to see the problem and or refuse to do the work. And they refuse. This is part of what qualifies them to be called narcissists. It's how the disorder works. It's the reason the prognosis for pathologically narcissistic personalities is so poor. You just cannot do anything with someone who refuses. It's that simple and it's that final. There are many people who, at least for a little while, just refuse to accept that there's nothing they can do in these situations. Now, this often looks like hope or love, and those things can be involved too, for sure, but it's actually very often an ego conflict where the person's ego refuses to accept that they're not going to be able to fix the problem and are therefore not going to be able to get what they want. The human ego hates feeling defeated. It hates feeling dismissed. It hates being told that it's not powerful enough or important enough or special enough or whatever enough to create or otherwise to get what it wants. It will rage against these things to try to avoid them, to try to ignore them, try to get around them, try to deny them. In some ways, that's all relationships with narcissists are. The constant battle of their ego interacting with somebody else's ego. They want what they want, you want what you want, and in each their own way, both people are trying to get these things by controlling the other person. It doesn't work, and it never ends. It doesn't matter that, well, if the narcissists weren't the way they were, then it wouldn't be going like this, because that is how they are and that is how it's going. It doesn't even matter that all you want are just the basic things from an adult relationship with another grown-up human being. The narcissist cannot give them to you, and the ego needs to accept that it has been defeated here. It's not going to get what it wants from this person or from this situation. That's it, game over. If the ego cannot accept that, it's just going to keep trying to find ways to get those things and keep being hurt and disappointed and angry when it doesn't. This is one of the reasons the whole idea of, well, I'm educated enough or I'm healed enough or I'm whatever enough that I can manage this person or this relationship now is such a dangerous, slippery slope. The reality is that this is a story the ego has come up with to convince itself and you that there's still somehow a chance to get what you want. That's why we say if you're thinking you're healed enough or educated enough to be able to handle the relationship, you're actually probably not either one of those things. If you were, you would see that what you're trying to do not only isn't going to work, it doesn't even make any sense. And sadly, people are invariably disappointed and hurt in this type of situation because despite whatever they say to the contrary, what they really want is what they've wanted all along, and they still can't get it. Even though they are educated and healed and they understand the dynamics and whatever else, they just keep running into that same brick wall every single time. This is not going to change because the road that they're on is a dead end. There's nowhere else to go. The ego needs to learn to accept that and to get past it. Otherwise, it's sentencing itself and you to a very hard time for no real reason because it can't do anything to change the situation. With narcissists, you only ever win battles. You never win the war because the war does not end. Even the battles you win amount to nothing in the end because it's like starting all over again every single time. It's like the old trench warfare. They're in a trench on one side, you're in a trench on the other side. Sometimes you force them one trench back and then you occupy their main trench for a while, and then sometimes they force you back and occupy your main trench for a while, but nobody ever actually advances. It doesn't get anywhere. It's just furious battles and endless energy spent hopping back and forth within the same 20 feet of space forever. Unfortunately, people are often so focused on the battle and getting into that other trench that they don't realize it's the same one every single time, and they never get any further than that no matter how hard they try. Realize it now. Step back and really look at the situation. See it for what it is and accept what you see. There really is no other choice in the end because reality will not be denied. It will continue to assert itself over and over again until you see. The reality here is when you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, you are at war, whether you realize that or not. It's a pointless war that you don't need to fight, that you're never going to win, and you're only fighting it because you didn't know that. Get out of the trenches. There are better ways to live. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, seminars, and courses throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very common when dealing with narcissistic personalities, and that is the concept of getting justice for what the narcissist has done or continues to do. This is a very common thing, of course, and very understandable. The behavior of pathologically narcissistic people is often horrible. They can cause immense damage to other people. It's no wonder then why some folks feel like they want justice or even revenge for the things that have happened to them at the narcissist's hands. The concept of justice is often wrapped up with punishment in many people's minds, and understandably so, but these are not actually the same thing. Justice is about righting a wrong. It's about restoration, whereas punishment is about retribution for an offense or a wrongdoing, harming the offender, essentially. It's not wrong to want either or both of these things, but it is important to understand the differences when we are discussing wanting justice in relationships with narcissists, because often what we mean is that we also want the narcissist to be punished for what they've done. The truth is, it can be hard to get satisfaction in these situations if we're looking for punishment to be part of the equation. In order for any punishment to be truly satisfactory, it would have to be truly impactful. In order to be truly impactful the way that people are generally hoping for, it would require the narcissist to, number one, feel the way their victim felt and understand that this is what's happening. Number two, appreciate that their actions caused these same feelings in somebody else. And number three, understand that that is why the punishment is happening to them. Because of the way that narcissistic pathology works, these things are unlikely to happen. Even if the narcissist feels harmed by the punishment, they are unlikely to have the depth of feeling that you did. Their trust was not betrayed, for example, because they didn't trust you. They did not believe there was a bond with you and then have that taken away from them because they didn't bond with you. They didn't suffer the confusion of feeling like they're suddenly dealing with a stranger because they never knew you. They didn't have their hopes dashed because they didn't have any hopes to begin with. They didn't suffer the pain and the loss of things or people that they believed in because they believe in nothing. It's just not the same for them, even if they feel hurt or harmed in the moment by the punishment. Due to their lack of empathy, narcissists cannot appreciate the impact of their actions on other people in the way that others can appreciate this. Yes, narcissists know their actions are wrong or hurtful, but just knowing intellectually that their actions hurt or upset somebody is not anywhere near the same thing as having empathy to appreciate what this actually means. This is often difficult for people who have empathy to understand, because for people who have empathy, these two types of knowledge are like a package deal. They exist together and they generally do not occur independently of each other. For people without empathy, though, there is only the intellectual knowledge that something was hurtful, and without empathy to give this knowledge weight and make it actually matter, it doesn't really mean anything. It has no impact. Certainly, it doesn't change anything. Your feelings, the way things affect you, do not impact this person. The way things affect you is not part of any perception that they have of the situation. It's just not a thing. As for understanding that whatever punishment they're experiencing is because of the impact their actions had on another person, that's even more of a lost cause. Because they are incapable of truly appreciating the impact of their actions on others, and because of their worldview of themselves as ultimately powerless and therefore legitimately always the victim, along with their inability to self-reflect and other fundamental deficits, narcissists are not really capable of coming to this conclusion. Even if they were, their innate defense mechanisms would prevent this knowledge from landing on them. It's the way this pathology functions, and it's become very deeply ingrained over decades of reinforcement. It's important to understand, too, that this is not a case of stubbornness and a refusal to admit things. People who are severely affected by narcissistic pathology genuinely do not have these capabilities. It's just not there. You can punish them, you can harm them, you can even put them in prison, but you cannot force them to face reality. You cannot force them to take accountability. You can't force them to understand that they are the reason that this has happened. In this sense, punishment of these personalities often falls completely flat. It has no real impact on them because their most common reaction to it is to deflect or otherwise deny responsibility. They might feel the practical effects from it, such as losing their freedom if they go to jail, but they don't get it in the way that people want them to get it, and they likely never will. They will continue to blame other people, live in a fantasy world, and see themselves as the only true victim. To understand narcissistic pathology is to understand that this concept of justice is not really attainable with narcissists. Certainly, if you can take legitimate legal action against them for a crime that they committed against you or somebody else, you should. But don't hold your breath waiting on the epiphany or the breakdown from being forced to face reality. The idea that we can force narcissists to face reality is a misunderstanding of how narcissistic pathology works. These personalities legitimately live in a reality of their own making, and this is out of necessity. The entire reason for it is because they cannot face actuality. Any realizations that they do have are short-lived, and they're overwritten with corrupt logic and fantasy immediately. Anyone who has dealt with a narcissistic personality for any length of time already knows that. And while it's tempting to believe that they can be forced to face reality in extreme situations, or by forcing them to endure extreme punishments, all existing evidence suggests that this is incorrect. Even in the face of the most extreme circumstances and/or consequences, the denial in the narcissistic personality remains intact. In some ways, wanting punishment to have some sort of true impact on a narcissist is not really any different than trying to explain your feelings to them or appeal to them to consider your feelings and stop hurting you. You want them to feel that, and that's understandable, but it's pointless. In both of these scenarios, victims are trying to reach the narcissist on a level that isn't really possible due to the deficits and limitations of this personality. That is perhaps the biggest takeaway here. Trying to reach this person on any level is simply just a waste of time. They didn't understand or care when you were trying to explain about your feelings then, and they still don't understand or care when you're trying to explain about your feelings now. They don't understand or care, and it doesn't matter how you try to show them. Love couldn't make them see it. Punishment will not make them see it either because they're just not capable of seeing it. That's it. However, though this particular kind of punishment may end up being hollow or unsatisfactory, justice in these situations is still attainable. How? By understanding how narcissistic pathology works and realizing that in order to actually impact this person, you have to stop trying to make them see you because that is never going to work. Instead, you do what they always do. You make it all about them for them. What does this mean? It means you stop trying to force them to care about or even see how they impacted you, and you address something in the dynamic that actually does impact them significantly. Power and control are the most important things to narcissistic personalities. Their entire survival is predicated on being able to exert power and control over the lives of other people. True justice for themselves and punishment for the narcissist is attained by the victim taking all of their own things back and putting an end to the narcissist's ability to use these things as weapons. Anyone who doesn't believe that this is enough of a punishment for narcissists doesn't understand narcissistic pathology. You see, hating narcissists or trying to get revenge on them, trying to hurt them, trying to punish them, trying to cause problems for them, ruin their lives, anything else like that does not impact them in the way that most people hope that it will. This is because these forms of punishment don't undermine the core narratives and fantasies that the narcissist's entire existence is built upon. It actually validates them. For example, it validates and reinforces the core narrative that they are the true victim here. Though trying to punish narcissists often angers them, it generally doesn't hurt them in the way that people think it will. In fact, it gives them supply because not only does it validate their victim status, it validates how important they think they are, since people are spending so much time and energy focused on them. It also validates their egocentric paranoia about others plotting against them or trying to sabotage them. Because of this, not only do most punishments or revenge-type schemes not impact narcissists in the way that people hope they will, they can backfire because, as we said, they play right into the narcissist's hands. Losing power and control over other people, though, is something that narcissists cannot easily shake off or deflect and reimagine into something else because losing power and control over others does undermine the core narratives and fantasies that the narcissist's entire identity is built upon. Even if they find something else to blame the loss of control on, they still feel that in a way that they don't feel most attempts to hurt or punish them. It strikes right at the heart of core fantasy narratives, destabilizing and even threatening these things in a way that few other things really can. Narcissists cannot reknit the fabric of their reality around these things very easily at all, which is why so much of their time and energy is spent trying to maintain the power and control they think they already have. Losing these things creates a very real and very dangerous existential threat to pathologically narcissistic people. It causes destabilization, dysregulation, it can even cause collapse. Perhaps worst of all, it exposes the narcissist to their own true powerlessness. This is why there's so much paranoia and retaliation regarding even perceived threats to the narcissist's power and control. They cannot tolerate losing these things. It is experienced as an existential crisis, a threat to their very existence. Without power and control, narcissists have nothing. No way to get their needs met, no way to interact with the world and other people, no way to survive. The loss of these things is felt very deeply and strikes real and legitimate terror into the hearts of narcissists in a way that other things just don't. They can reimagine almost anything into a win for themselves except this. As perhaps the only real loss these personalities are truly capable of sustaining, the impact of their inability to control others is felt very strongly by narcissistic people. Again, this is why we see such outsized reactions in narcissists when their power and control over other people is threatened, or even just perceived to be threatened in any way. It's important to understand, too, that when we are talking about power and control in this context, we're not just talking about having external power over other people. We are talking about the loss of a sense of mastery over their environment and therefore security in that environment, resulting in the same desperate helplessness and vulnerability that a baby might feel if their cries for food and comfort were ignored. It stems from a deep-seated fear, a terror even, of being unable to control their surroundings and get their needs met. Just as babies rely on responsive caregiving to feel safe and secure in having some sort of mastery over their environment because they cannot meet their own needs, narcissists rely on the ability to coerce, manipulate, and dominate in order to achieve that same sense of mastery and for essentially the same reason. When a narcissist's sense of power and control over others is threatened or taken away, then this represents a regression to a state of abject helplessness, a regression the narcissist experiences as an existential crisis. It's not about losing the ability to assert their will over other people, but losing the very foundation upon which their entire means of survival is built. That is what is behind the outsized, disproportionate reactions to threats to their power over others. They're panicking. The panic creates rage and a sort of terrorized, infantile entitlement. How dare you expose the narcissist to their own weakness and vulnerability? How dare you expose them to their own powerlessness by saying no and refusing to be manipulated or coerced any longer? How dare you not be the selfless, responsive caregiver that they require? How dare you deprive them of their ability to get their needs met? Nothing creates a reaction in narcissists the way threatening their power and control does. Nothing. This is how justice, true justice, is ultimately attainable in these situations. Restoring balance to the situation by forcing the narcissist to keep and deal with what's theirs and taking back what is yours allows you to not just do what's best for yourself, but to impact the narcissist in a way that nothing else does. You cannot force narcissists to see the objective reality about the nature of their actions, and you cannot force them to accept or internalize consequences. What you can do, though, is force them to confront something ultimately much worse, that they don't really have any power or control over anything. Their fragile fantasy was completely predicated on you agreeing to go along with it, and nothing, absolutely unequivocally nothing, impacts them more than being forced to deal with the reality that that's not true. It is the threat of legitimate erasure of everything they think they are, of their actual selves. If they don't control other people, if they have no power to master their own environment, are they even really here? Do they even really exist? If you have no mirror to see yourself in, are you really there? Perhaps we cannot understand this level of existential dread, but we can understand other parts of this dynamic. For example, think about a time when you really, really wanted something that you could not have, or when you had something that was really, really important and somebody took it. Do you remember how that feels? The helplessness, the anger, the frustration, the loss, the fear, and all of it made that much more painful by the fact that you could not do anything about that. Now amplify that awful emotional state times 10, and you're still not even close to how strongly this affects narcissists. Again, anyone disputing this just does not understand how this pathology works and how fundamentally imperative this power and control is for pathologically narcissistic personalities to feel even an infantile sense of mastery over their environment. Taking power and control back from narcissists forces them to see you, to really see you, and acknowledge you in a way that nothing else can. Even if they were the ones who ended the relationship, even if they don't seem like they care, even if anything else, this is still the reality. They still won't see you as you really are, of course, and they still won't realize that they're the cause of this, but that doesn't matter because it can't matter. Nothing under the sun is going to make that happen. But that's not the point anyway. The point is that if you want to impact a narcissist in a way that resonates, this is how you do that. You can't impact narcissists by trying to make them acknowledge and care about your pain. That doesn't work on people with no empathy, and it doesn't really matter how you try to do it. That capability is missing in them. You can only impact narcissists by making them acknowledge and care about their own pain. It's perhaps a coincidence, or perhaps not, that the thing that impacts them the most also happens to be the thing that is the absolute best thing for you and your well-being. Now, understanding all of this doesn't mean that your desire for punishment is just going to go away. It's a very human thing going back to the dawn of time, to want somebody who has harmed us to feel that and to be punished for that. The key is to remember that what you're dealing with is not a typical situation involving a typical person. Therefore, the practical application of justice or punishment in this situation is not typical. It looks different than what you might want or what you might be hoping for. That doesn't make it any less impactful, far from. What we are discussing here is arguably more impactful than the consequences that most people face in life. But it can be hard to reconcile that knowledge with the primal urgings of what your ego wants. Your anger is absolutely righteous. Your desire is absolutely fair. You deserve justice. Just remember that regardless of anything else that may or may not happen in this situation, true justice is reclaiming yourself and your power from any and all the people who would try to take that. True justice is leaving this sad and unhappy cardboard cutout of a person to scrabble around for the rest of their life, fighting ghosts in other people's heads and existing only in the reflections of strangers' imagined opinions of them, while you live a real life in the real world with real people and a real self. True justice is finding and liberating the real you. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via Messenger, via Skype, and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, clinics, and more throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books available for purchase. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, the SHRG forum, and support meetings held weekly, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and littleshaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts. If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, The Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by littleshaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something important to understand about narcissists, and that is the big con perpetrated by these personalities in relationships. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are known for being quite manipulative, both intentionally and just as a matter of function. There are many forms this manipulation can take, from the insidious to the outright comical, but the bigger and more intrinsic of these manipulations is one that is often much more serious and much harder to see, perhaps exactly because it's so big and so much of a part of things that it can't really be seen, like not being able to see the earth because you're standing on it. More than any singular manipulation or lie that a narcissistic personality may perpetrate, the big con is more damaging because it creates an impression, what seems to be a reality, that is essentially the exact opposite of what you're actually dealing with. The big con, perhaps the biggest and most damaging con regarding narcissists, is the impression that you're dealing with a whole adult person in the first place. You're not. This is the most damaging illusion regarding dealing with these personalities because there are so many automatic assumptions made by your brain that turn out to be terribly, painfully false. When you believe that you're dealing with a whole adult person, you assume that they are indeed an adult with an adult's ability to reason, communicate, regulate their emotions, manage themselves and their lives, solve their own problems, bond with other people, love other people, see other people at all. So many basic fundamental things that are just not true, and that your brain cannot really conceive of not being true because it thinks it's engaging with another whole adult human being when it's not. So it keeps trying within that framework to do exactly that, engage with this person as a whole, fully functioning adult on an adult level. And it fails because that's just not where they are. But they can often hide that for short periods of time through mimicry. It's how they've survived. Their act isn't actually all that great a lot of the time, but it's like, how good of camouflage do you really need to hide things from somebody who's not even looking for them? Who doesn't even know that these things exist? Why would anybody ever look at another adult human being walking around the world and just assume that that's not what they actually are? You wouldn't, of course, and nobody ever does. That's what makes this so dangerous, and the way our brains function compounds the danger even more, because even when we actually know that's not true, our brains continue to react as if it is. This usually results in massive confusion for people and, sadly, in repeated opportunities for narcissists to use, abuse, or otherwise cause harm to the same person or the same people over and over again. It's important to understand that this doesn't happen because something is wrong with you. It happens because your brain is actually doing what it's supposed to do. It's not misidentifying narcissists because something's wrong with your brain. It's misidentifying narcissists because what they appear to be is not what they really are. Your brain cannot interact with something as if it's something else, no matter how much you tell yourself that this is the truth. It will go by what it sees and the framework that it has in place for that particular thing. This is part of why, for example, both people and animals can be frightened by something that just looks like something they're already afraid of, like a snake. It's also part of the reason why the uncanny valley effect or the uncanny valley hypothesis happen. The uncanny valley effect happens when people have reactions of revulsion and fear to robots and androids that appear too much like humans but still are clearly not. Most of us like robots that are clearly robots doing some human things. Most of us don't like robots that look too much like people but don't behave like people. The theory is that these robots trigger recognition in the brain that they actually are a person, but they don't behave or move like one and things like that. They don't feel like a human being to us, in other words. So this confuses our brain and results in these negative reactions. We see this reaction in people to dolls sometimes. For example, if their eyes are too lifelike, too much like a person's eyes. Interestingly, as the human resemblance increases, this can change. The more truly human-like the robot or android seems, the more the affected person's negative feelings might change. It may be that the more human-like the robot appears, the more we judge it by human standards, and if it cannot convincingly move or behave like a human, it triggers the same negative feelings that a real person would trigger if they were behaving like a robot, or in some way that doesn't apply to the brain's existing framework for how human beings are supposed to behave. The brain then is perhaps no longer identifying the robot as a robot, but as a person who does not seem or feel normal to the brain and is therefore considered creepy or scary. This results in a dip, a valley of negative reactions between two positive spheres of reaction for which the effect is named. We sometimes see this reaction to psychopaths and narcissists. There are some people who meet psychopaths or narcissists and instantly dislike them but don't know why. They often describe them as scary or creepy, even when there's nothing they can actually point to that would be causing that reaction. We often hear them say things about the narcissist or the psychopath's eyes, similar to what we hear from people who don't like when a doll's eyes are too lifelike. Ironically, what we often hear from people about psychopathic human beings is that their eyes are dead. This makes sense. People who are sensitive to this would not like a lifeless thing with eyes that seem alive, and they also wouldn't like a living thing with eyes that seem dead. So why doesn't this reaction keep people away from narcissists and psychopaths? Well, first of all, everybody doesn't experience it, but even if someone does, narcissists are not robots. They actually are people. And remember that the more human-like the robot appears, the more positive feelings like empathy that there are. Much like what we discussed about the Eliza effect that occurs with AI chatbots, the brain will automatically assume that this goes both ways. If it isn't even possible for the brain to prevent this from happening with a machine, and studies have consistently demonstrated that it isn't, it would be completely impossible with an actual human being, especially if you interact with that human being consistently. People who have an uncanny valley reaction to human beings generally only have it at first. This has saved people's lives, by the way. Several women reported having this reaction to Ted Bundy when he approached them, for example. But if you continue to interact with this person, this reaction changes because you actually are dealing with a real human being. So your brain goes ahead and utilizes all the same assumptions and all the same framework that it uses for other adult human beings. People who treat and work with dangerous psychopaths report this happening all the time. Some have been hurt or badly frightened because of it. Others have been manipulated to act on the psychopath's behalf somehow or to otherwise do things for them. And these are intelligent people who know exactly what they're dealing with. Later, they often say things like, well, I got too comfortable, or I forgot what this person really was. And that's understandable, but it's not totally accurate. They didn't forget anything, not really. Their brain was functioning as it's supposed to, that's all. The brain sees a fellow human being, and it will automatically operate based on the framework it has for that, regardless of what it actually knows. Doesn't matter. This is the same for narcissists, by the way, and it's the reason why we don't need to wonder if they will ever treat some other person differently or better. The answer is no. They see everybody the same, just like every other human being on the planet does. They don't see everyone the same way that you do, no, but that doesn't mean they don't see them all the same as each other. They do, and you can actually see that when you look at relationships over the course of their lives. The way we humans treat other humans is not about the other humans, it's about us, and narcissists are no different in this regard. People sometimes disagree with that, but the proof of it is in your own behavior. You didn't repeatedly show an abuser empathy, compassion, kindness, and love because they somehow earned that or they deserved it or for any other reason at all other than because that's who you are. It's the same for everybody else, including narcissists. They claim that their behavior is controlled and caused by other people, but so what? They claim all kinds of stuff is not true. This is just one more of those things. When we look at their behavior, we can see that they have choices, and because of that, we can objectively conclude that they're not being controlled by anybody. They chose that behavior, and they can keep the responsibility for it, whether they agree with that or not. Don't let this responsibility be passed to you. They chose the behavior. They had a choice, and that's what they picked. This is unfortunately another issue caused by the big con in these relationships. We generally assume that the things other adults say are grounded in reality and are therefore worthy of serious consideration. So we take them seriously, we consider them. We assume other adults won't make things up or lie like a child would just to get out of trouble or just to cause problems. We assume adults have adult motives for their behaviors and the things that they're saying. More even than assuming that they're empathic or caring, we assume that adults are adults. We assume we can communicate with them and that they want to communicate with us for the same reasons. Sadly, as we have all found, assuming this about narcissistic personalities is a very large and costly mistake because it's simply not true. Narcissists don't want what you want. They don't see what you see. They don't think what you think. They don't do what you do. They just don't. And understanding this may be the single most important factor to understanding how this works. They don't want equal partnerships or family relationships. Why would that even cross their minds if they believe they are legitimately the only thing that matters in life? It doesn't, because they do in fact believe that. Consider the rage, the hurt, the confusion when they are forced to face the reality that this isn't actually true. That tells you everything you need to know. We all faced the same trauma years and years ago when we were very, very small. We all had to come to the realization that the world does not revolve around us. And though it traumatized us and it wounded us all, as it does to every human being, we adapted. We learned our place in the world. We came to a more realistic understanding and acceptance of our own importance in that context. This does not seem to have happened for pathologically narcissistic personalities, or it didn't happen correctly, and they face that same terrible traumatic realization every single time they are forced to face the reality that they really are not the only people who matter. This, more than anything, speaks to how arrested these personalities really are. This is something that happened for most of the rest of us before we were even old enough to remember, and they're still dealing with it every hour of every day. This is not a person who can understand that other people matter. This is not a person who understands that they don't understand that. This is not even a person who can be told that they don't understand that. They have no framework through which to understand what they're being told. Of course they understand other people exist. Don't they see you standing in front of them? Of course other people matter. Didn't they give you a bite of their sandwich? That's as far as you're going to get with it. You might as well be speaking another language. You basically are, and that's a danger of the big con. They will reply to you in the language everybody else uses, using the same words everybody else uses, and create the illusion that communication is happening when it's not. It can take decades for people to truly understand this, and it's often very damaging because people are repeatedly told that the problem is them, when in reality, communication with this person is just not possible for anyone. The illusion that it is just part of the con. This is why no contact is seen as the only real solution to this situation. There's no real way to protect yourself from this if you are going to interact with narcissists. You can do things that minimize the damage, such as keep interactions short, keep them simple, and only interact when absolutely necessary, but that's really about it. Because you can't protect yourself from being conned in this way, regardless of what you think. It's built into the interaction. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars, so if you're interested in seeing what we are offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that we unfortunately see all the time when dealing with narcissistic personalities, and that is that narcissists are eagerly offended. Not easily offended. Easily offended implies somebody who is maybe too sensitive or perhaps irritable in a way that they can't really help. The position of being offended, although easier for them to get to, is still a place that they would rather not be and would avoid if their temperament made that any easier. Eagerly offended is different. It is beyond easily offended. Eagerly offended describes someone for whom the position of being offended is something that they're seeking out, perhaps even reveling in after a fashion. They look for any opportunity to feel upset, hurt, victimized, or otherwise offended. This is what we so often see with pathologically narcissistic personalities. They're not just easily offended, but eagerly offended. This happens in part because narcissists are not able to hold or process their negative feelings. They have to vent them out, and they need other people to receive them. Otherwise, they can't feel like they've gotten rid of them. This is why so many of them react so badly to people practicing the gray rock method. They need you to take delivery of their unwanted emotions, and they read the confirmation of that delivery through your observed reactions. If you don't have any observable reactions, they can't tell if you got it or not. If they can't tell if you got it, how can they know if they got rid of it? Maybe they didn't. When you practice not reacting, they also don't feel the power and the control that they normally would feel from creating a negative reaction in you. That feeling helps them counteract whatever negative feelings they're trying to get rid of. So if they don't feel that power and control, then the negative, awful feelings just stay and stay and stay. Of course, this is intolerable, so narcissists will often ramp up their behavior in an attempt to produce the reaction in you that they're looking for that will create the feelings of power and control in them, which is what they are ultimately seeking from this whole rotten interaction. It's a two-pronged process that uses both positive and negative reinforcement, and it goes like this. Number one, narcissist has a negative feeling: shame, envy, jealousy, hurt, anger, whatever. Number two, narcissist needs to offload, meaning project, that negative feeling because they can't cope with it. Number three, narcissist finds a target to project a negative feeling onto, which brings partial temporary relief. Number four, narcissist creates negative feeling in the target, thus validating the projection and creating a feeling of power to offset the negative feeling, which brings more partial temporary relief. Contrary to what many think, negative reinforcement is not the practice of introducing an unpleasant consequence or adding an unpleasant stimuli. It has nothing to do with being unpleasant or negative in that context. It means to subtract. It is the practice of taking something away from the situation. In this case, negative reinforcement is achieved through the subtraction of the negative feelings via projecting them onto a target in the environment. Positive reinforcement is the same thing. It doesn't refer to anything pleasant in this context. It means to add something to the situation. In this case, positive reinforcement is achieved by the addition of the feelings of power and control. Though these qualities are not inherent to the terms positive or negative in this context, the conditioning is more powerful in this particular situation due to the fact that what's taken away is an unpleasant experience, unpleasant feeling, and what is added is a pleasant one, the pleasant feeling. It makes this conditioning very difficult to break because it makes it very effective, especially considering that through their projection creating an unpleasant reaction in the target, the narcissist is able to, quote, see that they were right about where the feeling was coming from in the first place place or about who caused it. See, I was right. You are mad. You are upset. This helps to concretize that idea in their mind that the problem and the source of the problem actually is the other person. The offending moment can happen either at the beginning of the interaction and is due to the narcissist's inability to deal with the constant negative emotional experiences they're having, which means they're looking for a reason to explode and they're just looking for a trigger. Or it can happen when they're trying to find a target because there has already been a trigger and now they need a place to put the stuff because they can't deal with the tsunami that's happening inside of them. Either way, we often see them jump into the situation with both feet, eagerly attacking the other person with what seems like glee, seeming almost happy to have a reason to claim that they're the victim, to get angry, to become upset, to blow up. These are perpetually offended, constantly upset personalities who don't have even a basic ability to regulate themselves other than to do exactly what we see here, explode and force somebody else to deal with it because they can't. This is why it's pointless to try not to upset narcissists. Narcissists are already upset. People who are looking for reasons to be upset or angry or offended or to feel victimized can usually find them. Even the narcissists who don't react with violence or tantrum behavior are generally ticking time bombs in a way, just looking for a reason to offload the rage, the fear, the shame that they are constantly carrying around. Through projection and flawed perception coupled with an external locus of control, they find that reason in other people, and other people's reactions validate the quote truth and quote accuracy of this reasoning for them. You can actually hear this in the kinds of things that they often say to other people in these situations. If you're not mad, why are you yelling? If I'm wrong about you, why are you so upset? Did I strike a nerve? You're upset because you know it's true. Or conversely, they might say things like, you're not even trying to deny it. Oh, of course you have nothing to say. How could you defend your behavior? And my personal favorite, that's what I thought. And so on and so on. The reality is people are angry or upset because they're being accused of things they didn't do and being attacked for no reason. But for narcissists, these reactions, and really any reactions, but especially these, are proof that they're right about who is really the problem here, who's really the upset one here, who's really the weak one here, because they believe they can, quote, see the proof of that. They can get rid of the negative feelings they have inside of them. Fear, shame, and powerless can be replaced with power, domination, and control. Then they feel better and everything is okay. For them at least. For you, not so much. It's painful to be attacked this way and accused of things that you haven't done. It's painful to be thought of in a way that does not reflect your nature or your character at all. It's confusing and it hurts in a deep fundamental way to see someone jump so immediately and with such almost excitement to being upset and offended and self-righteous and to having what they believe is a justified reason to just attack or punish others so viciously the way that so many narcissists do. And it happens over and over and over again in so many of these situations. If you admit their accusations, you're a bad person. If you deny them, you're a liar. There's no way out of this for people, and it's one of the biggest reasons relationships with this kind of personality are just impossible, no matter how accommodating and understanding you try to be. You will eventually be boxed into a corner of perceived wrongdoing that is so tight you can't get out. Remember, this is not about you. It affects you, yes, but you're not causing it, and therefore you cannot stop it. And really think about that for a minute. They think things about you that are legitimately, demonstrably false, and they claim that they're seeing proof of that. Obviously, reality means nothing to this person whatsoever. Since that is clearly the case, how is more reality going to change anything? Especially since they'll just dismiss it, or worse, use it to validate their wrong conclusions by twisting it around somehow. Don't bother. As hard as this is, don't bother. It's a gigantic waste of time because it changes nothing. We say it all the time and we will keep saying it. If reality means nothing to somebody, if reality cannot convince somebody of the truth of itself, you are not going to be able to do anything here. So you might as well not upset and exhaust yourself trying. There are some things you just cannot change. There are some things you just cannot do anything about. And the sooner we can accept that, the easier it is to let go of it. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. The Transrelational Healing Handbook that I just published is available on LittleShaman.org and through Amazon, so get your copy today. I teach classes, workshops, seminars, and clinics many times throughout the year, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you are interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings and access to exclusive content, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is important to consider when talking about narcissists, psychopaths, and other antisocial personalities, which is what happens when there are too many of them. Humans are social creatures. Not only do we need other humans for companionship in order to thrive emotionally, psychologically, and even physically, but to ensure survival of our species, humans evolved to live cooperatively. We live in communities together, and this is advantageous to all the human beings in the community. In order to achieve that, humans have had to develop things like empathy, guilt, shame, remorse. These things, while unpleasant, are necessary for humans to live together cooperatively, because without them, there's nothing to stop antisocial personalities like narcissists and psychopaths from harming other people and through their antisocial behavior damaging the entire society or the entire community. If we think about how antisocial personalities behave, it's easy to see how this can occur. For example, in a family structure, one single narcissist can impact or even destroy the entire thing for everybody. They can tank the finances, they can cause the loss of property, shelter, transportation, and much more. They can affect the health and well-being of all living things, up to and including causing their deaths. This can be achieved through simple selfishness and neglect. However, it often includes malice and intentional hurt. If we expand the micro to the macro, we can see how even more devastating the results are, with more and more people being harmed, from the workplace, religious and spiritual communities, entire segments of society, even countries and nations. History is unfortunately replete with examples of antisocial personalities attaining positions of power and the damage that results from this all too common occurrence. To say that people have antisocial personalities means the way that they think and behave are not in alignment with what is required to live successfully in a society with other people. The empathy, guilt, shame, remorse, compassion, and all the other things that make collaborative living possible are either not present in these people or are dysfunctional to the point of rendering them useless, resulting in a personality that does not function well in society, in large part because they cannot be trusted or relied upon. Society, being defined here as a cooperative community of human beings, is predicated on pro-social personalities to make it work. People who do have empathy, who do feel shame, who do express compassion, who can feel guilt. People who follow basic rules, respect the rights of others, carry their own weight, who don't intentionally harm or kill other people. A society comprised entirely or even mostly of antisocial personalities would not be sustainable. Without respect for the rights of others and adherence to basic rules of decency, society falls apart Because of this, there need to be more pro-social than anti-social personalities in any community in order for it to be sustainable, in order for the community to survive. To understand what that means, imagine if nobody respected traffic laws or the rights of the other drivers. Imagine if everybody simply just took what they wanted, regardless of whether they have the right to take it or not. Serial killer Israel Keys once said, "Everything is free if you take it." Imagine if everybody had this mindset, if nobody respected the rights of other people in the community. Down to the most basic facets of life, it would not be sustainable. This just would not work. Society is predicated on people doing at least the bare minimum of respecting the rights of other people. In most groups, antisocial personalities who do not contribute positively, who do not follow the rules, and do not respect the rights of the other people are generally removed from the community. Depending on the culture of the community, they might be banished, they might be imprisoned, they could be exiled, they might even be killed. It's a very simple equation. Those who demonstrate their willingness to harm or even destroy the community are removed from it to protect the survival of the community as a whole. Larger communities are able to support more dysfunction, and this is how many antisocial personalities are able to remain in our society in the way that they do. The pro-social people essentially carry the antisocial people because the antisocial people are part of the community, and therefore they fall under that umbrella of protection. Though they are able to do a lot of individual damage, they cannot undercut or even destroy a larger society the way they could do to a smaller group because there's not enough of them. The pro-social people outnumber them, and this mitigates the damage that they are able to do to society as a whole. But what happens when there are too many antisocial personalities in a society? What would happen if the number of pro-social and antisocial personalities was equal, or if there were more antisocial personalities than pro-social? It's a frightening question. We appear to be in the midst of a narcissistic epidemic. It's true that some people use this word too loosely. They label every unpleasant behavior as pathological narcissism and every run-of-the-mill cheater as a narcissist. But it's also true that long-term studies show people legitimately are more narcissistic than they used to be, and that there actually are more people we would consider narcissists than there were in decades past. This is no surprise, considering, for example, so many narcissists were themselves raised by a narcissistic caregiver. It stands to reason that the more narcissists you start with, the more you're going to end up with. A narcissist who has 3 children, for example, could potentially have brought 3 more narcissists into the world. If they then have 3 children each, that is 9 more potential narcissists, and so on and so on and so on. Of course, that's just an example. That's not always how it works. Younger people are typically more vulnerable to the manipulations of antisocial personalities as well. Having less experience and wisdom to draw from, younger people are also typically more fertile, which results in more children being created by antisocial personalities, creating more antisocial family systems, and therefore increasing the likelihood of more antisocial personalities in general. Genetics may play a role here as well. It isn't just this, though. In many ways, our environment condones or even rewards toxic narcissism. Things like social media, for example, contribute to it. More and more movies, media, music, and many other things embrace a brand of normalized toxic narcissism. Those things that don't reward it often just completely ignore it. Society defines what's expected, and what is normalized in a society will become commonplace, even if it's toxic and disruptive. If we think along the lines of cause and effect, or even just observed correlative factors, we can see patterns start to emerge. For example, a very common correlative factor that we see in the histories of antisocial personalities is emotional neglect and abandonment of some kind. One only needs to imagine a parent who pays more attention to their devices than to their children, for instance, to imagine how that could potentially affect that child and therefore our entire society in the long run. When we are raising children, we are creating the next generation of society, of people. And what has become normalized in society becomes their guide regarding what is okay and what is not okay to do, think, feel, and believe. If there were more antisocial personalities than pro-social, society cannot sustain itself. In fiction and in reality, when there has been a collapse of society, it's a common theme that antisocial personalities have taken over, and that they either caused the collapse or they swooped in during a weakness in order to take control. This is because that's a very easy scenario to imagine, and also because it's the one that makes the most sense. Antisocial personalities generally seek power, and if there's an opportunity to take it, many of them will do so. What we also see in both fiction and reality is that the society cannot thrive under the rule of antisocial personalities once the pro-social personalities have been exhausted or eradicated somehow. It falls apart. This is because cooperative living isn't possible with people who are so single-mindedly selfish and egocentric. The needs of the many do not matter to them, and they're unable to understand that harming the many is also harming themselves in the long run. Again, history is replete with examples of this. There are segments of society that already exist in which there is a preponderance of antisocial personalities, where they rival or even outnumber the pro-social personalities. Prison is one of these segments of society, for example. As we stated earlier, when people exhibit antisocial behavior, society generally removes them from the group in order to prevent them from harming the rest of the people. In our particular society, putting people in jail or prison is one of the ways that we do that. As a consequence of that, the number of antisocial personalities in that segment of society is higher than in the general population. The environment and the culture of prisons in general reflects that. They are often places of violence, of criminal enterprise, of created hierarchies and factions, places with no safety, no trust, no peace. It's a culture that operates on fear and power instead of cooperation and compromise. This is what you end up with when antisocial personalities outnumber pro-social personalities. You can't run a society like that. Taking everything else out of the equation, fear and power only go so far. Fear will wear out, or it will be overtaken by righteous anger eventually, and power only lasts as long as the fear does. Then it can be taken away. It's only through cooperation and compromise that we can create the type of mutually beneficial society that we need to create in order to survive and thrive as a species. Too many antisocial personalities destroys that balance, leaving us with a culture that operates under a ticking clock, a time bomb threatening to explode if the scales tip too far in the other direction. The takeaway from this perhaps dreary picture is, what can we do? Don't let anyone rob you of your kindness, your compassion, your empathy, your consideration. We all need each other, because without us, there's nothing to build. There's nothing to care about. There are only selfish, childish people who would literally destroy everything without even realizing they're harming themselves too. Keep your humanity. We need it. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. Transrelational Healing is out and available on Amazon and LittleShaman.org, so you can get your copy of that today. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content and weekly support meetings plus more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about decoding the communication of narcissistic personalities. This is not just going to be about what narcissists mean when they say things, but about why communication is so difficult with narcissists in general. Pathologically narcissistic people have a lot of problems with communication. Not only are they dishonest, not only are they manipulative, but they have a lot of difficulty with perception, processing, cognition. Today we're going to talk about 25 or 30 issues. Yes, I said 25 or 30 issues that narcissistic people often have with basic communication. This isn't all of the issues that there are, of course, but we will address some of the most common and destructive ones. This isn't even about higher levels of communication, by the way, just basic communication between human beings. Please note before we begin, these problems are not all specific to just narcissistic personalities at all, and this video is not one of the hundreds of videos that attempts to list endless criteria for determining whether someone is a narcissist or not. This video is about how and why these communication difficulties show up for narcissists specifically. It is not a commentary on the difficulties themselves. It is not saying that only narcissists have these difficulties, because that is not true. And it is not giving a list of criteria for anything. This is a much more nuanced discussion than that. And the focus is on how these things show up for narcissistic personalities, not that these are things that only narcissists have or only narcissists do. Narcissists are human beings, and they often have similar problems to what many other people have, though these things may show up differently, be expressed or dealt with differently, or exist for different reasons. Many times, narcissists create the same difficulties in the people they mistreat that they themselves have. They also often have the same wounds as other people, which is one of the reasons that, for example, attraction can develop in romantic relationships. The growing inability to understand that causes a lot of confusion and upset for people that's really not necessary. It's kind of like saying narcissists eat food, and then everyone who eats food says, oh my gosh, I eat food too. Does that mean that I'm a narcissist? The answer is no, of course not. We are discussing concepts regarding the mechanics of eating for narcissistic personalities, not claiming that everyone who eats is a narcissist. That would not only be false, but it would be silly. So hopefully that is understood. Communication is very important. Without communication, we have no way to get our needs, wants, feelings, or issues across to other people. We have no way to get what we need. We have no way for other people to tell us what they need. From the time that we are babies, we're communicating with other people, and they're communicating with us. As we grow and mature, we learn to communicate better. We learn to use words, to read body language, to interpret tone, to examine facial expressions, to use context to inform meaning. We learn about how we come across to other people. We learn about how to state things in a way that best facilitates understanding, and much, much more. We learn to understand the full spectrum of communication and how to utilize that. There are many, many areas where this understanding can break down, however, and when it does, there are problems. Narcissists often have major problems in many areas of the spectrum of communication, which can make dealing with them very difficult. A vast majority of the problems people have with narcissists are actually due to the narcissistic personality's inability to communicate and or fall under the umbrella of communication in some way. For example, their style of communication. Despite their very deserved reputation for being rude and combative, many narcissistic personalities have a passive style of communication. That means they often don't speak or respond directly. So, for instance, instead of asking for something directly, they might hint around or phrase it as a statement. Instead of saying, can you please take me to the store, they might say, I need to get groceries. If someone doesn't realize that this is the communication style, they probably won't respond by offering a ride. This in turn often upsets the narcissist, who assumes that the person knew what they were asking for and just doesn't care or is refusing to give it to them. When confronted, the person understandably says that they didn't know the narcissist was asking for a ride because the narcissist didn't actually ask for a ride, which only makes the narcissistic person angrier. This also comes off as very entitled, and we will address some of the possible reasons for that a little later in the show. Passive communication is a way of communicating where the person does not say what they really want, how they really feel, or what they really need. If directly asked these things, they may lie or deny even when it's obvious. For example, someone who is stomping around the house and slamming all the doors might say everything is fine when they're asked if they're okay. Their tone, facial expression, and behavior are communicating that they're upset and angry, but they're denying it. This is confusing for people and frustrating for the passive communicator who feels that nobody cares. Narcissists in particular react badly to feeling neglected, rejected, left out, or abandoned, which often leads to outbursts, silent treatments, tantrums, and passive-aggressive attacks like smearing other people. The people who are being punished for their failure to read the narcissist's mind often ask why the narcissist didn't just ask for what they wanted, and to people's endless frustration, the narcissist replies that they did. This is an impossible way to try to communicate, and it's made worse by the fact that narcissists appear to assume that everyone communicates in this same passive, indirect way. They live in a world where no one says what they really mean or how they really feel, where everyone is hiding everything from everyone else. They don't believe you when you try to explain that you really did not understand what they wanted. This is partly because they're egocentric, which means they believe they are the center of everything. Egocentric personalities tend to assume that everyone knows what they mean, what they're doing or going to do, what they're saying or going to say, how they feel or are going to feel, and what they want or will want. When they run into difficulties with these assumptions, and they always do because these things are not actually true, they don't adjust their thinking. They just assume that people know but are pretending not to understand, or that people are consciously refusing to give them what they want but they just won't admit it. This egocentricity does not allow for them to seriously consider that someone really didn't know. They can't conceive of a reality where they're not the top thing on everybody's mind, legitimately the only thing that matters. Because of this, the only conclusion egocentricity allows for is that other people did understand everything the narcissist never actually said, but are intentionally trying to make them feel bad or somehow screw them over. It's a no-win situation either way, because even if you do make them understand that you really didn't know what you were supposed to know, this is then often interpreted as meaning that you don't care about them, which you will also be punished for. As we explored in the episode of the show entitled Narcissists and Cognitive Distortions Jumping to Conclusions, these kinds of assumptions create huge problems with communication. We cannot read other people's minds, and they cannot read ours. However, narcissists often not only assume that you're supposed to read their mind, but that they can read yours. And many seem to believe they can see things in there that no one else can, including you. It's very common for narcissists to tell other people what that person is thinking, what that person is saying, how that person feels, what they're doing, what their motives are, and much, much more. And to argue with you when they're corrected. You say, "No, that is not how I feel. That's not what I think." And they say, "Yes, it is." This can go far beyond gaslighting or lying. They genuinely believe that they're correct. Here again, we see the almost shocking egocentrism of this personality, as well as the level of cognitive distortion. I know what you are thinking, feeling, doing, and saying about me better than you do. I see what you don't see or what you won't admit. Because there's such a strong negativity bias in narcissistic thinking, meaning that they give more importance to negative experiences than positive ones, because they engage in a cognitive distortion called disqualifying the positive, meaning that positive experiences are not just given less importance than negative ones, they are interpreted as negative or not even counted at all, and because narcissists project their own self-loathing and negativity onto other people but don't realize that, instead believing that they're reading the other person's mind and feeling the other person's feelings, their conclusion is that all of the things that you are thinking, feeling, doing, and saying about them are bad, and so are all of your motives. And of course you deny it. Anybody would. No one ever says what they really think or how they really feel, remember? Especially if it's bad. We are all just manipulative liars in the narcissist world. Narcissists also often fall prey to a thinking error or a cognitive distortion called global labeling, which is where they take a word or an action that was valid in a specific situation and apply it globally, meaning to everything. This often comes across as similar to context blindness, because nothing else is considered except what was said or what happened, as if it happened in a vacuum or for no reason. Context doesn't matter and is not considered. If the thing was said or done even 10 years ago in a totally different context, a totally different situation, doesn't matter. It happened. It applies to now. It applies forever. This thinking is rigid and impenetrable. The egocentrism, cognitive distortions, and assumptions that everyone is being dishonest, these things alone are enough to create a wall that is essentially impossible to get past. Compounding this even more is the narcissistic personality's complete lack of trust in themselves or other people. They are paranoid, pathologically afraid of being tricked or fooled, and terrified of being manipulated and controlled, but they don't trust their own ability to protect themselves from this, likely in large part because they seem to have an impaired vetting system for determining what information is true or false. For instance, nonverbal communication plays a big part in helping humans decipher what somebody else is saying, what they're trying to say. Narcissists are notoriously bad at reading body language and facial expressions. People who routinely deal with them report this, and studies have repeatedly demonstrated that they read even neutral facial expressions as hostile, angry, or threatening. This may be related to the fact that many narcissists were raised by at least one narcissistic parent. And, as we see with virtually all narcissists, the parents' communication was likely passive or confusing. Their body language, facial expressions, tone, and other nonverbal communication would not have lined up with what they were saying. This would cause the child to be unable to understand or read these cues accurately, or at the very least to distrust these things and or their ability to read them. People never say what they really feel or really mean, right? This would leave an adult person with an impaired, untrustworthy system for trying to determine whether they should believe something or not. And it seems that most narcissists conclude that it's just safer to assume everybody's lying. That way, if someone is, they won't be caught off guard and they haven't been fooled. This way they can't be hurt. They don't seem to understand that this actually creates situations where people reject and abandon them because people get tired of being called liars and cheaters and abusers when they're not doing any of these things. They get tired of having to constantly tell another adult that they're on the same side, or being forced to jump hurdle after hurdle to prove that they're safe to trust, only for this to never actually happen. People give up and move on. Then the narcissist was right all along. No one really cares about anyone else, and especially not about them. Everyone is just a manipulative liar. Narcissists have a strong negativity bias, as we mentioned earlier, and it works in conjunction with disqualifying the positive, so they believe that they have evidence for all of the negative things that they believe as well. Things that are neutral or even kind and helpful are interpreted through their own jaded, negative, and extremely biased perception as things that are harmful or selfish or hurtful. After all, everyone is a selfish, harmful person just like they are. Their self-loathing dictates that they will never believe anybody cares about them anyway because they project that onto other people. So they have a system that is essentially set up to dismiss everything as just more evidence that other people are bad, unsafe, uncaring, and untrustworthy. Disqualifying the positive specifically works as a negative feedback loop to reinforce the belief that everyone's bad, unsafe, uncaring, and untrustworthy because narcissists cannot integrate, possibly can't even recognize positive experience that would contradict this negative feedback loop, which means there's no evidence to the contrary. Because of this, it's not uncommon for people to ask, if they distrust me so much, if they think I'm so horrible, if they think I hate them, if they think I'm trying to harm them, if they hate me, if they're doing all these things to me, why do they stay involved in these relationships at all? This is an understandable question, but it really misses the reality for these personalities. Why would they stay involved in a relationship, family, or situation with people they don't trust that they think are out to harm them? Because in their belief, there's no other kind. You look at it and say, if I thought that someone was so horrible in the same way that narcissists think I am, I'd find a relationship with someone that I could trust, who I didn't think was horrible and evil or stupid or foolish or whatever. These personalities can't do that. There's no one they trust, and they don't appear capable of taking the risk. The relationship is always the same for them no matter what. There's nobody better for them to have a relationship with, regardless of what they say, because they end up seeing everybody the same way. It always ends up the same for them because they don't trust anybody, and they very likely never will, not even themselves. Narcissists also have a very impaired ability to engage in reality testing that severely affects their ability to communicate. Reality testing is when you evaluate your reactions, thoughts, and conclusions against the facts of real life to see if they are accurate and appropriate. It's like a fact check. It is a way of helping the ego to distinguish between what's reality and what is a fear or a hope or a wish or a belief. The human ego in general can have trouble knowing the difference here, and it does sometimes need to be checked because of that. A really simple example of reality testing would be that your friend doesn't respond to your text as soon as they usually do, so you start thinking that they're mad at you or that they're upset with you. Engaging in reality testing helps you to evaluate the situation objectively so that you can see that you don't really have evidence for your conclusion, because there could be many reasons that your friend hasn't answered you yet, and the majority of them actually have nothing to do with you. Your conclusion was based on feelings, in this case fear, and not really facts. Because of that, you can see that you really don't have enough information to come to the conclusion that you came to, and that there are many other conclusions and interpretation of the facts that are possible, which means that your conclusion isn't something that you must accept as reality, since there's a legitimate possibility that it actually might not be. The pathologically narcissistic personality structure is not really set up to include that capability. Because of all the things we've discussed already so far and more, the ability of narcissists to test their conclusions against reality is impaired, extremely impaired in many cases. For example, you can accept that there are other reasons a person might do or not do something that have nothing to do with you. Their personality structure is not set up to truly understand this, and it appears to be very difficult for them to conceptualize that this is actually reality. They just don't see it, and telling them doesn't seem to land on them in any way. Similar to small children, narcissists are not really able to understand that other people have lives and motives and feelings and many other things that have nothing to do with them. When they are told this, they just don't believe it. In their perception, it's just not possible that this is true. People are lying. If you think about the first time you ever saw your teacher outside of school, or when you realized that your parents were actual people who have always had lives that don't revolve around or even include you, you'll probably remember feeling surprised or maybe even shocked that they existed outside of how they relate to you and your experiences with them. This is very similar to how narcissists appear to view other people. They don't appear to care about, consider, or even know that other people are actual people who live outside of the narcissist and the narcissist experiences with them. It's not something they are able to understand and consequently do not care about or consider in any way. This is part of what creates the impression that narcissists expect people to simply sit on the shelf like a doll or a toy until the narcissist is ready to play with them. It's also part of what creates the narcissist's egocentric belief that whatever they are thinking about or worried about or care about or whatever is also what is on everybody else's mind. At the very least, this creates a kind of selfish blindness to other people's perspectives and lives. At worst, it creates claims of sabotage and paranoid reactions when people were not aware of what the narcissist had planned or was hoping would happen and stuff like that. People who honestly explained that they were unaware of the narcissist's plans or expectations may be called liars or worse. Narcissistic personalities simply cannot conceive of the fact that anyone has anything in mind but them. Because of this, people often say that narcissists believe that they're gods. That may be how this sort of all-encompassing egocentric mindset is expressed and articulated and perceived by adult human beings, but it's actually very much like a baby, in that the baby is the god, quote-unquote, of the household, and everything revolves around the baby and its needs. The baby is aware of its own self and own needs exclusively, and even these in only an abstract, totally experiential way, meaning they're not self-aware enough to realize they are a person or aware of their needs as things which are understood, but only through feeling them. For example, they're aware of their need for food through the discomfort of being hungry. In other words, babies don't think, I'm hungry, I need food, I better cry to let somebody know that. They cry from discomfort because their stomach is empty without being aware of why they are crying. Caregivers hear the crying, guess the baby's needs through trial and error or having information that the baby doesn't have, such as when was the last time the baby ate, and they address these needs, knowing what the baby needs for the baby, because the baby itself does not know. The baby is incapable of articulating or even knowing its own needs, but it also does not have to do these things. The caregiver knows and takes care of it. The baby therefore relies on and proceeds to take for granted the fact that the world will know what its needs are, that these not only will be addressed by other people, but that they have to be addressed by other people, they must be addressed by other people, and by extension, that its needs and self are as important to other people as they are to itself. Indeed, the baby has no ability to conceptualize that anything other than itself even exists in the same way or could have needs. Even if these needs are tended to unreliably by neglectful or abusive caregivers, this reliance on people automatically knowing the baby's needs and addressing them still develops because it has to develop for survival. Narcissists do not appear to ever mature out of these assumptions. They don't appear to ever develop empathy or awareness and consideration for other people or things outside of themselves, and they don't appear to ever develop the awareness that they need to fulfill their own needs and or at least articulate things to other people, because people can no longer just know or guess what their needs are. All of these things are functions of development and maturity. Narcissists appear to still take for granted that everyone knows what they will need and just give it to them, which means if people don't do that, the narcissist assumes that people are being punitive and withholding on purpose. They assume everyone knows what they want or are expecting or trying to do, which means if people don't operate according to that, it has to be intentional. The narcissistic personality's ability to engage in reality testing is impaired because they're not in the same reality that other people are in at all. They're just not, and you can't force them to be in it. They don't see it, and proof doesn't sway them because they appear to be missing some fundamental pieces that would enable them to understand and internalize what the proof actually means. Another thing that develops with maturity is the understanding that you're not always right. You don't always necessarily have all the information, and reality doesn't always agree with how you feel or what you think. Again, this is just not something pathologically narcissistic personalities are set up to do. With no ability to reality test, a disproportionately strong negativity bias, massive toxic shame attached to being wrong, and an impaired ability to vet information for truthfulness, it doesn't appear to be realistic to expect narcissistic personalities to really even be able to entertain the possibility of being wrong. It's just too big of a risk. If you believe you're wrong, then you're weak, and you can be harmed by somebody who's just trying to convince you that you're wrong for some type of nefarious purpose. When you cannot trust in yourself and you have no ability to discern what is true or false, the only way you can trust other people is blindly, based on nothing. Simply take them at their word with no way to mitigate harm or protect yourself. This is not something these personalities are willing to do, and to be fair, most people wouldn't. The difference is most people don't have to do that because they have tools that narcissistic personalities don't have. Besides, the reality is, narcissists generally believe they have all the evidence in the world that they're correct anyway. Narcissistic personalities appear to be legitimately unaware of their own limitations, and because of that, they don't seem to realize there could be information they might not have or are not considering. They assume what they know is all there is to know, when in reality, they may be making decisions or coming to conclusions, jumping to conclusions based on very little information or even no information at all. Narcissists operate as if assumptions are knowledge, feelings are facts, and that what they infer into things is always representative of reality. Of course, none of these things are actually true, and the result is that many narcissists end up being told continuously that they're wrong, because they are wrong. When you jump to conclusions based on nothing, or you think you can read people's mind, or you insist that feelings are facts, you're going to be wrong a lot. Due to the shame attached to being wrong and the thinking errors such as projection, which cause them to interpret things that feel bad as always being the result of another person's deliberate intent to harm them, this is just more evidence that they shouldn't trust anybody because everybody's bad. In many ways, the narcissistic personality structure is very limited, very immature, and really can only do a few things very well at all. Imitate and mimic, deny, deflect, and defend against criticism or anything that could be hurtful and damaging to the personality structure, and seek out the supply of reflection and confirmation they need to keep themselves afloat. All of these things are required for the continued basic functioning of what is really a pretty fragile and limited primitive personality structure. These things can't just not be done. They're essential for survival. So most of the day-to-day functioning is taken up with doing them. And there really isn't that much room left for anything else like maturity and growth and conflicting ideas. There's no room for not knowing. And since not knowing is seen as a vulnerability, narcissists are not really capable of entertaining the possibility that they could be wrong. This creates a fear that must be addressed, and the way many narcissists address it is by doubling down and rejecting information that does not agree with their conclusions. This is another big and meaningful difference between narcissistic personalities and those who are not. You can seek outside perspectives without attempting, either unintentionally or not, to manipulate others into saying what you want to hear. For example, if you tell a friend about something that happened and you're seeking their feedback, you will likely be pretty honest about what happened because you actually are trying to test your reality and see if your conclusions make any sense. Narcissistic personalities may also seek outside perspectives, but they tend to relate events in a way that is designed to elicit the feedback that they're comfortable with hearing. They are usually not trying to genuinely test their reality because they honestly don't appear to believe they ever need to do that. Why would you need to do that when you're not ever wrong? Narcissists tend to seek information that will confirm or promote a narrative or a belief that they already have. If this narrative or belief is that they are a victim, for example, they will tell stories that make them appear to be one. This could include everything from unintentionally skewed perspectives to omitted details to conscious outright lies. If they hear feedback which does not confirm their narrative or their belief, it will be discarded or reinterpreted to fit the narrative. For example, if the narcissist narrative is that they are a victim in this situation and someone were to respond in a way that sounds as though they don't agree with that, the narcissistic personality may attempt to reconfirm the narrative to themselves by telling themselves that the person just doesn't understand, or perhaps that the villain in their story, whoever that is, has gotten to this person and recruited them over to the dark side against the narcissist. What does not happen is that the narcissist hears feedback that disagrees with their narrative and they consider the possibility that they're wrong. Not when it's something that is intrinsic to supporting the narrative of their identity, and the reality is that their identity is so unstable that they will use everything they can to create and to support it. Anything they like or that's related to them in some way can be used for this purpose. This is different from other people who use music taste, style, choice, and things like that to express their identity. Rather than using external things as the expression of an internal identity that exists independently of the things seem to be the identity and are not distinguishable or separate from it for narcissists. Narcissists appear to use external things to create and support an identity. They seem to attach their identity to these things rather than the other way around, and are often hypersensitive about them because of that. For example, some narcissists may interpret someone not liking music that they like as the person not liking them, or criticism of that music as some kind of attack on them, even though they did not write the music, perform the music, or have anything to do with the music at all other than listening to it. This can be a very confusing and bizarre experience for people who pretty reasonably don't understand how not liking a specific band or the style of a pair of shoes means they don't like the person listening to the band or wearing the shoes. And they don't usually get an explanation for it because the narcissist doesn't really have one. It's very likely they don't actually realize this is odd, or it's a problem that not everybody else has, therefore they don't believe other people don't understand it. You were definitely on purpose attacking and rejecting them by saying you didn't like that thing that they like. You just won't admit it because you're a giant liar and a bad person. See how easy that is? Besides, they're only reacting to how they feel, and they believe that feeling bad is always the result of someone doing something to make them feel bad. It never comes from inside them as far as they can see it. It's always the result of something someone did to them. Narcissists appear to have serious difficulty experiencing themselves except through the reactions and participations of other people. Therefore, the feedback they receive from others is extremely important. Because of this, and because they come to feel that the feedback and reflections of themselves that they receive from others is always negative eventually, no matter who it is, this makes communication extremely difficult. It often results in the projection, blame shifting, shame dumping, gaslighting, and more that these personalities are notorious for. All of the things we've discussed so far lay the groundwork for what we are going to talk about now. That was part 1 of Decoding Narcissistic Communication. Look for part 2, and as always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide, so if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running right now, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with multiple weekly meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today we are going to do part 2 of decoding narcissistic communication. If you're not familiar with part 1, you're going to want to check that out. So let's get into it. All of the things we've discussed so far lay the groundwork for what we're going to talk about now. Due to all of the things that we've discussed and more, narcissists' most common experience seems to be that they're being attacked and insulted by other people, so they lash out. They believe other people are trying to offend them or hurt them. There's generally no such thing as an accident or a mistake for the pathologically narcissistic personality. How can there be an accident when you're the only thing anyone is ever thinking about or motivated by, and when you know that everyone is an evil person covering it up by being a lying manipulator who's pretending to be good? Oh, no, no, no. You don't get me that easily. It is all on purpose, and I'm not falling for it. These people are very paranoid because, as we've discussed, they have no trust in themselves or their ability to discern what's true or false, and because they believe everyone is just waiting for their moment to take advantage. They are constantly looking for things that are meant to offend, insult, attack, mock, reject, embarrass, or upset them, and of course they find these things because anything can be made to sound bad if you try hard enough. As hard as it is to see sometimes, narcissists appear to believe they're defending themselves when they attack other people. Though on the surface it makes no sense that we can figure out, they seem to believe they're reacting to some insult, offense, rejection, ridicule, or whatever that they believe has either already come or will come. It's often a preemptive strike, so that they're not caught off guard by the inevitable betrayal of their trust. No one can betray your trust if you just never trust anybody and you just constantly suspect that everyone's going to screw you over eventually, right? Why wait? Why experience the anxiety and the shock and the painful betrayal? Let's just avoid all that and get to the point we all know is coming anyway. That seems to be the crux of the situation here. I know you're going to betray me anyway, and I'm not going to let you. I'm going to stop you, either by betraying you first, because then I'm in control of what's going to happen anyway, or by suspecting every single thing you do so that I'm not caught off guard because I can't deal with the betrayal that I know is coming, and I can't handle the anxiety of just waiting for it. This is why we often see narcissists seeming to get angry when people don't betray them or don't mistreat them. It isn't really that they want you to do those things per se. It's that they know you will or that you already have, and they can't deal with the anxiety of waiting for it to materialize. It provokes rage in them. This is also what creates the impression that narcissists can't just be still and enjoy a peaceful moment. They don't know how to enjoy things because they're too afraid of being betrayed and feeling like a fool for believing in something that wasn't real. Many narcissists will even say things like that if you ask them. They cannot relax. They are too distrustful, too anxious, and seem to feel too incapable of protecting themselves. They can't tell what's real or not real, so they just assume that everything is fake and a lie. That way they don't have to guess, and they don't have to be afraid of being wrong. Remember, there's no such thing as a person you can trust for these people, and no one says what they really mean anyway, so it's not like you're risking missing out on a good relationship by assuming everybody is a liar and a phony. Just assume everyone is bad, and then you'll be safe. This is, of course, disastrous for communication. You can't talk to someone who automatically assumes that everything you say is a lie or it's not true somehow. You can't talk to someone who assumes that you're not saying what you really mean or that you're constantly trying to trick them somehow. This is one of the reasons narcissists have so much trouble listening. Part of it is that they are intentionally tuning you out because they don't believe you and they don't want to be fooled by you accidentally convincing them. And part of it is because they're dissociated and they're listening to their own thoughts instead. They are checked out of the conversation, literally. They are listening to something else and are legitimately not present for the things that you are saying. What they do hear, they interpret according to their biases and through multiple cognitive distortions, so they get it all wrong anyway, but even if they got it right, they have enormous difficulty integrating new information, so it wouldn't even matter. You've probably noticed that even when they appear to accept an explanation, nothing's really been corrected because when the situation gets brought up again, and it will get brought up again, they're still saying the same wrong thing as if the explanation never happened. They cannot integrate what you're saying because they can't integrate new information, especially new and contradicting information. What they think is what sticks, and that's it. You can see this at work in the curious phenomenon of mimicry that occurs with many narcissists, where they repeat things they've heard but don't really understand. This often results in chronically misused words or phrases that are not receptive to correction, no matter how many times it happens. Even with something as simple as this, then, the updated information simply cannot be integrated into the system. It does not stick. You can imagine the difficulty there would be with things where something bigger is at stake. Part of the issue is that narcissists don't use logic or anything else to test reality. If things don't make sense or they can't come up with a logical reason for someone's supposed motives or behaviors, which is not something they seem to spend much time evaluating at all, but which may be brought to their attention by other people, they appear to just assume that there's some angle they're not seeing, and therefore their conclusions are still not wrong. So if you say to them, "But why would somebody do that? That doesn't make any sense. Don't you see that this doesn't make any sense?" The narcissist may respond with something like, "Well, I don't know why people do things." Or the answer may be something that makes no sense, or some kind of blanket generalization like, "Because they're a bad person," or "Because they're just stupid." Again, see how easy that is? All of the deflection, denial, gaslighting, and other behaviors these personalities are known for are the result of a desperate attempt to preserve the very fragile fiction they are living in. They have to reject contradicting information because contradicting information disrupts that fiction and threatens its very existence. This cannot be overstated, and it really, really needs to be understood. New and contradicting information threatens this person's reality, which is to say, it threatens their existence. In behaviors like deflection, denial, gaslighting, and all the other things, despite the horrific damage they can and do cause, what you are really seeing is an inept, childish, even primitive attempt to prevent that from happening. And that's obvious if you think about it. How mature and evolved a strategy is it to simply deny things you did or said right in front of other people and insist it just didn't happen, regardless of people having proof that it did? How grown up is it to make up crazy lies about people and spread them around? How adult is it really to basically engage in a more articulate, slightly more sophisticated version of, "I know you are, but what am I?" How grown is it to throw tantrums, break things, or even physically attack other people when you're upset or you don't get your way? These are childish, infantile, ridiculous things for an adult person to do. The very real danger that they present doesn't change that. The grotesque childishness of these things doesn't mitigate the damage that can be done by them at all, unfortunately. But when we can zoom out a little bit and look at them in their proper perspective, it really does show us what we're actually dealing with here in most of these situations. A sort of small, childish, and primitive personality who doesn't know how to communicate, relate to other people, or even function in life very well at all. Some are able to succeed in some things, sometimes beyond all reason or logic, by the way, because narcissism can actually be a benefit in some situations, but their personal lives are usually a shambles, and they are generally unhappy, unfulfilled, chronically angry people who feel perpetually powerless and for whom nothing is ever good enough. That's not a surprise, of course. If we look at their behavior and how they treat other people, their emotional landscape becomes pretty clear. People who are happy and well-adjusted don't routinely mistreat others. People who are happy and well-adjusted aren't habitually jealous, envious, cruel, afraid, distrustful, paranoid. They don't project all these things onto other people. They don't try to shame others or claim that others are trying to shame them. They don't have to gaslight people because it's too difficult to admit bad behavior or a mistake or to be wrong. They don't have to live in a reality that's different from actuality just to cope with life, right? But narcissists do all of those things, and anyone who has spent any time with them knows this to be a fact. Far from whatever they are pretending to be, the majority of narcissistic personalities are terrified, emotional people in complete denial of just about everything, who use inept, self-sabotaging, often abusive coping and defense strategies to navigate life. This doesn't make them not dangerous at all, in fact. The lack of maturity and development makes them more dangerous in many respects. But understanding it does help us not to sort of endow them with more power than they really have. This, in turn, helps us to see them as they really are, which means addressing these things is not as intimidating as it is whenever we see them through the lens that they have provided. Not the one they would like us to use, in which we are supposed to see them as perfect and flawless, but the one they actually gave us, through which we might see them as genius demons or all-powerful monsters and tyrants and whatever. That lens is true in its own way, but it's also false in its own way. The reality is actually very far from that in many ways. These are small, inept, and even gullible personalities who live in a fantasy world because just day-to-day reality is too hard and too scary for them. Again, that doesn't make narcissists less dangerous, far from, but it keeps us from building up or even mythologizing them, which is not only incorrect, but it makes recovery more difficult. Seeing them in their proper perspective also helps with decoding their communication. If you can remember that this is a person who is lacking empathy, who cannot consider other people, who cannot take responsibility for anything because it's too threatening, who is pathologically distrustful, pathologically defensive, who literally lives in a different reality than you do, who cannot deal with emotions from anybody in any way, including from themselves, who cannot listen to even the gentlest perceived criticism because their ego is too fragile and too easily damaged, then a lot of their behavior starts to make more sense, and so do their words, at least intellectually. Emotionally, it'll probably never really make sense, and that's going to have to be okay because it's not going to change. You are not the same as this type of personality, and you won't ever be. So there are some things you're just not going to be able to understand. Count that as a blessing. Many of the things that occur in communication with narcissists are baffling and can make even just basic talking very difficult. As we mentioned earlier, not only do they often intentionally and unintentionally misrepresent and misinterpret what other people are trying to say, they may also chronically misspeak or misrepresent what they themselves are trying to say, because words and phrases don't mean what the narcissist thinks they mean. Because they're egocentric and self-referential, they often take offense to or become upset about things that are not about them, but which they believe to be about them. They have difficulty connecting with their own emotions and feelings, so they project them outwards, then perceive them as being caused by other people or to be coming from someone else entirely. They deflect everything they perceive as even possibly critical or shaming, which is a lot. Many people don't realize how fragile these personalities really are. This results in conversations that go in circles and accomplish nothing, and were designed by default to be that way. They deny even meaningless or silly things, turning every little thing into a personal hill to die on. They defend against things that didn't happen or weren't said. They accuse, attack, and demean. They turn even simple mistakes into huge crimes that people can never live down. They gaslight and pretend things didn't happen, or did. They have no understanding of cause and effect as applied to their own actions or how they appear to other people. They have no empathy, no insight, no self-awareness, no intuition, and no ability to read the room, so they may say things that are artless, rude, inappropriate, or end up embarrassing themselves and then get mad at other people for that. They don't appear to understand or even perceive context at all, either for themselves or other people. They continuously tell other people what the other people mean, what they are saying, what they're doing, or what they're feeling, and refuse to hear otherwise, which destroys the conversation completely every single time. They don't listen, they ignore you, they give the silent treatment, they stonewall, they run away, they blame others for everything and attempt to shame them to alleviate their own anxiety and shame. They project their behaviors and bad quality onto other people and engage in campaigns of shaming and punishment due to their own self-loathing and self-hatred, or to deflect suspicion from themselves. They let nothing go. They give no benefit of the doubt. They insist things happen that didn't happen because they really think they did happen, which is different from gaslighting because it's not intentionally deceptive, even though the effect on other people's is the same. They are delusional. They are suspicious and believe anybody is capable of anything at all times. They are distrustful. They believe nothing you say. They lie because honesty means absolutely nothing to them at all, and because they believe everybody else is doing the same thing. They're manipulative because they feel powerless and need to control other people but can't communicate directly about what they need or what they want. They like tricking people and feeling powerful, like they got away with something. They are paranoid and always assume the worst. Those are just the most basic, common things that can happen with the majority of pathologically narcissistic personalities. There are even more still, all of them awful and damaging. If it has not been made clear to you by now, due to things both in their control and things out of their control, pathologically narcissistic personalities are simply not capable of communicating on any real level in any kind of relationship. They don't seem to understand or even hear much of what's being said to them by anybody, much less someone they feel threatened by, and anyone who is more than a casual acquaintance fits that description. If all you're interested in is the most superficial, banal, and empty conversation possible with a person who has no curiosity, no empathy, and no genuine interest in anything but themselves, then it could be somewhat okay, though you'll probably still find yourself misunderstood continuously, as well as being unable to understand some of the things this person is trying to say to you, and you can't ask questions about it because that's threatening to them. They seem to interpret that as prying, or to take any questioning of them or things they've said as a challenge to them and as claiming that they're wrong somehow rather than an honest attempt to understand. Since they don't seem to possess any real curiosity about other people, they don't understand people asking questions, quote, just because either. If you're asking about something, there must be a problem. You will also find yourself being intentionally mistreated anyway, regardless, because that's just how this goes. It's part of the package. Their problem is internal, but they don't realize that, so the blame and punishment for how they feel goes to the person they can blame, often whoever happens to have the bad luck to be around the most. But if you could overlook all of these things or somehow didn't care about them happening, the communication might go a little better, at least sometimes, if you were willing to be simply a waiting receptacle for their various words and not much else, in other words. However, if you want to have real conversations of any level or depth, if you want to be able to ask questions and have your curiosity rewarded instead of punished, if you want to be able to say good morning to someone without having to worry that they're going to take it wrong, if you want to be heard, if you want honesty, if you want to be seen for who you are, if you want to be believed about anything you say, if you want to understand and be understood, if you want to be able to say what you think, how you feel, and what you mean instead of having somebody tell you, if you want to ever be able to resolve anything that ever happens, and if you ever want to matter, this is not going to work out for you. You might have noticed that this podcast does not include any lists of common phrases and what they might mean or anything like that. The reason for this is because the ability of these personalities to communicate can be so poor that the things they say could literally mean anything or nothing. There is no way to know if they even understand the definition of the words they are using, if they're using them the way that other people use them, if they're being honest, if they're being manipulative, if they genuinely don't remember or understand, or anything else. If you were to ask the narcissist in your life what they mean by what they are saying instead of assuming it means what most people would mean, always remembering that questioning them can be perceived as threatening, you might find out that what you've been assuming and therefore responding to is actually totally wrong. Or that the meanings of things change based on factors that you are unaware of or can't follow, or any number of other things that are not predictable or decipherable. Though it's popular to do, and in very general terms is helpful to understand that they're projecting, for example, it is simply too difficult to even guess what any narcissist might mean by anything without a lot of other information. You would get more illuminating information by asking them directly, though you might not necessarily get an answer. Whatever they might say would probably tell you more about what's going on with this person than any list you might find. Of course, there would probably also be a huge problem if you ask, and the reality is, it's not worth it, not when it won't change anything. The point of understanding how pathologically narcissistic personalities function is not to fix or enable relationships with narcissistic personalities. The relationship will be what it is whether you understand what's happening or not, because the narcissist is basically in it by themselves, and so are you, and you're both in totally different relationships. Regardless of what they say, these personalities are not really looking for understanding in any way, either of you or for themselves or for the situation or anything else. That concept has no true value or meaning to them at all. And I hope this episode of the show has helped you to understand why that is. The point of what we're doing here is to help you interpret what's going on so that you can make an informed decision about whether you want to continue to invest in this situation or not. The level of dysfunction here really isn't surmountable. Virtually every single aspect of communication is impaired for these personalities, from verbal to nonverbal, from listening to getting their own point across, from trust to honesty, down to basic understanding of words and what words mean. It is simply not possible to have a relationship of any kind under these circumstances. If you choose to do so anyway, and many people do, at least know what you're dealing with so that you're not blaming yourself. You will get enough blame from the narcissist. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about communication difficulties with narcissists. There are a few episodes of the show about this, and each of them cover something a little different because communication with narcissists is so complicated and difficult. This one is about something that a lot of people are dealing with, even though many of them don't realize it. One of the things it can take people several years to figure out, if they ever realize it at all, since it can be so subtle, is that even though a narcissist may be using the same words and phrases that they are, or saying things that make sense in the context that they're being used in, the narcissist may not actually mean the same things you or anyone else means when they use those words or phrases. They may not even really understand or care what these things mean at all. They're simply using them because this is where they go. It's important to make it clear that we're not talking about love languages or anything metaphorical here. We're talking about actual words and their meanings. It might seem odd that people would use words they don't really understand, but narcissists are mimics. It's how they've learned to survive. It's kind of like learning to sing a song in another language. You can learn how to say the words and sing the song without ever understanding or even knowing what they mean. You're simply mimicking the singer. This is what many pathologically narcissistic people are doing as well. It's not unlike the way that children learn to speak. They imitate sounds and words with no idea what they mean, which is why they often repeat cuss words and swearing. They don't know it's a bad word. They're just repeating what they've heard. Narcissistic adults are not children, of course, and what we find is that many of them may believe they know what these words and phrases mean, but in fact do not, or that their definition of them is different from what most people understand it to be. It may be extremely difficult for them to relate the definition of words or the context in which they're being used. For example, it's not uncommon for narcissistic people who are pressed to define a word or a phrase to resort to looking it up in the dictionary or something similar instead of being able to answer. Or they may simply refuse to define it at all. This usually happens because their argument or their behavior points to the fact that their definitions of things must be different or possibly wrong, and people begin to ask them what these things mean to them. Because they can't answer, they will often use one of their patented defense mechanisms: deflect, deny, or detonate. Because they are so good at mimicry, it can be quite a while before a person would realize that the narcissist is either using words they don't actually understand, or that they mean something by the words that is different from how they, the listener, is understanding them. If a narcissist is very intelligent or they're higher functioning, this can be hard to see even for years because they've learned to compensate, manipulate, and hide things better. A narcissist, for example, may use words like respect, love, trust, accountability, and responsibility, but be unable to define them, explain the context in which they're being used, or explain how they would apply in a given situation. These are not the only types of words or phrases that they may be using wrong or without understanding. It really can be anything from literary quotes to platitudes to just everyday words. But these kind of things are very commonly on the list. This lack of a common definition creates large problems in any relationship. When someone does not even know what they're asking for, how will they know when they get it? How can they give it to somebody else? The answer is they can't, even if they wanted to do so. This is even more confusing for the person who doesn't realize this is the problem. They believe that everybody is agreeing to the same thing. They don't realize that the truth is there was never any agreement at all because the understanding of the words being used is not the same. This is not to say narcissists are never deliberately misleading, of course, they absolutely are. But if the victim understood this simple fact, it could possibly save them years of disappointment and pain. The relationship with a narcissist, any relationship, whether it's parent and child, spousal, platonic, any other kind, is like someone who only speaks Spanish getting into a taxi where the driver only speaks Japanese and somehow expecting that they're going to get where they want to go. It's not going to happen because there's no way to communicate with the other person. It's just going to be a huge hassle that frustrates and upsets both people for no good reason because the situation is impossible from the beginning. In a very real way, narcissists do not speak the same language as most other people. It sounds the same, but upon careful consideration, what we find is that the words being used don't mean the same thing to both people. This can go on for a long time without being understood. Indeed, it may never be understood by either person in the relationship. Both people will end up believing that the other person has lied to or misled them. In practical terms, it doesn't really matter whether someone is lying or they just don't understand. Either way, the situation is unhealthy and it's not going to work out. It's extremely important to remember that in order to protect ourselves, we should not assume that someone feels, experiences, or understands things the same way that we do. We should not assume that just because someone says the same words that we say, they mean the same things by them, because narcissist or not, everybody's different. We want to guard against projecting our feelings, experiences, and anything else onto another person. This only leads to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. If someone says they feel, experience, or understand things the same way that we do, which is something narcissistic people often do to create the appearance of intimacy, we should be careful about accepting that at face value. Pay attention to any red flags that demonstrate that this is not really the case, because they will be there if it isn't. And the most simple method of all, ask. Ask people what things mean to them. You might not get the truth if somebody's trying to fool you, but you will probably get a red flag. This could be in the form of a non-answer, a vague answer, a cliche answer, a deflection of the question back to you, a refusal to answer, a nonsensical answer that doesn't make any sense. And if you get a red flag when asking someone what things like love and respect mean to them, that's probably one you shouldn't ignore. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via email, over the phone, and through Skype for international clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the book and appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month and clinics a few times a year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running right now, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and thank you for joining us here on the LittleShaman.com. You are listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that virtually everyone deals with when dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists twist things. This is unfortunately extremely common, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. In communication, certain things have to happen. At the very, very least, we have to speak the same language as the person we're trying to communicate with, and we have to have an agreed upon reality that we are both communicating about. If we don't have at least these things, there can be no understanding, which means that there cannot be any actual communication between us. Communication is predicated on understanding. For example, I am talking to you now in a language that we all understand, using words that we all know and can process about an agreed upon subject that I outlined in the beginning of this episode and that you agreed to engage with when you clicked on the episode to listen to it. We can communicate. I can talk and you can listen and you can understand. If you would like to respond, you can, and I can understand you. If we run into confusion, we can ask clarifying questions and engage in further communication until we understand each other. That's communicating, and it's largely made possible by the existence of those two things that we first mentioned. We are speaking the same language, and we are communicating about an agreed upon reality. We're doing that because we are attempting to arrive at understanding of some kind. The goal of healthy communication is understanding. You are listening to this to gain understanding, and I am offering it for the same reason, to facilitate and foster understanding. You want to understand, I want to be understood. I want to understand, and you want to be understood. We both have the same goal. Any misunderstandings that might occur can therefore be resolved or worked through because we're both working toward the same goal. However, when you are dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, you do not have the same goal. You are not speaking the same language, and you do not have an agreed upon reality. Because of this, misunderstandings run rampant in interactions with narcissists, and they usually cannot be resolved. The narcissist will not allow it. This is often confusing for people because why wouldn't someone want a misunderstanding to be resolved? Furthermore, why is this person seemingly incapable of understanding that there even has been one? Why are they attacking me, calling me a liar, refusing to speak to me, or whatever other thing they're doing instead of just accepting my explanation of what I really meant? Why is this going like this? Why can't I stop it from happening? What is the problem? The problem is that narcissists operate from a place of extreme defensiveness. It's so extreme that it makes them incapable of critically evaluating information. On top of that, they don't trust themselves to do this anyway. They seem to have decided that if they can't find an absolutely foolproof way to be able to tell whether something is true or a lie, or whether something is dangerous or not, they will simply assume that everything is harmful and everything is a lie, no matter who is saying it or what else is going on. This way, they're never vulnerable to attack. They cannot be tricked or manipulated or made a fool of. They cannot be hurt. They think this protects them. It does not. What it actually does is make exactly what they were afraid of into reality. I'm afraid that you will lie to me, hurt me, or trick me somehow, and I cannot tolerate the shame attached to that, so I have decided that you actually are trying to do that all the time. This way, I can't be caught off guard. I am no better off than I was before, and I actually feel worse than I would if I looked at things logically and in context, but at least it didn't catch me off guard. It couldn't because I didn't give it a chance to surprise me. I expected it all the time, and that way I was ready for it. It surprises the other person, though, and of course it does. Most people do not deal with this level of distrust and irrationality on a regular basis. Many have never encountered it at all before they met this person. Even people who have dealt with very abusive human beings in the past are often not prepared for the experience of dealing with the pathologically narcissistic personality. It's like a cartoon, a caricature. How can a real human being behave this way, say these things, think these things? How can a person over the age of like 4 years old believe in such black and white characterizations of life and of other human beings? But narcissists do, and everything that happens is twisted to fit into this very narrow understanding. Ironically, this is one of the ways we can tell that so much of this is sincere. People often ask, how do they do that so fast? How do narcissists twist things so quickly? How can they think that fast? The answer is they don't. They are actually interpreting it that way. There's no need to reflect and calculate and come up with scenarios or ways to fit things together much of the time. They are reporting their experience in real time. In this situation, even calling it twisting is probably overstating what's actually happening. To say that they're twisting the narrative or the events in this particular context implies that this is something being done consciously, and in these specific situations, it's not. For narcissists, there are only two ways that a thing can be, and since they don't really believe in the goodness of other people, there's really only one. It's black or it's white, and for narcissists, it's almost always black. Again, they think assuming this protects them from being hurt and trying to convince them that this is not necessary is like trying to convince somebody that breathing is not necessary. It's a survival mechanism, and as far as they can see, it has worked very well for them. It has not, of course, but they only remember the times that this mindset appears to have been validated and therefore reinforced and protected them, even if they had to twist things in order for that to be true. They don't seem to realize that if you always expect something bad to happen, just based on the law of averages, you will eventually be right at some point. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Even a blind pig comes up with an acorn every once in a while. They also don't seem to realize that if you're looking for something, you will find it, even if you have to make it up to see it. This is true of people, not just narcissists. Studies done on this phenomenon have shown that people who were asked to find all the blue dots in an exercise began finding them even when there actually weren't any. They expected there to be blue dots, so when there no longer were any blue dots, they saw dots as blue that were not blue. Or think about when you get a new red car and you start seeing red cars everywhere for a while. There aren't any more or less red cars than there were before you bought yours. You're just actively looking for them now. If you were also afraid of red cars or you thought they were dangerous, you very likely might identify some cars as red that others would not consider red. Why? Because you're hyper-focused on that and you have to make sure that you didn't miss any, because if you do, you could be harmed. Expectation has a massive impact on perception. In many ways, we see what we expect to see. Our brains tend to look for and remember details and information that confirms our expectations. This is how cognitive biases are created, for example. When dealing with someone who is so disconnected from reality anyway, the impact of expectation on their perception is beyond massive. It may, in fact, be the single biggest factor of influence here. They expect you to be evil or stupid or cruel or whatever other negative thing, so they perceive that you actually are these things. They expect to be attacked, so they perceive that they actually are being attacked. This creates a negative feedback loop that just keeps reinforcing itself and becomes entrenched into the person's worldview. Each time their expectations are confirmed, whether through misinterpretation or through reality, it reinforces their belief system, leading to a cycle of more distrust and more hostility that can be extremely difficult to break. Fear also impacts perception enormously, and as you can probably guess, in much the same ways. Fear is a very powerful motivator, and it tends to color our perceptions more than other feelings because it's so strong and we react to it so intensely. If people are also afraid of something they are expecting, this can make their perceptions and their reactions much stronger and much more distorted. Not only might they see it anyway, whether it's there or not, but it can become what is called a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is where a person behaves in such a way that creates the situation they're afraid of, such as expecting and being so afraid that a partner will leave them that they constantly accuse the partner of cheating or otherwise betraying and abandoning them when they haven't. So the partner exits the relationship because they're tired of not being trusted, tired of not being believed, and tired of being accused of things they didn't do. Or expecting and being so afraid someone's going to be angry at you that you behave in such a way toward them that they then become angry when initially they were not. This is related to something called projective identification, which is the process by which people not only project their fears, insecurities, and negative feelings onto others, they actually create them. Other examples of this could be someone hating themselves and expecting and fearing that others will hate them too, so they end up behaving in ways that cause people to hate them. Or someone who expects and fears being mistreated, so they act in ways that are designed to induce other people to do things that they then interpret as mistreatment, such as provoking other people until they lash out. So what does all of this mean? It means expectation plus fear is extremely powerful. It can create very distorted perception, can even cause things to happen. And this is in people who are not struggling with the same deficits as pathologically narcissistic people. For those who do have these deficits, the impact of expectation plus fear is magnified significantly. A narcissist's inability to process emotion and information accurately in the first place means they are even more susceptible to these distorted perceptions and seeing or even creating things that are not there. This can lead to a heightened sense of paranoia and a hypersensitivity to perceived slights, making interactions with them toxic, stressful, and absolutely fraught with misunderstandings, which are then impossible to resolve because this person does not trust or believe anything anybody says, and they can't tolerate being wrong on top of that. And this checks out. Narcissists expect the absolute worst to happen, and then they won't believe that it didn't. They are essentially attempting to force other people to act out the narcissist's fears, carry the narcissist's own negative feelings toward themselves so the narcissist does not have to do that. Understanding this helps to demystify narcissists and put their behavior in a better perspective. This is especially helpful in situations where they are twisting the narrative or the events on purpose. Because yes, they do this out of ignorance, simply because that's the limited way in which they function, they also do it strategically. When you are a prisoner of needing to control what other people see and how they think of you, narrative control is extremely important. How can you control these things if you don't control the narrative? Things will be twisted strategically to fit into whatever the narcissist narrative is. This usually has to do with whatever idealized image of themselves that they are perpetrating. Very often, this is of themselves as a victim of some kind, but it can be anything. This idealized image, this false self, is the star of the show, and narcissists make the movie around the star. After all, If the star of the movie is a tough gunslinger, you don't make the movie about that guy being a circus clown. The backdrop has to reinforce, support, and help create the image. Otherwise, the movie, the illusion, doesn't work. It's not believable. Most importantly, it's not believable to the narcissist. So when something happens where they can't sincerely believe themselves to be their idealized false self, they will twist things until the things fit into that. People sometimes ask, how can they tell the difference between when this is being done on purpose and when it's being done out of ignorance? But the reality is that it doesn't matter. If someone thinks that there's some significant difference here, that's just what they think. The reality is that there's not. It isn't any safer or less dangerous to deal with someone who is constantly hurting you out of ignorance than if they're doing it strategically. It might make you feel better to know that, but it affects nothing in reality at all. In point of fact, if they are doing it out of ignorance, that's arguably more dangerous, not less. People get very caught up in trying to figure out which one is happening when and all this, but in reality, this is actually a complete waste of time because it really has no bearing on anything at all in practical application. None. If you look at this situation objectively, you will see that. It doesn't matter. It is a favorite fantasy of people that if someone's hurting them out of ignorance or otherwise not completely maliciously, that person can somehow be educated out of their ignorance and therefore out of their behavior. But this is not that kind of ignorance. This is ignorance born of inability, not lack of information. This person does not have the ability to be educated out of their lack of empathy. Their behaviors are not the result of never being told that they're harming other people, for example. These things are the result of not being able to understand that or care about it. And the reason they can't do these things is because they don't have the capability. You are not the first person to try to make them understand, and you will likely not be the last. It is what it is. It's important to know, too, that none of this excuses the behavior of narcissists. It provides context for understanding what's happening and why. It demystifies and helps put in perspective very confusing behavior from very confusing people. It does not excuse this behavior. Whether it's malicious or whether it's not, nothing excuses it. This person is a grown adult and they are capable of making choices that don't harm other people. If they choose not to do that, they are responsible for their behavior. If you are dealing with a narcissist and they're always twisting things, it really helps to remember what this behavior is actually about. It is a desperate attempt from a very limited person to make reality into something that they can actually deal with. It doesn't mean anything. It's nonsense. It's noise. The reality is, pathologically narcissistic people live in a fantasy world. They really do, in the most fundamental sense of that phrase. They twist things to fit into the fantasy, sometimes because they really think that's what happened, and sometimes because they need to make it appear that way for their own reasons. Either way, they cannot deal with life and reality as is. They don't have the ability to see it or the coping skills to deal with it if they could see it. The best they can do is pretend that it's not true. Pretend that it's something else. It is really, really important to understand how much of this is really happening here. This person does not inhabit the same reality that you do. They really do not. Their perception and interpretation of you, of life, of the world, of themselves, of everything is entirely different than yours. This is not an act in the sense that, oh, they're just pretending to see things differently. No, they really do. If things happen that don't fit into their worldview, these things are ignored or they are reinterpreted to fit. Even when they are intentionally and strategically, consciously twisting things, it's not really because of any true misrepresentation of facts or reality. It's because what's true is what people believe. That's it. This is hard for rational people grounded in reality to understand, but you're dealing with a person who is neither of those things. Facts and reality mean nothing to them. This is both much more complex and much simpler than most people realize. Your view of things is complicated by facts and reality and what really happened. Theirs isn't. Those things hold no sway over these personalities whatsoever. They are not considered important at all, as you have likely already found out. What's true is what people believe. That's why they have to control the narrative and what other people think of them. Whatever people believe about narcissists becomes true. And if it's negative, this stays true unless and until the narcissist can find or create some opposing counter-reflection. To put it very simply, it's like Tinkerbell. The belief of others brings narcissists to life and makes them real. This really cannot be overstated. It's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. It's the truth of the situation. And if you think about it, you will see that that's how it is. When someone lives in a fantasy, when they live in an alternate reality, belief in that alternate reality is literally the only thing that concretizes it in any way. It's the only driving force behind it. And sadly, narcissists not only live in a fantasy, they are one. And it is only belief in this that makes them real. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, on Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, seminars, and more throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on littleshaman.org or on amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people deal with regarding narcissistic relationships, and that is when narcissists seem to want you to follow a script. During most conversations you will have with other people, everyone listens to each other and decides what they're going to say after they hear what the other person has said. Most people don't already have a script in mind of what they think people are going to say, and then either expect people to follow that or just simply go along in the conversation as if they did follow it. However, many people encounter exactly this when speaking with narcissistic personalities. Particularly when they're upset, pathologically narcissistic personalities seem to have not just an idea of how the interaction will go, but an exact script of what the other person will or should think, say, and do. If you deviate from that, if you insist that the role they have created for you is not who you are, they may become very upset. They may accuse you of lying or playing word games, or they might simply continue speaking as if you said what they thought you would say, even when you didn't. This is extremely frustrating for people. Not only is someone not listening to you and not understanding you, they believe you said something other than what you actually said. Worse, no amount of arguing, explaining, or proof will convince them that they've gotten it wrong. They will continually tell you what you said, what you meant, what you believe, what you thought, what you did, and no amount of evidence or anything else can change their mind. This happens because, first of all, they're not listening to you at all. Narcissistic people live very much inside their own heads, and what they believe happened is more important than what actually did happen. Because they live so much in their own heads that they're not actually present in the conversation, and because they may also dissociate when their emotions overwhelm them, there's a good chance they legitimately did not hear what you actually said, even if they were looking right at you. You may even be able to see in their eyes that they're not listening. If you deal with narcissists on any type of a regular basis, you're probably familiar with that look. They're not present in the conversation. They're listening to their own thoughts and dealing with their own emotions. What does this mean? If you've ever driven a really familiar route, like going to work or something, and you've been so caught up in your own thoughts that you didn't remember any of the details of driving there when you got there, you have some idea of what is going on with narcissistic people in these moments. The memory of your drive to work is not lost. It was never created because you weren't paying any attention at all. This may also be why narcissists will insist you said something when it was actually they who said it. They remember it being said, somebody said it, so it must have been you. For example, the narcissist says, "You want me to fail my big exam because you're jealous of me." You, of course, deny this as ridiculous and attempt to explain what's really going on. Later on, they insist that you told them you wanted them to fail their big exam. You respond that it was they who said that, not you. They accuse you of lying, of playing mind games, of refusing to admit the horrible things that you said. It's possible this is simply a lie on the narcissist's part to make you look like a villain, and they know very well that you didn't say it. It's also possible that they actually believe you did say it. They remember hearing it, so of course it was you who said it. Who else is it going to be? It's possible, too, that they know you didn't say the things they're accusing you of, but they believe this is how you really feel, or this is what you really think, so you might as well have said it. This is perhaps the most frustrating and damaging feature of this, because they are acknowledging you didn't actually say the thing, but they're insisting your meaning, your motive, or your intention are bad, so it doesn't even matter that you didn't say it. This is called an unfalsifiable hypothesis or an unfalsifiable narrative. That means they're saying something that can't be proven false, which means there's no way to argue with it. You can't prove you don't think or feel a certain way, or that you're not just lying and pretending to cover that up. This is the crux of a huge amount of the problems with many, many narcissistic personalities. They simply don't believe you, and they never will. You've also probably experienced narcissists responding as if you said things you didn't actually say. For example, you might say, "I would never do something like that. That's not who I am." And the narcissist replies, "Exactly. That's why you did this horrible thing, just to hurt me, because that's who you are." And you're like, wait, did you even hear what I just said? I just said I wouldn't do something like that. That's not who I am. And around and around and around this goes. They expect to hear you say certain things in this interaction, and when you don't, they just imagine that you did anyway. They are holding the entire conversation, their side and yours, by themselves. There's no room for you here. When narcissists are not already upset, the failure of other people to follow the script may cause them to become upset. You are supposed to respond to things they say and do a certain way, and when you don't, this causes problems. Maybe you were not excited enough about their new job, or you didn't say the exact right things to comfort them when they were upset. Maybe you didn't praise their accomplishments enough. Maybe you didn't answer a question the right way. Maybe you're supposed to have the same opinion about a topic that they have. Whatever it was, you didn't respond or react the way that they expected you to, and that's either evidence that something's wrong with you, or it's a lie, or it just plain didn't happen, and they go on with the conversation as if you did. This is, of course, childish and absurd. You are a human being with all of your own stuff. However, narcissists don't understand that or care. These are arrested, dysfunctional personalities who cannot accept or understand that other people are individuals separate from them. Trying to get through to someone like this is totally pointless. They don't have the tools to understand or to care that they don't understand. They don't even seem to have the ability to understand why any of this matters. To them, it doesn't. You will not be treated as a human being in these relationships because pathologically narcissistic people seem unable to understand what that even means. They see everyone as objects, including themselves. This is perhaps why they appear to be so afraid of being manipulated and controlled by other people. If they believe that humans are controllable objects, they themselves would be no exception to that. In the end, dealing with narcissists is like being a Barbie doll in a child's pretend game. They will direct the action, supply the lines, create the scenarios. They will control the entire thing. Your job is to be the inanimate object, the prop that they can experience whatever fantasy through, and that's it. You are the villain or the hero or the trophy or whatever role they've currently assigned you to in whatever momentary fiction they're playing out. If you deviate from that and dare to have your own opinions, beliefs, thoughts, actions, words, and things, they simply can't deal with that because they don't know what to do with a real person. That's not in the script. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can find that at LittleShaman.org as well. And if you would like to join our support group, you can find that at LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is very common in relationships of any kind with pathologically narcissistic people, and that is the fact that they don't listen. And sometimes they can even seem to be incapable of hearing you. You might notice that when you speak to a pathologically narcissistic person, though they seem to be listening and they're often even looking right at you, they then respond with something that has nothing to do with what you just said, or they only seem to hear one part of what you said and somehow manage to come to the exact wrong or opposite conclusion of your words. This is often a huge problem in these kind of relationships, and it is especially bad when the narcissistic person is upset. How upset they are often dictates how much they're able to listen, and if they're too upset, it may be totally useless to even bother talking to this person because they just cannot hear you. Many people think this is deliberate, and for some pathologically narcissistic people, it's probably true. But it also happens because their feelings are so overwhelming to them that that wave of emotion simply blocks everything else out. It can seem like they're changing the subject with their responses to you, or that they're ignoring you, and maybe they are. But often it seems that they're not even hearing you. After dealing with this for a while, you may even be able to recognize the look in their eyes when they're no longer listening to you. They seem to be listening to somebody else talking that only they can hear, and in a way they are. They're listening to the raving, screeching voice of their own feelings. For a pathologically narcissistic person, feelings are facts. Instead of being able to view their feelings objectively as temporary reactions that may or may not be logical, their feelings are interpreted as factual. In practical terms, this means they fit the facts to their feelings rather than reacting emotionally to the facts. To put that into perspective, most people don't get upset until something happens or is done to them. Narcissists are already upset, and because of that, they become convinced that something must have been done to them to cause those feelings. This happens partly because narcissistic people are so divorced and separated from their feelings through years of denying and avoiding them that they can experience their feelings as coming from somewhere outside themselves. This is why they'll say things like, "I know you hate me, I can feel it." And you're sitting there like, okay, well, you're not getting that from me because I don't hate you. That's their self-loathing, their own self-hatred that they feel. In other words, in these situations, they don't recognize that these feelings were already there and they're not even related to the situation at hand. They become triggered and offended or hurt so easily that the feelings they already feel break through at the slightest provocation, and then they blame the other person for causing them to feel the way they already felt but have been denying. For example, if you say, "Why didn't you wash the dishes?" the shame that the narcissistic person already feels breaks through their denial. This can cause them to lash out at you angrily in self-defense, accusing you of trying to hurt them, to make them feel bad, of demeaning or degrading them, or any number of other things, not because of what actually happened or what was actually said, but because of that shame that they're constantly carrying around. This can be very hurtful and stressful to a partner or a family member who in no way meant anything like that and certainly was not trying to be mean. And now there's no reasoning with the narcissist because they are far too upset. They will not listen to anything other than what their feelings are telling them. Proof doesn't matter. Logic doesn't matter. Nothing matters except for their feelings. It's like dealing with a little kid. In some ways, although I certainly understand why people feel this way, it's almost weird for me to hear narcissists described as these apex predators. These are some seriously fragile people. They can't live in reality. They can't face the truth. They live every single day playing pretend like a child. They feel hurt and offended and attacked by almost everything anybody says or does, sometimes even things that are complimentary or kind. And why? Because their feelings dictate their reality instead of the other way around, and they seem to have no way to recognize that this is a problem. Most people operate like, you said something mean, therefore I'm upset and angry. Narcissists operate like, I'm upset and angry, therefore you said something mean. It's backwards. Events, actions, and things that are said are interpreted through the lens of the narcissist's feelings. Because of this, events, actions, and motives will often be reframed to fit the narcissist's emotional narrative. Seen through the lens of this emotion, things that happen or that other people do and say often become much more sinister, suspicious, and personal to the narcissist than they actually are. This is one reason why people are often accused of having motives they don't have, or of saying and doing things that they did not say or do. This is also one of the big reasons it's impossible to reason with pathologically narcissistic people, especially when they're upset. They can't even really hear what you're trying to say, and even if they could, they're certainly not going to trust you over their own feelings, which override literally everything. Sometimes they can't even get what they are trying to say to come out right. Narcissistic people have immense difficulty communicating with any authenticity because everything coming in and going out has to go through that emotional filter. More than that, since their feelings are interpreted as factual, those feelings are considered evidence. This must be true because I feel it. The proof that you were intentionally trying to hurt me is that I feel hurt. The proof that you are tricking me is that I feel tricked. The proof that you are cheating is that I feel like I've been cheated on, and so on and so on and so on. There's no way to communicate in this situation because the premise of the conversation and the issue are illogical. It's you trying to talk this person out of their feelings they often had no logical basis for in the first place. Not only is that not possible, but it can make the narcissist feel as if you're trying to manipulate them. Narcissistic people have huge issues with trust. They don't even trust themselves, so they're generally in a constant battle between trying to determine what is safe and what is not safe. One moment they trust you more than themselves, so you're a safe place. The next moment they trust themselves more than you, so now you are not a safe place. In situations such as our example about the dishes, if they were to believe you over their own feelings, that makes them vulnerable to you and whatever evil things that you're probably going to do to them at some point, possibly, maybe, they're for sure. That can't be allowed to happen, and it won't be allowed to happen. Even tangible, physical proof does not matter to them in these situations. They are so worried about being tricked and about not being wrong that they can appear almost delusional. So you say, yes, but here's a video of what actually happened. Oh, you edited that to make me look bad or to make yourself look better. Yes, but here's a picture of you doing this thing that you said you didn't do. You faked that to make me look like a liar. Yes, but here's a message in your own words. You wrote that and sent it to yourself to frame me. There's no reasoning with this. It's illogical and it's ridiculous. The overwhelming emotions coupled with their fear of being vulnerable and taken advantage of, along with their pathological need to be right, or more precisely, not to be wrong, make communication with this kind of person impossible. You are not on a level playing field at all. Whether they realize how absurd their arguments can be is a difficult question. Some probably do, but they might feel they've gone too far with it to simply just give in, no matter how stupid it sounds. Others may be in the grip of whatever emotion they're feeling and just running off at the mouth without even really realizing what they're even saying. Some may believe that they're smarter than the person they're arguing with and can somehow make these ludicrous arguments work, while others may be making these nonsensical arguments because that's literally the only thing they have left to say. It doesn't really matter whether they know they're doing it or not, or why they're doing it or anything else. It isn't possible to communicate with someone who cannot or will not listen to you, and it doesn't really matter why. The naked truth is that even if you could make them hear you, they still wouldn't care. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via email, via text messenger, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month. We have the Boundaries Workshop and the Shadow Workshop running right now. So if you're interested in learning more about that or signing up to participate, you can do that on LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that is unfortunately very, very common when you're dealing with narcissistic personalities, and that is that nothing can ever be resolved because narcissistic people are not listening. Communication with narcissists is impossible because narcissists are in an I'm right, you're wrong death struggle while you're trying to foster understanding and resolve situations in an adult relationship. You don't have the same goal. You never have. You never will. It's not going to work because they are incapable of seeing that you are not doing the same thing that they are doing. One of the biggest problems in these situations is that you assume both of you are coming from the same place. You're not. Narcissistic personalities often don't care about resolving the problem. They are much more invested in pretending there is no problem, especially if they are being told that the problem is them. Narcissistic personalities don't just want to be heard and understood the way that it is in most situations. They want to be vindicated. They want to be told that they're not wrong. Many claim, for example, that you're not listening or that you don't understand them if you don't agree with them. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are generally not interested in listening because what you have to say might be dangerous or threatening. These are very, very fragile personalities, regardless of how they come across. The slightest criticism or even suggestion that they're not perfect can wound them very, very deeply. Their defense against this usually includes just simply tuning out things that might be dangerous, which probably includes everything you are saying in an argument or a heated conversation. Their misperception of something you said may have even caused the argument. Even if what you're saying is not perceived as dangerous, it's just not as important as what they have to say. Dealing with these personalities is very frustrating because of these things. It's important to learn to accept when someone is demonstrating that they're not interested in working together and they're just not going to listen to you. There is no power on earth that can force someone to agree with you, believe you, or listen to you if they don't want to. You are not going to convince a narcissist that you or the relationship are safe enough for them to take criticism from you, or that your motivation for giving the criticism is anything other than bad. The fact that you are offering criticism in the first place is all the proof that they need. This is really, really important to understand. So many people in these relationships believe they will eventually be able to convince the narcissistic personality that they are safe enough and trustworthy enough for the narcissist to accept criticisms or corrections the way that people can do in a normal, healthy relationship. This is extremely unlikely. And this belief is based on a misunderstanding of how these personalities actually work. For pathologically narcissistic people, the fact that you're attempting to tell them that they are wrong in any way is proof that you are not safe and that you are not trustworthy. If you cared about them, you would never hurt them in that way. You would provide unconditional, positive regard regardless of what they do. You would never point out a failure, a mistake, a wrongdoing. You would always be on their side. You would never shame them. Now, the fact that hurting them or shaming them was not your intention doesn't matter, mostly because it's not believed. If you were not intending to hurt or shame them, they would not feel hurt or they would not feel shame. Since that's how they feel, that was your intention, period. There's no arguing with that and no way to prove it's not true. You can't argue with someone's feelings. Doing so only makes them think that you're trying to manipulate them. Why else would you be trying to talk them out of their feelings? The truth is, This is a pathologically insecure personality who doesn't feel safe even inside their own minds or with their own feelings and doesn't even trust themselves. There is almost zero likelihood that they're going to ever feel safe with another person or be able to trust anybody. When someone cannot trust themselves, they're not going to be able to trust other people. The important thing is for you not to buy into their constant attempts to blame you for that. There's nothing you can do to make them feel safe because they just don't. They blame you because they believe it's your job to fix that. I would feel safe if you made me feel safe. Since I don't feel safe, this is obviously your fault. This is part of the narcissist's mistaken belief that they're not responsible for themselves, kind of like a child. It's not your responsibility to somehow convince a pathologically insecure, pathologically distrustful person to trust you. Not only is that not your responsibility, it's not even possible. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about how many narcissistic people tell on themselves. This is very, very common when dealing with narcissistic people, and there are a few ways they might do it, so I thought we would address that on the show today. Pathologically narcissistic people are known for being duplicitous or deceitful. They have a reputation for being fake or for hiding who they really are. This reputation is deserved. They do that. However, the majority of them, they're not very good at it. Little pieces and flashes of what they're hiding do show through, usually pretty early, and people do see these flashes. It's just that it's often something that is so opposite of what the narcissist is claiming to be that people will ignore it or rationalize it away, believing it to be out of character for the narcissist and convincing themselves that they're just overreacting. It's only over time that people realize this angry, demanding, needy, or unpleasant behavior is not out of character for this person at all, and in fact, it is their primary way of being. It's true that narcissistic people make a very deliberate attempt to present themselves a certain way to other people, and this is often not a reflection of how they really are at all. But most people do notice certain things that don't add up or don't jibe with the rest of the picture. For instance, someone might boast, even on a first date, how wonderfully they treated all of their exes, but they might also use derogatory language about these people or make inappropriate or off-color remarks about their exes throughout the night. These are things that don't really go with the whole Mr. or Mrs. Wonderful picture of themselves that they're trying to paint. This is one of the ways narcissistic people tell on themselves, by saying and or doing contradictory things. This should not be ignored, because if someone is doing that, it means at least one of the things they're saying is not true and may be an indication that the person is hiding something or that they have some type of perception problem. Another way pathologically narcissistic people may tell on themselves is by just blurting things out that have nothing to do with anything. When my kids were little, I remember that they were wrestling in the hallway, and I went over and I said, "What are you doing?" And my oldest daughter, who was 5 or 6 at the time, just blurted out, "I didn't cut her hair." So of course I'm like, "What?" So I look over at my youngest daughter, and all her hair has been cut off. Apparently they were playing beauty parlor before they started wrestling. This is similar to the way many narcissists behave. They simply blurt things out. It usually indicates something they've done wrong or feelings that they have for themselves. For example, an innocent question may provoke a very hostile reaction with the narcissist saying, "I'm not lying," even though they haven't been accused of anything. Of course, this makes many people suspicious, and it just turns into a bigger and bigger problem. It's like with my daughter. When I said, "What are you doing?" she blurted out the thing that she had done wrong, even though I didn't even know anything about it. Narcissists behave the same way a lot of times. A third way that a pathologically narcissistic person can tell on themselves is with projection. That is to say, they will accuse other people of what they are doing or what they are feeling. Projection is generally a core feature of any type of narcissism. It's very, very common. To the narcissist, their feelings are facts. If they feel that you are doing or feeling or thinking something, then that's a fact. That's what it is. There's no talking them out of it. There's no way to prove them wrong. That's a fact. When they are confronted by things they find uncomfortable or hard to deal with about themselves, such as feelings about themselves that are painful or things they know they shouldn't have done, they often deal with these things by projecting them onto other people. I didn't do that, you did that. I don't feel that way, you feel that way. In this way, they avoid the feelings that accompany these things and deny the existence of them all in general. Denial is the narcissist's armor, and all of this is part and parcel of their overall denial problem. In the end, no matter how good narcissistic people may seem at hiding who they are, something always shows through, and people usually know pretty early on that something's not right. Make sure you trust your instincts here. If something doesn't add up, don't ignore it. What doesn't seem like a big deal now could be a really big deal later. That doesn't mean you have to make a big deal out of it. You might not choose to call the narcissist on it at all, and you don't have to. It might be better if you don't in some cases. But make note of it. Don't ignore it. Don't just rationalize it or push it away. The last thing the narcissist in your life needs is a partner in their denial. And remember, as always, the only way to cleanse your life of this craziness is to just stay away from it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions. I take appointments online and over the phone Monday through Friday. So if you are looking to speak with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab, or you can use the link that's available down there in the information section of this video. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that is very, very common in narcissistic relationships, and that is the attempt to attain power positions. You know, after so many arguments with narcissists, you begin to realize that they haven't actually answered you or addressed any of the topics at hand. All they've done is deny, deflect, distract, avoid, explode, or run away. You're left kind of sitting there thinking, hey, wait a minute, you never answered me, or they didn't address this. After so many more arguments with a narcissist, you come to realize this is actually all they have ever done. They've never addressed the topic. They've never answered your question. After so many more arguments, you realize this is all they're ever going to do. Narcissists believe they are attaining a power position by not listening to you, by not considering your side, by being unreasonable. This is very important to understand because it's a big reason communication with them is not possible. It doesn't matter how they do it, whether it's deliberate, whether it's unconscious, if it's the silent treatment, ranting over you, condescending, screaming, physically attacking you to try to shut you up, turning things around on you, shaming you, walking away. It all means the same thing, and it all accomplishes the same goal. They don't want to hear what you're saying. Narcissistic people seem to legitimately believe that entertaining anything the other person is saying renders them vulnerable. They appear to view arguments and discussions about conflict or problems as the other person just trying to convince and manipulate them or trying to trick them. So they defend themselves and they believe they're holding a power position by refusing to listen no matter what. How far do you think you're going to get with someone who hears only attempts to manipulate and trick them, no matter what you say? How far do you think you're going to get with someone who legitimately believes that listening to other people is some kind of dangerous act that renders them weak, right? You're not going to get very far, and over time, you will see that. It's unfortunate, but these are fragile people, and they are afraid a lot of the time, so they search for ways to control and be in a power position because they're afraid. For example, refusing to be pleased. An abuser in a relationship who refuses to be pleased is making a power play. They're trying to attain a power position. They won't accept any attempts to please them, but they keep insisting that the other person needs to try harder because it's that person's fault that they're unhappy. Then they keep saying that nothing is good enough and the other person is failing them. This is seen by them as a power position, such as with children who have just discovered saying no. They just say no about everything. Narcissistic people think this keeps them in a power position, but really they're just making themselves unhappy. Blaming other people for it might alleviate any of their shame triggered by being blamed or feeling responsible, but it doesn't help them be any happier, especially because people get tired of being treated that way and they exit the relationship. The torture of living through this type of relationship is not describable. It's unspeakable. But it's even more horrible in some ways because the abuser is also torturing themselves, and they're doing all of this for literally no reason. They're making everybody in the relationship or the situation totally miserable, including themselves, for nothing. It's just a never-ending cycle of misery. Excuse me. You know, the truth is, it is just not realistic to believe you can live happily ever after with a person who legitimately, genuinely believes being asked for respect and decency and to be listened to is somehow being controlled by the other person. If an adult person does not understand that they are required to listen and to show respect and decency in a relationship, it's not your job to teach them, and you're not going to be able to do that anyway. Your purpose in a relationship with a narcissist is to be used to regulate their emotions. It's not to be afforded respect and decency and as an equal partner and someone whose emotions and feelings and opinions and beliefs and thoughts deserve to be respected. Your job is as a tool. Your purpose is that they use you to help regulate themselves. That means, to help them to feel better, to put it very, very simply. Now, this doesn't just mean fixing their problems and propping them up when they need it. It also means that you are the target of the constant negative emotion and stress they continually purge because they can't process or hold on to it. They have to just keep trying to pump it out. They need a place to spew all of that. You are the receptacle for it. This makes you the psychological equivalent of a toilet. Just think about that. You are so much more than a receptacle for somebody's toxic self-hatred and psychological vomit. And I really, really hope that you understand and believe that. You deserve so much more. There's no way to explain to a pathologically narcissistic person so that they're going to actually understand that you are a human being with rights and feelings, or that this matters at all. They don't even understand themselves as human beings, or what being a human being even means. Don't let any of that make you forget that you are one. Being in a relationship with someone who is pathologically narcissistic can make it easy to forget what real life with real people is like. Don't let that happen. There are people who will not punish you for being imperfect. There are people who will believe you when you say something. There are people who will get to know you and understand what you're actually like. There are people who can be reasoned with. There are people who understand that everybody makes mistakes. There are people who don't blame everybody else for every single thing. There are people who will actually talk things out. There are people who can actually communicate. There are people who will tell you what the problem is instead of insisting that you guess or that you should already know. There are people who will never pretend to misunderstand you. Not even once. They won't even do it one time. There are people who will ask you for your thoughts, your feelings, and your meanings instead of telling you what these things are. There are people who will not insist that you are evil and malicious or stupid and clumsy. and ugly and whatever else horrible things that these people say. There are people who will actually listen to you. There are people who are not narcissists and who don't act like them. So don't forget that. Don't forget what real life with real people is like, because you are worth so much more than the narcissist in your life is able to give you. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. You have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something I hear all the time, and that is listening to or believing the narcissist when they say something negative or insulting to you. This is something many people struggle with, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. It's interesting that when we talk to people about the narcissists in their lives, whether it's their mother or their father or their spouse or their friend or anybody else, it's almost always the same type of dynamic. This person knows the narcissist is unstable, insecure, unrealistic, mean, not truthful, and has a flexible relationship with the truth, to say the least. And yet they still seem to internalize the negative, cruel, or hurtful things the narcissist says to them. If you ask people if they would believe the narcissist claiming they have $1 million, they say no. If you ask people if they would believe the narcissist if they wanted to borrow $1 million but they'd pay it back, they again say no. They know this person cannot be trusted to be honest or to even know the truth, and generally believe almost nothing they say. Almost. We often find that even when people know someone is not an honest person and or has unreliable perception, they will still often internalize the negative things said about them, as if in this one specific area, the narcissist or other toxic person is somehow magically not only telling the truth, but also living in reality now. This is not the case. Everything they say has the same value as far as honesty and perception goes. Their insults and criticisms are just as overblown as their idealizations, and vice versa. Now, this happens partly because people with a strong narcissistic pathology often hide behind personas created to manipulate others for survival. People incorrectly assume that if that persona or facade is not real, the opposite of it must be the truth or the reality of who this person is. Therefore, what they say and do during these times is true. This is understandable, but it's mistaken. Their honesty and perception are no more valid or unaffected during these times. The truth is, both the nice and the cruel side, and any other that you might see, are personas and masks in their own right. Both of these personas or sides of their personality were created to do the same thing: enable the narcissist to survive. For example, the anger and cruelty and abuse that you see are defensive, even when they don't appear to be. They come out when the narcissist perceives a threat. It may not be a threat that you can understand, but that doesn't matter. You not seeing or recognizing a threat anywhere has nothing to do with whether or not they think there is one. This person does not think like you do. They don't come to the same conclusions that you do. They just don't, and that's all there is to it. They respond to emotions they don't understand, that they might not even be aware they're feeling, and many react immediately with guns blazing, ready to eliminate any threat. Others retreat completely, cutting off communication and even contact until they feel that the threat is gone. It is a primitive, childish defense mechanism created and perpetuated by their enormous emotional immaturity. It seems amazing that anyone could believe a person this unstable and immature about anything. Even when we don't understand the inner workings of why they behave the way that they do, the behavior speaks for itself. Almost all of the ways pathologically narcissistic people deal with conflict, both internal and external, are childish, and often so is much of their communication. Yet we hear it all the time. The question is, why? Why do these things become internalized? Why are they considered as true or even considered at all? Many times it's because the person already has deep-seated beliefs or fears of their own that the criticisms or insults have triggered. Many of these are the result of unconscious conditioning from childhood or from other relationships in the past. Children will not assume that the adults in their lives are wrong or mistaken or lying. They will assume that they themselves are the problem because they believe everything that happens is somehow related to or caused by they themselves. And because through necessity, children rely on adults as the unilateral, undisputed arbitrators of truth. This mindset can be carried into adulthood and results not just in having whatever negative beliefs about the self that were intentionally or otherwise installed during childhood. I'm not good enough, I don't matter, I'm not valuable, I'm not important, I'm not worthy, I'm responsible for other people, it's my responsibility alone to fix or manage this relationship and things like that. It also results in the idea that other people's opinions of us are automatically more valid or more important than our own. This is an outdated, unhealthy mindset in general, but it becomes truly dangerous when the person the opinion is coming from is unstable, unfair, unrealistic, abusive, dishonest. Narcissists are like little kids on the playground. They will keep throwing insults at somebody until something upsets them, and once they see, they will keep repeating it because it works. That's what kids do on the playground too. This is one reason controlling our own reactions to our emotions is so important. When you don't do that, you yourself are supplying them with the ammunition they are hitting you with. This is another reason it makes no sense to believe or internalize or even take personally the things that they say. They are not operating off of reality or facts in any way. They're operating solely off of your reaction. They don't care if it's true or not. They care that you care. Upsetting you makes them feel powerful and superior, exactly like the kids on the playground. Narcissists may or may not have any real understanding of what they're actually doing. A lack of empathy suggests they really don't have any true understanding, but it doesn't really matter since they don't care anyway because that's not the point. You are not the point. You are simply a tool being used in the endless endeavor to make themselves feel better. Any actual empathy they might have is canceled out by this fact regardless. So it really doesn't matter at all. If you find that you are in this situation where you have internalized or considered as fact or started to believe the things that this person has said to you, start really thinking logically about why you would listen to, believe, or even consider anything this person says or trust their perception in any way. Consider the source. Have they given you any reason to think they have sound judgment about you, that they're honest with you, that they can be objective or fair or reasonable toward you? Start exploring yourself and the reason that these things bother you so much that you would even entertain them coming from a person known to be unstable and dishonest. Stop automatically assuming that the other person or people involved are right or fine and that you're always the problem or that you're always the person required to fix, manage, and change relationships and situations. This mindset is left over from childhood. It was bogus then, it's bogus now. You can learn to practice looking at things in a more balanced, realistic way that's more fair to everyone, including yourself. Especially yourself. And one of the ways to start doing that is to really and truly understand that the things people do and say are a reflection of them, not you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via messenger, via email, over the phone, and through Skype for worldwide clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab. The schedule does fill up fast. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something very important, and that is why you should listen to narcissists. I know, you're going to say, but Little Shaman, you always tell us not to listen to narcissists, that everything they say is crazy, projection, BS that isn't based in reality. That's true, and I still mean that. Believe me, I still mean that. But you probably should listen to the narcissist in your life to a certain degree, and this is what I mean by that. First, let's be sure we understand what is meant by listen. Listen in this context does not mean obey, does not mean take to heart about yourself, does not mean internalize, does not mean allow to define you or anything like that. That we still don't ever want to do. It just means listen in the sense of physically hearing what's being said and mentally comprehending what it means. When you start to do that, when you really start to do that, you are very likely going to hear some things that you really didn't hear before. When you listen to narcissists and you take the time to truly comprehend the things that they're saying, what you hear is how they really view things and what they really think. Not necessarily of you or anything else specifically in reality. That's always a crapshoot based on their moods and emotions in the moment and cannot ever really be taken seriously. What we're talking about more is how their mind works, their perception, how they view the world in general. And when you hear that, when you truly hear that, you will realize there's no hope of having any actual relationship with this person at all because the way they see things is so rigid and negative that it's completely hopeless. Narcissists, like everyone else in the world, will tell you how they really are and what they really think if you actually listen to them. It's true that they attempt to present themselves a certain way and things like that, but it's also true that the reality is right there in front of us the entire time. All we have to do is look. To see, one has only to look. To hear, one has only to listen. Dealing with narcissists is no different. One of the hardest things about doing this is trying to see past our own emotions and projections. A basic amount of projection is necessary for communication. We have to assume that others are coming from the same basic place that we are, that they mean the same basic things when using the same basic words and things like that. Where things get complicated is that this is not always true, so misunderstandings can happen. When we're dealing with pathologically narcissistic people, it isn't really safe to assume anything about what they're saying or what they mean, and if we really listen to what they say, we can see that. As we discussed in the episode of the show, Decoding Narcissistic Communication, narcissists often use words, idioms, and or expressions incorrectly. For example, their definition of words, particularly words that describe feelings, are often incorrect or are misconstrued. They might say things that make no sense or that seem out of context. There's also some bigger, more emotional projection that happens as well, and this is not only incorrect but often dangerous. The example we always use on this channel of this kind of projection is serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer is considered by many people to be a sort of Lonely Hearts Club guy who killed people because he didn't want to be alone. This perception was created by Dahmer's own words. When asked why he killed people, he said it was because he didn't want them to leave him. When asked why he ate people, he said it was because he wanted them to be a part of him. People hearing these words from such a soft-spoken, awkward, basically normal-looking man assume that Dahmer means what they would mean by those words, and they attribute his motivations to loneliness. This causes them to view him as a sympathetic, even tragic figure who killed because he was so shy and lonely. However, the reality of the situation is very far from any of that, and these facts are known. It's not a secret. Dahmer's behavior toward his victims both before and after they were dead demonstrates his extreme lack of empathy, his extreme objectification of other people, his complete lack of interest in normal relationships with living, cognizant human beings demonstrates this as well. When taken in context with the reality of his actions, we can see very clearly that Dahmer's statements regarding his motivations are not statements of loneliness. They are statements of ownership. He didn't care if people had lives or families or dreams or needs or hopes or anything else. He just wanted them to stay there, and so he kept them like they were objects. He even used that phrasing several times. I wanted to keep them. His motive for eating his victims was actually sexual gratification, a thing that he freely admitted. It had nothing to do with anything else. People just project their own meaning onto his words based on their own emotions and experiences, not the reality of the situation. We see then the danger of projecting our own feelings and experiences onto other people, especially when their behavior contradicts our interpretation. As we discussed, these things about Dahmer are known. People still allow their own projections to color their perception of both him and his crimes. This is also something we see in less extreme situations all the time. Projection is the opposite of empathy, because empathy is seeing how other people feel, and projection is seeing how you feel. This can be dangerously misleading. When listening to other people talk, we need to be cognizant of how much we are filling in, how much projection we are engaging in. Too much is dangerous, especially if the facts of the situation conflict or even contradict what we think we're hearing. It's important to give the facts of the situation more weight than our interpretation of what someone says. This isn't always easy, but with practice we can learn to put our personal interpretations aside and just listen to what's being said. When you do that with Dahmer, for example, his words sound very, very different. It's also important to try to put our emotions aside. With narcissists, this is often extremely difficult. They typically communicate using emotional manipulation a lot of the time, so trying to hold your emotions in check and really listen can feel almost impossible. It's not, though, and if you can learn to do it, the reality of what you hear is very disheartening. You hear the depth of their distrust, their anger, their fear, their contempt for other people, their loathing for themselves. You hear their willingness to take advantage of other people, their absolute conviction that the world is a scary, dangerous, predatory place where people do nothing but try to get over on each other all the time. You hear their complete and total disbelief in things like genuine kindness, trust, love, reciprocity, fairness. You hear their hopelessness that anything could ever get better for anybody ever, especially themselves. Perhaps most importantly, in a practical sense, you hear their outright refusal to ever listen to anything anyone ever says to them. The disdain and disgust, the blatant contempt mingled with terror because of their absolute certainty that literally everyone is trying to manipulate, take advantage of, or screw them over somehow. Their outright refusal to be convinced of anything, to have anything proven to them, to be wrong about anything, even if it's harming them somehow to be wrong. No willingness to risk, to trust, to try anything. You hear their refusal to invest, the reality that they don't want to believe anything anybody says to them. You hear their absolute disregard for other people, their inability to even see other people. You hear their legitimate and fervent belief that they really are the only things that matter. You hear no hope for anything, no path forward or way through offered to anybody, no way to make anything better, no ability to change or grow or evolve at all. No belief, no faith in anything, no benefit of the doubt for anyone or anything, no ability to bend, no flexibility of any kind. It's all locked doors and dead ends. It is a broken record of negativity and hopelessness and refusal to do or see anything differently that just plays and plays and plays. There's no hope here of anything. And once again, this is not so much about the words that they say, though you can generally hear it there too. This is about their mindsets, how they look at things, how rigid their perceptions are, how fixed their beliefs, how little capability they have to even see outside of these things at all, how small their capacity for adaptability, flexibility, and change really is. It's about hearing this, really hearing it, and really understanding how pointless it is to try and get through to this person or to hope for something else to happen. Listen to what they say. You'll hear it. They're telling you the same thing over and over and over again. Nothing is going to change, and they will never see anything differently because they're actively resisting, fighting, and defeating every single way that change could possibly happen, and they will continue to do so. Hear this and believe it because it's the truth, and they really are saying it the entire time if you listen. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive exclusive content, weekly support emails, and weekly support meetings. You can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by littleshaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and today I wanted to talk to you about pathological narcissism and the tragedy of perception. Before we get started, there are a few important notes I want to make. Number one, narcissism is a spectrum, and narcissists are people, so not everyone has exactly the same behaviors or experiences. It's about patterns and mindsets. Number two, a personality disorder is a diagnosis. A narcissist is a type of person, one who has rigid and toxic narcissistic traits. Number three, if you recognize some of these things in yourself that we're going to talk about, remember that there's a world of difference between displaying narcissistic behavior and being a narcissist. Number four, this channel has at least one video about each of the topics covered here if you need more information. When the Apostle Paul stated that we as people see through a glass darkly, he was saying that we have an incomplete and egocentric view of reality. He was saying that what we see reflected to us about ourselves and the world through the mirror of our perception is not always accurate. There is no type of person who lends more credibility to this statement than a pathologically narcissistic person. The truth is, we all have our biases. We all have our frames of reference. We all have our experiences. We all have our perception. Narcissistic people are not different in that regard. Where they often differ is in how strongly they hold these biases and how their perceptions are processed. This might not seem like a big deal. After all, everybody sees things a little differently, right? However, we must have a baseline to start from. If 4 people see a ball and 1 person sees a tomato, there can be no conversation about the ball or how it got there because not everyone even agrees that there is one. When perceptions cannot be agreed upon, there is dysfunction and disagreement. If perceptions are widely divergent, there's a lot of dysfunction and a lot of disagreement. When perceptions are so totally different that there can be no agreement at all on anything, communication is now no longer possible. There must be a place to start from, an agreed upon idea or focus of the interaction. If this is not present, there can be no healthy or productive interaction at all. Because of the affected perception of pathologically narcissistic people, there can be no agreed upon focus or baseline for communication. In many ways, this affected perception is the wellspring of all of the difficulties that are notorious for affecting relationships with this kind of person. It isn't you say tomato, I say tomato. It's you say tomato, I say basketball. The perception of the narcissistic person is so colored by their perceived experiences and emotions that it can come across as paranoid, eccentric, or even delusional. People are at a loss to understand how the narcissistic person has come to the conclusion or the idea that they are now espousing, and when they're asked, it's often very difficult for the narcissistic person to explain their thinking. If they can explain, the leaps in logic are often astounding and senseless, leaving people with the idea that they're dealing with someone who is profoundly mentally ill, grotesquely immature, woefully mistaken, or perhaps simply lying. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe it's all of these things. Maybe it's none of these things. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the truth and consequently, or perhaps in tandem, with reality is tentative at best. For the narcissistic person, feelings are facts. They are evidence of reality. If someone says something that hurts them, it becomes a fact and therefore their reality that this person said it to hurt them and for no other reason. The proof of this fact is their feelings. Because they have, quote, proof, no other explanation or reason will be accepted. It's the same way with everything. This is a backward way of processing information where they fit the facts to their feelings rather than fitting their feelings to the facts. It is essentially saying, this is true because I think it is. The proof of its truth is that I think it, and if I think it, it must be true. This irrational circular logic cannot be argued with, mostly because it can't be disproven. How can you argue facts against a feeling? When dealing with narcissistic people, many times the feeling is the argument. It's the theory, the evidence, and the conclusion. Attempts to prove or disprove the facts surrounding their argument are often taken as gaslighting and manipulation. You can't prove that you weren't trying to hurt them or embarrass them or lie to them or cheat them or whatever because they are hurt. They are embarrassed. They feel lied to. They feel cheated, and on and on and on. To them, that's proof of your intention right there. The reasoning seems to be, if you did not intend for me to feel this way, I wouldn't. Whatever feeling has been triggered, anger, shame, jealousy, anything else is now calling the shots. And everything that is perceived now is seen through this defensive, suspicious, hurt, and slanted lens, and it looks bad. Because the feeling is the argument, they may feel that any assertion you make to the contrary is an attempt to talk them out of their feelings, deny the harm you've done, trick them into accepting something hurtful, or that you are dismissing their feelings. This feels like abuse and manipulation. Asserting or arguing the facts of the situation is threatening to narcissists because you're now invalidating their feelings, which is to say, you're invalidating them. Contradicting the actual facts of the situation feels to the narcissist as though you are contradicting, even attacking their feelings. Consequently, you are attacking them. Because narcissistic people are so disconnected from themselves internally, they experience events differently than most other people do. They assume their thoughts and feelings are being caused by other people doing something, rather than being a result of internal conflict or problems. Now, this could be understandable, or it could even be true, but a lot of times it really makes no sense at all. And instead of at least considering that their conclusions could be illogical, they use their feelings as evidence to double down. No matter how gently you attempt to contradict this experience or assert reality, they experience this as you telling them that they're wrong. Worse, you're telling them that their feelings don't matter, and subsequently neither do they. These feelings trigger shame in the pathologically narcissistic person, and they seem to be experienced as abusive, dishonest, or punitive rather than as an honest attempt at communication. This causes them to dig their heels in even deeper, hold on even tighter, and essentially destroys the possibility of actual communication. It has now become about winning. And the stakes are much higher than just a conversation or an argument. Winning is now about validating themselves as a worthy person. This is the bane of their entire existence. Now, obviously, most people understand that feelings can be hurt on accident, or that their perception of a situation may not be the reality of the situation. Narcissistic people do not function this way. Because of their affected perception, they believe that everything which happens is about, to, for, and because of them. Therefore, there's no way they could be hurt on accident because everyone is always considering how things are affecting them. They're the most important person in the situation, so how could this not be true? More importantly, their feelings back up their conclusions. The fact that they are making a backwards assessment of the situation does not occur to them, and it wouldn't matter if it did. Emotional fireworks with narcissistic people almost always begin with whatever they are claiming the other person did to upset them. Anything they did even directly preceding the situation does not matter, is not mentioned, and will not be acknowledged. If they are physically violent and you threw them out, well, the problem is that you threw them out, or you caused the violence somehow. If they have been caught cheating because you saw it in their phone, the problem is that you were snooping through their phone. If they said something horrible to you and you said something back, the focus will be on what you said back. Often things will be presented in such a way as to make it appear that you have done these things for no reason. This is probably a sincere experience for most pathologically narcissistic people. They really don't think they've done anything wrong. They really do think they are a special case, or that they have special reasons, or that they're subject to special treatment. When you can justify anything, absolutely anything, in your mind, the way that narcissists can, you can essentially do whatever you like. They always have a reason or a scapegoat or an excuse. Always. The reason for this is due to a survival mechanism they use called mirroring. One of the biggest problems for these types of personalities is that they require the cooperation of other people to survive, but they've been unable to work out how to successfully achieve this. They require voluntary participation from others in order to function, yet they are unable to successfully maintain even basic relationships with these people they so desperately need. Even the smoothest, most manipulative narcissist on the face of the earth uses up the goodwill of other people eventually. No matter how enamored or spellbound or afraid or dependent somebody is, eventually most people get sick of the way they're being treated. This is disastrous for the narcissist. Many people think that narcissists don't care what other people think of them. This could not be farther from the truth. They, in fact, require other people's input before they can know what to think of themselves. Pathologically narcissistic people cannot create, sustain, or regulate their own self-worth or their own self-image. The inability to do this is devastating to the human personality structure, and it often results in suicidal behavior. Once again, narcissists are no different in this regard. However, to combat this inevitable crash, narcissists survive using a tactic called mirroring. We see this in very, very young children. Small children cannot create or maintain their own self-worth or self-image either. They require caretakers to do this for them through the process of mirroring. This is where the caretaker reflects their feelings and their concept of the child back to them like a mirror. If the caretaker consistently reflects positive feelings and a positive image of the child will create a good self-image and have a healthy sense of self-worth. If the caretaker consistently reflects negative feelings and a negative image, or if the reflection is very inconsistent, the child's self-image and self-worth will suffer greatly. Keep in mind, this doesn't necessarily reflect reality or refer to anything intentional. For example, if mom and dad work all the time, children might get the impression that they're not important, and this creates a problem with self-worth and self-image, even though it's not necessarily reality and is certainly not intentional. This is the same basic way that pathologically narcissistic people operate. They require the input of others in order to function the same way that small children require it. Because narcissists already have such pervasive issues with their self-worth and self-image, they cannot tolerate negative reflections from other people, whether they're real or not. In the idealization or honeymoon stage of a relationship, the narcissist believes the other person is perfect. This is largely because the other person believes they are perfect. Narcissistic people do not forgive, condone, or accept mistakes from anybody, including themselves. To the narcissist's skewed perception, if someone is not perfect, they have no value. This is why they always have a reason or a justification or an excuse or a scapegoat. It's not a real mistake. It's not a real failure. And if it is, it's not their fault. As a way to combat their damaged self-image and non-existent self-worth, the narcissist has created an optimum, if one-dimensional, version of themselves to present to the world that insists on judging them so harshly. It's all good qualities and no bad. They use this flexible false self to mirror back to other people what they seem to want. This is how they have learned to survive, through mirroring and mimicry. They have no true interest in other people as people and are simply trying to get their needs met the only way they know how. As they mirror the other person reflects back to them extremely positive regard that helps create and sustain self-worth. This awesome person thinks I'm awesome. That would make anybody feel good. However, the narcissist is a paranoid and suspicious person in general, and especially in any relationship of any kind. Other people have enormous power over narcissists in relationships because the narcissist is dependent on this person or these people for their survival. This causes narcissists to be defensive and suspicious. Not only do they usually believe everyone operates as they do, but as a maladaptive defense mechanism to combat their non-existent self-worth, they also believe they are the focus of everything and everyone is just waiting to take from them somehow. Or they may believe that everyone needs them somehow and they are the only ones who can help or fix things. At the same time, they fear the exposure of, quote, who they really are and the resulting loss of necessary relationships which will culminate in their needs not being met. And, whether conscious or unconscious, they also need someone to blame things on so they can remain perfect and therefore valuable. It's a complicated and unbalanced situation that usually does not last very long. Cracks in the narcissist's facade start to show through, often very early in the relationship. In established relationships, this is often experienced as going back to their old ways. As in, mom promised to butt out of my business and stop being so controlling, but here she is calling my landlord and making everything worse instead of just letting me do it myself. She's back to her old ways again after not even a month. In order to achieve the respect of the narcissist, which is really only admiration and envy, they must perceive you to be better than they are in some way or at something. However, the narcissistic person is so self-loathing that this admiration and envy curdles very quickly. Admiration becomes scorn and contempt. Envy becomes jealousy. The things that made the narcissist believe you were superior and therefore attractive now make them feel inferior and therefore ashamed. Because they perceive their emotions as coming from outside sources, they assert that you are doing things to cause them to feel that way. This is perceived as an attack, and it will be treated as one. The worse the narcissist perceives that you are making them feel, the worse you will be treated. The more you deny these intentions, the less they will believe you. Part of the reason for this ongoing competitive one-upmanship perception is that narcissists often cannot manufacture anything of their own. They can't be right unless someone else is wrong. They can't win unless somebody else loses. Their entire life is a play they are putting on for an audience of one, themselves. Other people are simply props used to make the fiction more believable to themselves. If other people think I'm good, then I'm good. If other people are bad, then I am good by comparison. If others are wrong, then I am right by comparison. If the other person has lost, then I have won. If others are to blame, then I am not. Mirroring is the reason we often find that superficial relationships are more important to the narcissist than relationships with family or people who know them really well. The reflection they perceive from those who know them is not perfect. In fact, a lot of times it's awful. But those who do not know the narcissist have not been tainted with knowledge of the narcissist's abusive, reckless, or uncaring behavior. They are pure in that sense, and the image they mirror back to the narcissist reflects that. This can be why triangulation and compartmentalization happen. The narcissist does not want this, quote, pure supply of positive regard for them to be tainted by those who know them. They will often go to great lengths to keep people in their lives apart for this very reason. If someone's opinion of them changes, or they simply perceive a loss in that pure supply from somebody, they will often go on to reveal their pathological fear of exposure by accusing other people of ruining the relationship or going behind their back to tell the person things about them, even when this is completely illogical or makes no sense at all, such as in a situation where the people involved don't even know each other. This is one of the most destructive things about narcissistic relationships of any kind, and one of the reasons they are doomed to failure. The narcissist must maintain their flawless self-image at all costs. Of course, this is impossible. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. But in the narcissist's unrealistic perception, this is not acceptable. Beyond not acceptable, in fact. The waves of shame it causes are intolerable and even life-threatening. But though reality can be interpreted and lied about, it cannot be erased. There are times when someone simply must be to blame for something. There are failures which cannot go unanswered. There are mistakes which cannot go unpunished. In these situations, the narcissist needs a scapegoat. Now their perfect partner is not so perfect anymore. Somebody can't be perfect and reflect perfect positive regard for the narcissist while also being to blame for everything. This is where the relationship falls apart. Usually on both sides, because what the narcissist is expecting from their partner is not possible. Narcissists have enormous difficulty resolving conflicting information about one object. Something is either black or it's white. It's either good or it's bad. It's either perfect and valuable or flawed and therefore worthless. No gray area, no in between. Most of us understand that everyone has positive and negative qualities. We can adjust to this, and we can accept that no one is perfect. Narcissists have immense difficulty with this, not because they believe that less than perfect is worthless. This difficulty is part of the reason they believe that, in fact. You're either one or the other. But because the actual processing of these contradictory things is exceedingly difficult for them. To try and process these things, for example, that a perfect object has made a mistake, causes them extreme distress. They cannot make sense of the situation emotionally, and it results in something called splitting. Splitting is when the mind creates two categories or two images for one thing, instead of being able to reconcile all of the object's characteristics into a total understanding of it. Rather than a complete and balanced picture of something or somebody, there is a, quote, good image of the object and a separate, quote, bad one. This is something that happens in babies and very small children because they don't have the capacity to work this out for themselves in a way that they can understand. For whatever reason, whether it's abuse, neglect, indulgence, or some other combination of factors, the pathological narcissist development has been arrested and they are unable to do this either. This is why they accuse people of lying to them, misleading them, or betraying them just for not being perfect. Splitting causes serious issues in relationships with narcissistic people and is part and parcel to the idealization devaluation cycle so many people find themselves stuck in. A person cannot be perfect if they are also to blame for things. Someone who is not perfect has no value. Someone who has no value does not matter. They're not important. And this is how they will be treated. Until they try to leave, of course, and that's when the narcissist suddenly realizes that they're necessary, whether they're valuable or not, and attempts to resecure the situation. We call this attempt to suck people back into the relationship hoovering, and it happens because the narcissist is suddenly faced with the loss of a necessary situation and their self-worth bottoms out. A bad reflection is better than no reflection, and they will do whatever they can to get things back to the way they were. Hoovering is about the narcissist's attempts to control their resources. It's a survival mechanism necessitated by being unable to provide for their needs themselves. It's panic mode. Because people are necessary for the survival of pathologically narcissistic persons, they are essentially resources. Narcissists have severe anxiety in this area because of their deep-seated insecurity regarding their needs being met. They rely on other people to do this for them the way that children do, and controlling people in situations is the way that they try to ensure that these resources are secure and their needs will be met. When they are unable to do this, their anxiety can explode into hysteria, rage, violence, cold silence, or simply fleeing the situation because they can't deal with the overwhelming feelings of insecurity and helplessness that come from not being able to control other people, their resources. All of the manipulation, abuse, and controlling behavior from narcissistic people is an attempt to secure resources from someone who is in survival mode. Survival mode is the narcissistic person's daily experience, even though they may not appear to be in a survival situation. It is likely for this reason that they seem unable to display empathy in situations where they perceive themselves as being threatened or believe they have something to lose. The new theory in the mainstream medical community is that many narcissistic people do indeed have empathy, and listeners of this show know that that has been maintained here on this channel for years. Many narcissistic people obviously have empathy in some situations, and narcissism is a spectrum, so the percentage of the people considered narcissists who may also display genuine empathy varies. The key in most situations seems to be whether they feel that empathy will be detrimental to their survival or not. In a survival situation, empathy may not be able to be a part of the equation because caring too much about the plight of others could result in detrimental consequences for yourself. In a survival situation, trusting others, believing them, or caring about them could result in yourself getting hurt. And if there's one thing the narcissistic person tries to avoid, it's hurt. They are concerned only with now and are unable to see or care that the behavior they're engaging in now could cause them hurt later. Doesn't matter. What matters now is feeling better now. Tomorrow we'll be worried about tomorrow when it gets here. When you're in survival mode, you take it one day at a time. And today they are angry or sad or scared or anxious or lonely or whatever they are, and they must do something about that immediately, as those feelings are dangerous to narcissists. They are threatening. They are intolerable. The overwhelming majority of the behavior of narcissistic people is designed to manage their internal emotional landscape in some way. But the people around them may never realize the enormous amount of emotional difficulty pathologically narcissistic people are having because so many of them are so good at hiding it. They're so good at hiding it and so disconnected from their emotions, in fact, that many narcissists don't realize this either. They simply act, or rather react, to their emotional state, many times without ever even acknowledging the emotional state. To put it simply, fear often cancels out empathy. Self-preservation often cancels out empathy. Survival often cancels out empathy. This facet of the human condition is explored, for example, on post-apocalyptic television shows such as The Walking Dead. The characters are in a survival situation, therefore they are in survival mode, and they must make choices between empathy and self-preservation, between their desire to help, trust, or care versus their need to survive and their fear of the people who might harm them who are in the same situation. They want to trust, but they can't because doing so is dangerous. After too long of being in this situation and its accompanying mindset, most people, even adult people who previously did not possess any significantly toxic narcissistic personality traits, can eventually lose the desire and even the ability to trust or empathize, instead perceiving everything and everyone as either resources to be exploited or threats to be neutralized because survival has reduced everything to this one basic equation. Sound familiar? This is probably why many narcissistic people do seem able to display empathy when confronted with situations they're not personally involved in or in situations where they perceive no threat. They will not lose anything by identifying with the other person or the other people, so to do so is safe. For example, a narcissistic person may be able to feel empathy for people involved in a bus accident that they saw on the news. Or a narcissistic doctor may feel empathy for their patients because the patients are no threat to their authority and are therefore safe. We see this with narcissistic parents as well, when the children are too young to challenge their authority or reject them by becoming individuals. Now, some of this is undoubtedly image maintenance, but some of it does appear to be genuine. It's easy, though, for them to have positive regard for people and for things who do not or cannot challenge, judge, or abandon them. This is underscored by the fact that if they are challenged somehow, or if they do become involved personally, their perception of the person or the situation often changes dramatically. Empathy is no longer safe to offer, and so it isn't. It's canceled out by the fear, rage, shame, defensiveness, and other emotions triggered by their perception of this previously safe person or situation viciously and unfairly turning against them. If you examine your interactions with narcissistic people, and really their interactions with everybody, you will notice this same pattern of behavior repeating itself over and over again. And of course, some of them really don't have any empathy at all. And what we generally find is the farther down the narcissistic spectrum somebody is, the less empathy they're going to have. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the world around them is complicated and confusing, both for them and for others who are in their lives. Everything is colored by their skewed, immature, and emotionally charged perception, and because of that, their relationships are unstable and volatile, including their relationship with themselves. As with any other person on the planet, their relationships with others are reflections of their relationship with themselves. For example, something often overlooked about narcissists is that they don't just engage in splitting with other people. They also split about themselves, and for the same reason. The same good and bad image they hold of others, they have of themselves, hence the false self. The same effort they will expend to hide malicious, abusive behavior or horrific betrayal is often put toward hiding silly, stupid things that nobody would care about, such as making a small mistake. And it's done for the same reason, hence their inability to take accountability for anything, no matter how insignificant it is. The way they treat other people is indicative of their unacknowledged feelings for themselves, which is why they are often so desperate to prove that this is not true. When you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, the most important thing to remember is that they literally do not see things the way that you do. If someone is truly a narcissist, their perception is extremely skewed. Their perception is colored by emotions they cannot regulate or understand. Some of them they don't even acknowledge. Dysfunctional coping mechanisms that have become pathological thought processes and knee-jerk reactions, as well as deep-seated beliefs that are often extremely illogical. Perhaps most importantly, many of them do not even know that these things are true. This is why seeking help for this problem is fraught with serious issues if it even happens. Aside from the fact that they trust nobody enough, including themselves, for a narcissist to get help with these things requires them, at minimum, to be able to use insight, which they don't have, to engage in successful reality testing, which they can't do. It requires them to use their fundamentally flawed perception and corrupt thinking processes to examine this fundamentally flawed perception and these corrupt thinking processes so they can identify and correct the flaws in this perception and these thinking processes. For all intents and purposes, this is just not possible. It's using a computer program contaminated by viruses to find the other viruses in the computer. It doesn't work because the program itself is contaminated. This perception evolved during childhood in an effort to keep the narcissist safe and has now become a pathological process that keeps them stuck in the idea that they are not safe, ever. All facets of the pathologically narcissistic person, when examined, come back to this one thing. Any efforts to convince them that this is not true are experienced as manipulation, because why would you want to tell me that I'm safe here with you when clearly I'm not? My feelings prove that I'm not. But they are not safe anywhere, and it's because they cannot even trust themselves, their feelings, or their own perception, much less their ability to fulfill their own needs and care for themselves. Sadly, their dysfunction has evolved in such a way as to, quote, protect them from exactly what they need to understand in order to make things better. It's a tragic situation in so many ways, but you can't fix it. There's nothing to fix. This is what they are. This is what it is. The, quote, bad side of the narcissist is part of that, just like the, quote, good side is. These things cannot be separated. It might seem like two different people or two different personalities, but it's not. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. The good news is, for those who recognize this behavior in themselves, there is hope. Whether you are narcissistic or a victim who is displaying narcissistic behavior because you learn to be in defense mode all the time, you can change these things. You can learn to trust yourself, meet your own needs, deal with your emotions in a healthy way, and use reality testing to manage your perceptions and conclusions. It's not easy, but it's possible, and it is so worth it. It's up to you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, through email, and via Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can do that by visiting LittleShaman.org and clicking the Book and Appointment tab. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in attending one of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about what happens when the narcissist in your life feels like they've lost control over you or other people in their lives. Now, if you notice, we said feels like they've lost control over you. That's because I want to get it up front right now that regardless of what they think or how it feels, narcissists have never had any control over you or anybody. This is an illusion. It's a fantasy of narcissists perpetrated by their constant attempts to dominate everything and driven by their internal feelings of powerlessness and lack of agency over their own lives. When someone feels the level of powerlessness that pathologically narcissistic people do, they feel controlled by external forces and other people. People who feel powerless and believe that others hold all the power tend to feel controlled by that and by those other people. This is part of having what's called an external locus of control, meaning the person believes that their actions, choices, feelings, and the outcomes of situations are created or decided by things outside of themselves and their control, external forces, in other words. For example, if someone with an external locus of control wins a game, they might believe it's due to luck or some other external force that is outside of their control. They don't believe they themselves really had any input in the outcome because they don't feel like they have any control or agency over anything. This is one reason that therapeutic outcomes for pathological narcissism are so poor, for example. It's pretty difficult to make somebody understand that changing their behavior or mindsets has any value or benefit, or to get them to even look at these things at all when they genuinely believe these things have nothing to do with any of their problems or the outcomes that they're experiencing at all. If you've lived with a narcissist long enough, you've likely even heard them say this kind of thing. They legitimately do believe that external forces are the problem. With narcissists, so often these external forces are other people. Narcissists feel very controlled by other people because they don't have any power in their own lives. They've given it all away. They are stuck in the mindset of small children whose lives are dictated by adults. Children have no real agency or power over their lives. They are bound by what adults decide for them to a very large degree. If their mother moves to California from New York, they have to go to California whether they would personally have chosen to do that or not. In a similar way, narcissists feel controlled by the actions, beliefs, thoughts, opinions, and feelings of other people. This is why it's so common for them to blame their behavior on other people, or to come out with some variant of, you made me do that, and or it's not my fault, when asked to take accountability for something that they've done. Some of this is just justification and blame shifting, but some of it is because deep down, they don't feel that they have power or control over anything, including themselves. I didn't lose my job because of me. This relationship is not ending because of me. I didn't lose my house because of me. Nothing happened because of me. We can see this very clearly in the way that they try to control other people. People who don't feel powerless don't do that. They don't need to. For an example that maybe hits a little closer to home, look at your own behavior when dealing with the narcissist in your life. You likely did or do many things that are designed to control or manage this person's behavior and their reactions, even if you didn't realize that before now. You did that because you felt powerless to stop or change the situation yourself. So naturally, you began trying to control the source of the problem. Narcissists are essentially doing the same thing. They think other people are the problem, which is why these relationships become such toxic power struggles so much of the time. The difference here is the narcissist is trying to control other people because they can't control themselves. People around narcissists are usually just trying to avoid abuse and catastrophes being perpetrated by a person who engages in very little self-control at all. In the end, though, neither one of these things are healthy or okay, and more importantly even than that, they don't work. We cannot control other people, which is why narcissists are always so stressed out about all these things and what other people think about them and what other people believe about them and what is everybody going to do. They need people to see them a certain way so that people will behave a certain way toward them and do certain things. It's very difficult to maintain that, and it's extremely important that they be able to do that. Their survival is predicated on it to a very large degree. Therefore, this is a source of significant stress for narcissists. When they cannot control this anymore, when they lose whatever power they believe they had over other people, this communicates things to them that are very threatening and destabilizing. Narcissists are operating under the infantile mechanism that if their needs are not recognized by the people around them, they'll die or some other horrible thing is going to happen to them. This is the mechanism that induces babies to cry, for example, so that they can communicate their needs to their caregivers because they can't manage or address these needs themselves. Caregivers react to that because, first of all, of course, they ostensibly care about the baby's needs, but it's also largely to stop the crying. Most people find it very distressing when they cannot do that. And this is not just because they're worried about the baby. It's because due to how most human brains are wired, they find the sound of the baby crying very difficult to tolerate. Babies feel acute distress when their cries are not responded consistently, and they should, because if we as adults do not respond to their needs, they'll die. If you don't feed your baby will die. That is what the crying mechanism does and why our brains are wired to react to it the way that they are. It helps ensure the survival of the baby and therefore our species. When people learn to self-soothe, when they mature enough to address their own needs themselves, they leave that mechanism behind. For narcissists, this does not seem to happen correctly. They're not the only people that happens to, but it does happen to them. They are still operating according to this infantile mechanism that dictates others need to respond to their needs and react to them, or they're in danger, they're not safe. When this does not happen, when they don't get that response, when they don't get that reaction, they experience profound distress because it signals danger to them. This is part of the very common narcissistic need to overreact, to create and provoke drama, to be the only thing that matters in any situation, many other things. It's important to understand this is much more than just being mad because they're not the center of attention or being in a huff because people are quote unquote ignoring them. It signals to them that they don't matter. And if you don't matter, you're not safe, because if no one cares about you, they're not going to care about your needs, therefore they won't fulfill them, and now what's going to happen to you? You have no power, no ability to affect anything. Certainly you can't address your own needs yourself. What else can you do but try harder to get that response from other people, to get that reaction? And that is what they do. It's important to remember that this does not excuse a narcissist's behavior in any way. As sad as some people might feel that this is, narcissists are not children. They are grown adults, and this is their responsibility to address however they can do that. At no point is it ever acceptable for them to just inflict their untreated selves on other people because they've decided they want relationships with others and they feel that they're just entitled to have that without doing anything to ensure that they can show up in these relationships in healthy adult ways, to ensure that they're not actively and continuously harming people with their problems and their behavior. It also doesn't somehow mean that you are responsible for fulfilling their needs. Again, these are not children. They have to do this for themselves, and if they can't, then they can't. As anyone who has dealt with a narcissist knows, other people cannot do these things for them. It doesn't work. They don't feel safe. They don't feel loved. They don't feel better. It doesn't work. So adult people not being able to do this for themselves does not mean this is somehow now somebody else's responsibility. That is a codependent mindset that needs to be let go of and released. It's harmful to you, and it also does not help them in any way because it actually validates their distorted belief systems and cognitive distortions. It, in fact, perpetuates the narcissist's belief that not only is it acceptable for them to require this from other adults, but that it's even somehow possible for other adults to manage and regulate the narcissist's emotions for them. It genuinely is not possible for somebody to do that. You cannot stop them from believing that, of course, but you can definitely stop yourself from enabling and perpetuating and participating in it. So even though none of this excuses their behavior, understanding these things does help with understanding the things that they do and why things go the way that they go when you're dealing with this kind of person. No matter how the distress shows up in their reactions, what we're discussing, is a big part of the core of it. Understanding this helps to explain how entrenched and severe this is as well. These fears and these behaviors and these things have been a thing for this person for a very, very long time, likely since their infancy, and it's not something you can address in the context of a relationship. It is much deeper than that, and understanding this helps people to stop trying to address it in the context of the relationship, regardless of the type of relationship, because you can't, and trying only tends to make things worse. When narcissists feel that they've lost power over other people, their reaction to this is often to redouble their efforts to try to regain that power and control that they think they have. They may do this through tantrums, hysteria, threats, guilt, silence, everything they usually do. If these things don't work to make them feel more secure, and as if they've been able to bring that situation or that person back under their control, they may escalate their behavior and perhaps even introduce new behaviors that follow the pattern of escalation. Because the problem is within them, whatever small sense of immediate security they may glean from these controlling behaviors does not last, which is one reason we generally see an overall pattern of escalation, even if the behaviors do bring about the results that they're initially looking for. What they are trying to address is actually inside of them, and it has nothing to do with the other person or other people at all. Therefore, controlling other people does not make them feel better in any real way. So, in trying to address the issue, mistakenly believing that the solution is in things outside of themselves, they escalate their controlling and dominating behaviors, trying to make themselves feel better. As this gradual escalation occurs, even when it does get the results that they're looking for, the pattern is generally given a violent shove in severity if the narcissist feels like it's not working. For example, if screaming does not bring about capitulation in the other person and therefore a feeling of reestablished security for the narcissist, they might start throwing things. If throwing things or breaking things does not cause this person to submit and do what they want, they might engage in more blatant physical intimidation, getting in your face, punching holes in the wall beside your head. If that doesn't work, they might engage in physical violence. The escalation just continues. As we covered in the episode of the show entitled Beware the Extinction Burst, when these conditioned behaviors that narcissists are engaging in stop working, there tends to be a ramping up of those behaviors, up to and including acts of violence toward themselves and or other people. Many people report this type of dramatic escalation when they are utilizing the gray rock method of non-reaction, for example. This occurs for all the reasons we just mentioned, and it also happens because narcissists have extreme difficulty regulating their emotions and their reactions to their emotions. They don't have any desire to learn either because, as we've stated, in their minds, this is your responsibility. You are making me feel this way. You are making me act this way, so you need to make it stop happening. You are the problem. If you won't do whatever is going to solve the problem, which the problem to them is how they feel, then you get what you deserve. You don't care how I feel. You don't care what I want, so I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you want. You have the power to stop this all right now, and you just won't. You get what you get. They may make absolutely no effort to control their behavior at all because they feel that they're not controlling it. You are. Many narcissists will even say things like that. The problem with this way of looking at it is that it's false. You're not controlling their behavior. They are. You're not responsible for their feelings. They are. You're not required to manage life moment by moment and make things never go wrong and never upset them so that they can function minimally as a human being, as an adult. They are responsible for that. You're not even capable of doing any of these things. Regardless of their attempts to hold you responsible for these things, you're not. You have no control over these things or how this person feels, reacts, or behaves at all. Until you recognize that, they will always be able to convince you that this is your problem to fix. It's not, and that's why you can't. Stop trying to do the impossible. Narcissists need you to believe that fixing how they feel is your responsibility because they believe that, and if you don't, they have no way to address anything at all. Remember, they have an external locus of control. Things beyond their control are controlling their feelings and causing the problem, which means the solution to this problem is also outside of themselves. That's what they believe. They feel powerless and vulnerable whenever you escape what they believe is their control over you, and that has to be fixed. The solution is not that they need to learn to manage their own lives and their own feelings, for example, so that they can stop wasting such a huge amount of energy and time on things that don't even matter and are not even true. The solution is you come back into line so that they can feel better living in this illusion that they're controlling things and everybody sees them the way that they need everybody to see them. Loss of control over their environment and the people in it equals loss of supply for narcissists. Loss of supply equals narcissistic collapse, a legitimately life-threatening situation for any human being wherein the person experiences a destruction of their concept of self, and one which pathologically narcissistic personalities are much closer to than the majority of other people because of the fragility of their manufactured identities and the complete dependence of these identities on the validation and input of other people, which is what narcissistic supply is. Narcissistic in this context means self. The input from other people supplies this person with their sense of self because they don't have a stable, cohesive sense of self of their own. Because of that, these identities cannot stand alone for any length of time. As soon as the supply, the validation and input stops, the identity, the sense of self, is in immediate danger of collapse because there's nothing holding it up. Think about those blow-up, wavy guys that you see outside of car dealership, the really colorful guys that are blowing all around. They are animated by a constant stream of air that makes them dance and wave all around. You turn the blower off and they're nothing but a piece of fabric on the ground. Without that constant input by themselves, they're nothing. It's just a shell. To understand the seriousness of the phenomenon of narcissistic collapse, it's important to understand that narcissists typically do not experience this as the loss of a false self in the sense that, like, oh no, it's just that the jig is up and now they've been seen through, the way that a person would if they were wearing a disguise that you pulled off or something like that. They experience it as the loss of the only real sense of self and self-concept that they actually have, because it is. It's like if you pulled off someone's disguise and there was nothing else there at all. No face, no identity, just nothing. Removing the disguise made them cease to exist because that's all there really was of them. Again, this is a life-threatening experience for most human beings. If you lose your sense of self, that is cataclysmic for your identity, for your personality, for you as a person. In a very real way, narcissists only exist in the minds of other people. That is the only place where they're really real to other people or themselves. The mental images that others have of them are really all there is to narcissists. And because of that, these must be controlled at all costs. The idea that the narcissist has no power over these things and is not in control of them causes an existential crisis for them, because if they have no power over these things, if they cannot control and manage and curate them, well, then just at any moment, a person could have some other idea in their head about the narcissist, and then poof, there's somebody else, somebody that they cannot tolerate being, and they're stuck with that because they don't have anything else. You can see then the importance of keeping this fiction in place. Narcissists' lives literally depend on it. This is why it's so important to them to keep control over the environment and all the people in it. They are essentially non-existent without it, and they require others to play along to create the self-image that they need to see of themselves. When people stop playing along, this creates a serious threat to that image. Often it does serious damage to it, at least in the narcissist's mind. They obsess over what other people will think of that and of them, what this betrayal, this mutiny means about them. They cannot accept such an affront, such a betrayal, such an insult, such damage. The illusion of themselves is so fragile that if there's any opposition to it at all, it is in danger of falling apart, of just collapsing into nothing. This is why in so many cases people cannot be allowed to leave the narcissist sphere of influence and just exist without being bothered. Can't have that. They have to be stalked and smeared and harassed and whatever else. They have to be punished for their crime, for their attack on the narcissist. This is one of the places where you can see very clearly how narcissists do not have any understanding of other people as real and separate human beings. They just don't. Nothing can ever be about anything or anybody else. It isn't just that they don't really think that, but they're saying it anyway to be selfish and mean. No, they cannot understand that other people have their own stuff. Their own thoughts, motives, brains, lives, feelings, just nothing. It's all about them. It's all about the narcissist. Everything you think, everything you feel, everything you say, everything you do, everything that happens, it's all about them somehow, because they see themselves as the axis upon which their world spins. And nobody in that world has anything separate or individual at all. Nothing connected to them or that impacts them could have any other reason or motive but them. Now, that's different, for example, from someone who suffers from schizophrenia, for example, who might believe that people on TV that they don't even know are sending them messages. Or maybe they believe that they can transform into some other person or some other object or some other animal. These are referred to as bizarre delusions because these involve things that are not actually possible and therefore cannot be true. You cannot transform into a bird. Narcissists typically have what are referred to as non-bizarre delusions, meaning the delusional beliefs involve things that are actually possible, therefore they could technically be true. They're just not. And there is no actual reason or evidence to support the narcissist's belief that it is true. That's another reason we could think of it as a delusion, by the way, because it's a distorted belief or a conclusion that continues to persist even in the face of contradictory proof and evidence. When narcissists feel that they have lost control over other people, this can cause them extreme distress for all the reasons we've discussed here and others, and their reactions to that distress can vary. Some will opt to simply exit the entire situation, having concluded that the entire thing has been destroyed by the defection of that person or those people, making the situation untenable and leading to the conclusion that they're going to have to seek what they're looking for somewhere else. Others will dig their heels in and attempt to salvage whatever situation has been built around the illusion by smearing the other person or otherwise trying to control how others view the situation and therefore the narcissist, which this is the only thing that matters. Some will react by doing whatever is necessary to bring that defecting person back under their control, up to and including killing the person who has quote unquote defected, the person who has escaped. Many domestic and family violence murders are tragic examples of this. The abuser in this situation simply cannot cope with the existential crisis that arises within them from losing power and control in this way. They cannot deal with it. The feelings are intolerable, and they often mount huge campaigns to get the other person back under control. Not necessarily back into the relationship, just back under control. This can include love bombing, threats, stalking, creating some kind of problem that the person has to come and fix, feigning serious illness, serious self-harm and suicide attempts, filing false criminal charges against that person, and many other things. If this fails, they conclude that there's only one way to stop the way that they feel. The person has not only hurt and insulted and betrayed the narcissist, they've made them afraid, and that absolutely must be punished. This is why they say that people are in the most danger from a domestic abuser, not while they're in the relationship, but when they try to leave, and especially after they already have left. This is when the abuser realizes once and for all that they cannot control this person anymore. This person is not coming back into line. That is the most dangerous time in the whole situation because it causes the most distress for these personalities and is something that the majority of them find legitimately impossible to tolerate. Now, some people might find this satisfying because, they might feel like a narcissist being distressed to this level by their exit is earned, and that's certainly understandable, but it's important to remember, too, that this can also be really, really dangerous. People who are this unstable, this volatile, and this invested in the situation can be very dangerous, especially if they believe that they have nothing left to lose. It's important to be cognizant of that because graveyards are full of people who thought that the person who ended up killing them would never actually harm them or never could. A lot of the information out there that promotes trying to trick narcissists or manipulate them or get revenge on them or beat them at their own game or whatever ignores that fact. And in situations dealing with this kind of person, this should not be ignored. It needs to be acknowledged. That's not to say we have to be totally paranoid about it and live in fear or whatever, but we do need to be cognizant of it. We need to pay attention to what's going on. We need to take it seriously whenever things seem to be escalating and things like that. It is too costly to be wrong. If you are dealing with a narcissist who is waking up to the fact that they can no longer control you, remember a few things. Number one, they never actually had any control over you or anybody. They need to believe that, which means they need you to believe that, but it's not true. It's an illusion. You always had a choice. You always had control over yourself. You always had power. And they knew that, which is why you had to be punished every time you did anything that reminded anybody of that. They couldn't have you getting it into your head that this is all just a mirage and you do have power here. But that's really how it is. That's why they react so strongly to the word no, for example. They know that if you stick to that no, there's nothing they can do. They can guilt you, they can insult you, they can harass you, they can attack you, they can beat you, they can even kill you. They can pull all their bag of tricks out, but they cannot make you buy into their BS if you refuse. They know that, and that's why they react to these things the way that they do, because it reminds them that they actually don't have control over you at all. Number two, you are not responsible for this person. Not their feelings, thoughts, beliefs, actions, choices, outcomes of situations, and how these things affect them or anything else. Again, they need to believe that, which means they need you to believe that, but it's false. It's an illusion. It's their responsibility as adult human beings to manage and address these things, just like it is for every other adult human being on the planet. Someone saying something is your responsibility does not make it true. They can think that if they want. They can be mad at you for not doing these things if they want. That does not magically make their feelings into facts. Being angry or offended or hurt or feeling any type of way doesn't make somebody right. It has nothing to do with it at all. They're still wrong if they're wrong, no matter how they feel. In this case, they're wrong. They are incorrect. And if that bothers them, that's too bad because it's still the truth. You cannot be held responsible for things that you don't have the ability to control, and you cannot control any of these things. They feel that you're controlling these things, but that's not reality. The reality is that you're not. A narcissist's feelings rule them, and you see how that turns out. Don't allow their feelings to rule you. Stick with reality. Stick with the facts. Number 3, be smart and be safe. Remember what you're dealing with and what this actually means. Don't let your ego get the best of you. It's not worth it. Don't make the mistake of believing you can control the fundamentally out of control. This is a person with no limits, no empathy, no ability to understand that other people actually exist. A person whose entire self is dependent upon everyone around them agreeing with their completely distorted perceptions and narrative. A person who cannot be depended upon to be logical, to be reasonable, or to do what's in even their own best interest, let alone anybody else's best interest, especially when they're outraged and hurt and upset. Recognize this fact, accept it, and stop projecting qualities, dimensions, and abilities onto them that they don't actually have. Listen to your gut, pay attention to what's going on, and take threats or evidence of any escalation seriously. Sometimes these personalities are definitely just full of hot air, and sometimes they're not. It's better to be safe than sorry. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy today, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that, or you can find these on amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and littleshaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that many people wonder, and that is how narcissists are made. A few caveats before we begin. Number one, no one really knows for sure how narcissistic pathology is created per se. We have things that we see in many or even most of these situations, but we cannot point to those things or anything conclusively and say, we know 1,000% for sure that this and only this is how this happens. We have strong correlative factors and we have logical theories, but how the mind actually works is in many ways still just as big of a mystery to humans as it has always been and maybe always will be. Number two, no one really knows why the same set of circumstances results in one outcome for this person and a different outcome for that one, but this does happen a lot. It could be genetic, it could have to do with someone's natural temperament, it could be a lot of things. The simplest way to understand it at this time is probably to say that everybody's different and what impacts one person one way does not always impact others in the same way. Some people might be devastated by something, but if the same thing happened to someone else, they are not anywhere near as affected. We don't really know why this is so. Again, we have theories. Those will remain so until something either proves them true or proves them false. When we look at narcissistic pathology as a thing, it is defensive in nature. This is a person constantly on the lookout for threats and attacks. They seek power and control because these things seem to be viewed as necessary to combat a core vulnerability. In other words, pathologically narcissistic adults feel vulnerable. They feel weak and powerless, so they seek power and control as a way to address those feelings. Those feelings cause distress. They're uncomfortable. That's a defensive strategy. I fear that you're going to take advantage of my weaknesses and my vulnerabilities, so I need to make sure that you can't do that by being in the one-up position where I am more powerful than you somehow. And the you in that sentence is literally everybody in some way or another. Narcissists have a pretty hardened, dark outlook in general, coupled with and likely created by a fear-based orientation to the world. And they seem to feel like a target due to their vulnerabilities and due to their belief that everyone is operating in this same way. They're only out for themselves. They're looking for any way they can to get over on everybody else. So narcissists need to be sure that they secure the power position for themselves. That way they can make sure they're not the ones being taken advantage of by anybody. This is accomplished by different things, seemingly dependent on the narcissist's natural inclinations and temperament, as well as what they have found works for them. Narcissists who are naturally more aggressive and assertive may be violent or bully types of people because this would be what is more natural for them. Narcissists who are naturally less aggressive and less assertive might be manipulative victim or martyr types because that would suit their natural temperament better. Some might be a little bit of both or even neither, depending on the situation or their role in it. This is, for example, the difference between what we call overt and covert, or vulnerable and grandiose. These are more labels or categories for expression of behavior than anything else because the motivation behind them is the same regardless. The reality is that all narcissists can be and often are both, but generally they're more one than the other based on their natural temperament and things like that. People sometimes find covert narcissists more frightening or more dangerous, for instance, but this is largely due to how difficult they are to identify and to recognize. Covert means hidden. This is the same for all of the various quote-unquote types of narcissists, by the way. Most of these things are just categorizations of behavior. The people these categorizations apply to are not really different from each other. They're just doing different things or exploiting different situations. A guy who robs a bank and a guy who holds up a store are not really that different from each other, and neither of them are all that different from a guy who punches somebody on the street and steals their wallet. A thief is a thief is a thief. They've all got the same motive and the same mindsets. A covert narcissist and an overt narcissist, or a vulnerable narcissist and a grandiose narcissist, all these people have the same goal: achieve power and control in order to address their core vulnerabilities. But what are these core vulnerabilities? Where do they come from? What drives narcissistic personalities to seek power and control over other people the way that they do so constantly? Is it power for its own sake? What's the reason? The answer, which might surprise some people but will also make perfect sense to other people, appears to be fear. Narcissistic personalities are very fearful people. They aren't constantly scanning the environment for threats because they think that's fun. They're afraid. They feel exposed. They feel vulnerable. They don't feel safe. And they hate that. They hate being afraid. They hate being what they perceive as weak. They hate other people for making them weak and for making them afraid as they see it. Narcissists appear to view the world as being full of finite resources that everyone is competing for all at the same time, at all times, in as cutthroat a manner as possible. There's only ever enough for one in any given situation. They have to make sure that one is them. Otherwise, they fear they'll get nothing. If you've dealt with someone who's pathologically narcissistic, you've very likely seen this mindset firsthand. They're the only person who matters. And not only are they the only person who matters to them, they expect to be the only person who matters at all. They fully expect that everyone will simply move out of the way for them, that their needs will automatically be considered and attended to before anything else. They take for granted that they will automatically be given more than everybody else, from food to money to love to everything. And if this does not automatically happen, they are grievously wounded and extremely angry. How dare you? How dare you insinuate that they don't matter at all? How dare you attempt to only give them crumbs? How dare you be so selfish? And you are standing there totally shocked and confused, like, okay, I was just saying that I'm my own person and I have my own needs and my own motives, and also that I matter too. I wasn't saying that you don't matter. But for narcissists, there is no two. There's only enough for one. And if they're not that one, then they don't matter at all. You're trying to take everything for yourself and give them nothing. That will not be tolerated. It is a very simple equation. If you or anybody else matters, they don't. That's it. There's also the fact that they genuinely do not appear to understand that other people actually do matter. They're just not built to be able to see that. Empathy and being able to see past yourself are functions of maturity. Narcissists are not emotionally mature. These words, by the way, are really nowhere near impactful enough to describe the state of these personalities, in all honesty, but nevertheless, it's the truth. They're not emotionally mature. The entitlement, for example, that you see in the situation that we just described is the infantile entitlement we see in babies who are not able to understand that the mother is a separate person with separate needs and motives and a life that does not involve the baby. The mother exists only as a caregiver for the baby as far as the baby can understand, and the baby's needs are the only ones that exist. That is natural and necessary in a relationship between a caregiver and an infant. It is disastrous in any relationship between adults. If babies are not tended to, if they're not taken care of, they'll die, plain and simple. That's why they cry and why they become distressed. It's a built-in instinct that also works to alert the caregiver that the child needs something. The baby can't tell the caregiver what it is, of course. All they can do is cry. The caregiver then has to try to anticipate or even guess what the problem is and address it. Anyone who has taken care of a baby knows the hysteria that can be provoked in a baby by not getting their needs addressed. This is because not getting their needs met results in death. And since they can't get their needs met themselves, they have the instinct to cry in order to make sure that these things are taken care of. With very few differences, this appears to be exactly the way that adult narcissists operate. They don't seem to be able to address their own needs, so they need to induce other people to do it for them. They are dependent in this way. If they cannot induce others to do it for them, there's often a big reaction, and it always comes down to that same infantile entitlement. This is why they so often insist that you should have anticipated their needs or been able to read their minds and know what they needed or what they wanted or what was wrong or whatever, and address that and fix that and done that for them. That's your job as far as they see it. That's what's normal and right and fair. They don't have to do that for you, of course, but you do have to do it for them. That's your job. That's what's expected out of this relationship. Again, there's that infantile entitlement. This is a ridiculous requirement between two adult human beings. It's not your job to read another adult's mind or address their needs. They need to do that for themselves as adults, and if they can't, it's still not your responsibility. It is what it is. To take that kind of responsibility for others onto yourself can create codependent relationships, where one person is the adult caretaker and the other is an emotional child. These relationships are usually unbalanced and generally toxic. These dynamics are also dangerous when dealing with narcissists in particular because they feed into not just this person's refusal to take responsibility for themselves, their own feelings, and their own behavior, but it also perpetuates their feeling of powerlessness. They feel controlled by the other person and at that person's mercy due to their dependence on that person. At any moment, the person can decide that they don't want to take care of the narcissist anymore, or they could decide to leave and abandon them or take advantage of them somehow. The narcissist's dependence on their quote-unquote caretaker makes them feel vulnerable and controlled. So they endeavor to control the caretaker, because if you control the person who you believe has all the power, then you have all the power. Not that this is understood by narcissists on any such deeper level, of course. The majority of the time, it appears to be predicated on feelings more than anything rational. I feel controlled, therefore I am controlled, and I need to control the person who is controlling me. I feel powerless, therefore I am powerless, and I need to take power over the person who is exercising power over me. That's what it's all about. This is, for example, why many narcissists will accuse you of being controlling, because you will not allow them to control you. This dynamic can result in an exhausting, horrific push-pull where the narcissist requires you to take responsibility for them while at the same time hating and resenting you for quote-unquote being so controlling, where they attack you for allowing them to be dependent on you and then attack you for not allowing them to be dependent on you. Over and over and over again, world without end, amen, right? You're everything, you're nothing, you're everything, you're nothing, over and over and over. This appears to happen because, for whatever reason, adult narcissists seem to have been unable to individuate from their caregivers as babies. That process was never completed, and because of that, they are both completely dependent and reliant upon external validation and enormously resentful of their dependence on that. They need it, but they hate that they need it, and they hate you for giving it to them, even though they will also hate you for not giving it to them. They hate themselves for needing it. They hate you for allowing it. They want to be independent, but they can't. The push-pull dynamic in these relationships appears to originate within the narcissists themselves, where on one hand, they want to be independent and free of dependence on other people, but on the other hand, the idea of independence fills them with terror that their needs will not be met, like the baby crying, and because they're aware on some level that this type of independence is very likely not possible for them. Narcissists might blame the people around them for this, accusing them of quote-unquote making the narcissist dependent on them because they're so controlling. The process of individuation begins to happen in humans at around 8 months old, when they are still legitimately a baby. This is when people start to have the first awakenings to the idea that baby is baby and mommy is mommy, and those are two separate people. Mommy is outside of baby, baby exists outside of mommy. Baby has baby's own self, and this is a separate self from mommy. These things are the beginnings of self, of the formation of identity and self-concept and stuff like that. Before this, and for years after, baby depends on mommy to help build a self-concept. Mommy is a mirror who reflects to baby if baby is bad or good or important or not important, whatever else. This is accomplished mostly through how mommy interacts with baby. If the mommy treats the baby as if the baby is good and important, the baby receives the message that they're good and important. If not, then not. This is what helps form the very beginnings of the baby's self-concept and their identity. If you understand anything about how narcissistic supply works for adult narcissists, then you know it works exactly this same way. Narcissists use other people as mirrors to tell them who they are for a self-image, a self-concept, a self-reflection, the same way a very young baby does. For whatever reason, narcissists have not evolved beyond this infantile way of functioning. They don't have a stable self-concept or a stable identity. They are dependent upon external validation and input to see themselves, just like a baby is. Because they don't have a developed self-concept or identity, they couldn't complete individuation from their caregivers. How would it have been possible? To individuate is to be an individual. And if there's nothing there to grab onto, to be, in other words, then the process can't be completed, as we see in adult narcissists, because it was not. But why didn't they develop an identity and a self-concept, which is arguably the core issue in the narcissistic personality? What prevented that? We don't know the answer to this question conclusively, but a correlative factor we see in many situations is that many narcissists were themselves raised by narcissistic caregivers. The abuse done by narcissistic caregivers is perhaps devastating beyond description in many ways, and maybe the worst result of this is that it so often creates more narcissists. Narcissists are generally disastrous as parents. They are too immature themselves to be able to care for other people in any real capacity, much less a being so fragile and easily damaged as a human baby. Even when narcissistic parents appear to enjoy their children, there's very often still a lack of connection, lack of empathy, and a very deep, permeating selfishness that affects the child in very serious ways. Their feelings for the child are still just superficial and only extend as far as how the child relates to the narcissist. That's the only way narcissists can really interact with anybody. In keeping with this, narcissists tend to treat their children the same way they treat everybody else. That is to say, they do not allow their children to be their own people. The child is told who they are, what they're thinking, how they feel, what they meant, what their motives are. This is what you meant when you said that. This is what you did when you did that. This was your they are relentlessly gaslit, lied to, tricked, manipulated, set up, neglected, mistreated, invalidated, and constantly forced into a reality that does not match their actuality, their lived experience of events. This is horrifically damaging when it happens to an adult. Adults often feel like they're going crazy, like reality makes no sense, like they're losing themselves and they don't know who they are. The damage this can cause a developing child when it is done to them by a parent who they automatically believe is catastrophic. Perhaps most catastrophic of all, due to constantly being gaslit and told who they are and what they're thinking and how they feel, and being forced to ignore their own instincts and second guess every single thing they think and feel, the child never has a chance to create their own self-concept, their own identity. This is compounded by the fact that narcissistic parents tend to perceive any separate identity in their child as a threat to them. People around narcissists are not allowed to have their own thoughts, not allowed to have their own feelings, opinions, motives, needs, wants, or anything else if these things do not exactly reflect and cater to the narcissist. It is perceived as rejection and an abandonment of the narcissist to do otherwise. This separateness, this individuality in others is relentlessly attacked because it's viewed as a threat. This includes their children. The child's identity, whatever it could have been, is essentially smashed out by the narcissistic parent and replaced with a mirror of their own. You can see the depth of the problem here then, because beyond all of the egregiousness of this on its surface, there's an even bigger issue underneath, since the narcissistic parent does not have an actual identity either. They have stomped out the child's identity and replaced it with the shadow of a reflection of a ghost. The child has nothing real, nothing stable that they can grab onto in order to ground themselves or combat this infiltration. There's no safety, no stabilizing force. There's no self. There's nothing there. The child is left with nothing, just an empty field in the aftermath of a complete annihilation. This is often made worse by the fact that many narcissistic parents also teach their children nothing in the way of how to deal with things or cope with the world or even basic life skills. People raised by narcissists must often learn these things on their own. And in the case of the people who themselves become narcissists, the only real, quote, skill that they seem to have learned is how to be dependent on other people to do all these things for them. Many narcissistic parents instill this dependency in their children somewhat intentionally, in the sense that they want the child to remain dependent because, again, they perceive separateness and independence away from them as abandonment, as rejection. Spoiling often falls under the category of this created type of dependence. And to be clear, we're not talking about some lofty or different definition of, we're talking about actual spoiling of a child. Giving them whatever they want, no matter what, never telling them no, never letting them fail, never giving them consequence or imposing limits of any kind, never letting them face any natural limits or consequences, never correcting them, never disciplining them, never teaching them how to share or to consider other people, never teaching them self-control or responsibility. That is spoiling. There are many people who believe that spoiling is separate from abuse or neglect. It's not. Spoiling and overindulging children harms them, sometimes irreparably. Not only are spoiling and overindulgence a form of neglect, but it creates adults who do not understand that you can't always have what you want, who don't understand that other people actually matter, who have no frustration tolerance, no ability to tolerate negative feelings, no ability to take a loss gracefully, no ability to handle being told no, no ability to fail. The world is not kind to people like that. It's really not. Spoiling sets children up for failure as adults. It cripples them. Narcissistic parents often engage in spoiling as part of image maintenance. In other words, they're doing it because of how they think it makes them look. If they give their child whatever the child wants, or if they do everything for the child so that the child never has to lift a finger, this somehow proves that they're a good parent and therefore a good person. How this might actually impact the child does not occur to them or matter. They might also be doing it because of how they feel something is reflecting on them in another way. For example, a narcissistic mother or father might defend their child and never let them face consequences outside of the home because they view the child as an extension of themselves and their parenting, therefore the child can do no wrong. Again, how this might impact the child is not considered. It's all about the narcissist. So here we have a child with no stability, no identity, no real self-concept, who is either being scapegoated or treated as the golden child. Either of the children in either of these roles can become a narcissist, by the way. It is a myth that only golden children become narcissists. Both children's identities are being systematically stomped out. But we have a child in one or the other of these roles, or perhaps both at different times, who is constantly gaslit, constantly told who they are, told how they feel, told what they're thinking, told what reality is, and who cannot combat any of this or escape it in any way. A child who is essentially equipped only with the primitive infantile defenses they were born with, none of which are enough to defend against the relentless assault on reality and personhood that is the experience of living with a narcissist. Some people in these situations will be able to develop at least some self-concept and identity of their own in spite of the constant inundation, and they will be able to individuate. Those people might grow up to struggle with codependency. They might have self-esteem issues. They might struggle with anxiety or depression. They might struggle with enmeshment. They might have self-image issues in terms of struggling to realize who they are outside of the narcissistic parent's influence. They might deal with addiction, but they generally will not be narcissists. Some people will not be able to do that, though, and they may very well be narcissists as adults. These appear to be those people who were not able to evolve out of this infantile space. They never learn to see past themselves. They never develop an identity or a self-image. They never gain the ability to self-regulate. They never learn empathy. They develop no capacity to bond with other people. They seem to just be stuck in the same phase of development with the same primitive defense mechanisms and levels of functioning forever. The formation of identity does appear to be one of the keys here. Without this, the evolution just cannot move forward. Aging occurs, physical maturity occurs, gross and fine motor skills progress, people learn how to do things like speak more articulately, they learn to mimic, but the core evolution from child to adult does not seem to happen. And it does appear to be at least partly because without a stable developed identity, there's nowhere for this to really go. In order for someone to individuate from their caregiver, they have to be able to go into an identity of their own. If they're never allowed to have one, how are they going to do that? The evolution just stagnates and runs in a circle, and all of the things that they should have developed with maturity, empathy, internal locus of control, ability to delay gratification, responsibility, frustration tolerance, ability to address their own needs, broaden perspective, self-control, mentalization, to name a few, just don't happen. The mindsets, mechanisms, functions, and everything else don't just sit there in a stasis of time, though. They go through their own maladapted pseudo-evolutionary process of sorts, concretizing and becoming a self-perpetuating machine that uses itself to fuel itself in pursuit of survival. It can't integrate new information very well at all, tending to circulate the same few things over and over and over with very little deviation or change. The victim is always the victim. The hero is always the hero. And all information is viewed through that narrative lens in the service of perpetuating the one-dimensional idealized image of themselves they have tacked up on the wall of their minds in place of an actual identity. Virtually all of the behaviors and the mindsets we see from these personalities are natural outgrowths of the lack of these things. They are the natural result of the lack of evolution and growth here and the pseudo-evolution that takes place instead. These things are, in many respects, the natural state of such a primitive and arrested human being. The problem is, of course, that we are not primitive human beings anymore for the most part. We have learned to live together cooperatively, and the only way to do that effectively is by having empathy and consideration for other people. As we've discussed in previous episodes, when there are too many antisocial personalities like narcissists in society, it becomes unsafe and ineffective. Eventually, if antisocial personalities were to outnumber the pro-social ones, it would cease to function at all. This is one reason the legitimately increasing numbers of narcissistic personalities alarm people. Society can only support so many of them before there are serious problems. When someone believes they have no power, when they believe they are a target, when they believe they are the only thing that truly exists or matters, when they believe they can read the minds of other people and have special abilities that other people don't have, so therefore they don't need all the facts, when they believe they're under constant threat from literally everybody, these are people who automatically believe they are victims and are therefore entitled to do anything they want, either because the world owes them or because the world deserves it. Perhaps the saddest thing about so many narcissists is that they are victims, just not in the ways that they imagine. And this doesn't excuse their behavior in the way that they think it does. It doesn't excuse it at all, in fact. They are not children anymore. These are grown adults who have done the same wrong things for years. They know it's wrong and that they shouldn't do it. They don't care because they are the only thing that matters, and nothing carries more weight in their minds than that. They have no real empathy in situations where they stand to lose or gain something, and no ability to really care or even understand how things impact other people anyway. Now, some of the feedback to these kinds of episodes of the show is from people who say that saying narcissists are so limited and have serious psychological issues is letting them off the hook. And some of it is from people who say that holding narcissists accountable is being too hard on them because of these issues and limitations. The reality is that it's neither. It's just the truth. A tragic backstory does not excuse any villain's behavior. It helps us understand how they became that way, and that's it. This is no different. Everyone has a tragic backstory in some way or another, and the rest of us are not using that as a justification in our minds to go around hurting others so that we can feel important or because we think they deserve it. We are adults who got help with our issues, or we matured out of them, or we moved on, or whatever we did to deal with it. We didn't use it as an excuse to hurt other people, or to underperform, or to blame and punish other people for our own failings. We looked in the mirror and we saw both the cause and the solution to all of our own problems. We saw the person with the power in the mirror, ourselves. That's what being an adult is. It's knowing that, for example, no one's coming to save you, but also that you don't need anyone to come and save you because you can take care of yourself. It's knowing that you are the adult in the room, and that's okay even if it sucks or if it's scary because you can handle it. It's knowing that you have the power over your own life. This, of all things, narcissists can perhaps never really accept or understand. More's the pity. If you believe that childhood trauma or psychological issues excuse narcissist behavior, regardless of whether you think it lets them off the hook or if you think that it's unfair to blame them, know that it's you who thinks that. It has not been suggested here, nor will it be, because it's not true. We should not need to deny the very real, very serious psychological issues these personalities have in order to hold them accountable. Having psychological issues, even serious ones, does not automatically render someone not responsible for their actions. It does not automatically mean they don't know what they're doing or they couldn't help it. The reality is the majority of narcissists do not have the type of impairments that impact responsibility for their actions. It's never been a defense in court, for example, and it never will be, nor should it be. It's not that kind of psychological issue. What narcissists are is sad in many ways, and there are those who find it difficult not to act on their sympathy in these situations as well. Just remember that you do so at your own risk. This person will not recognize or appreciate the effort, nor will they feel compelled to respond in kind. They are not built that way. In point of fact, they are driven to take advantage of people who try to help them because they cannot understand this way of thinking and they do not believe in it. They really seem to feel that anyone who cares about other people, and especially anyone who cares about them, is a fool who gets what they deserve. The sooner we accept that, the safer we'll be. This person is not a child. They're not an animal that has been wounded and doesn't know any better. They're not a romanticized villain in a movie or a TV show. Narcissists are real adults in the real world who understand the difference between right or wrong and are really hurting real people anyway. That's the reality of the situation. Because of their many serious deficits, they don't care or really understand why some things are wrong, but that actually doesn't matter. They know, and knowing is all that's required to be held accountable for their actions. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content,